The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
The following program is brought to you in living color on NBC.
Good evening. Welcome to Nightly Old Time Radio Shows. I'm your host, Matt from the past. It is November the 29th, 2024, and here is what happened on this day in history. 526 AD, a possible date for the Antioch earthquake in present-day Syria, then the Byzantine Empire, which killed 200,000 people. In 1745, Bonnie Prince Charlie's Jacobite army moves into Manchester and occupies Carlisle. In 1877, U.S. inventor Thomas Edison demonstrates his hand-cranked phonograph for the first time. In 1935, physicist Erwin Schrödinger publishes his famous thought experiment, Schrödinger's cat, a paradox that illustrates the problems of the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics. In 1951, first underground atomic explosion at Frenchman Flats in Nevada. In 1945, The Lost Weekend, based on Charles R. Jackson's novel, directed by Billy Wilder and starring Ray Milland and Jane Wyman, premieres in Los Angeles. Academy Awards Best Picture, 1946. In 1994, My Life, second studio album by Mary J. Blige, is released. Billboard Music Award Top R&B Album, 1995. In 2023, Taylor Swift is Spotify's most streamed global artist of the year with 26.1 billion streams, with Miley Cyrus's Flowers the most streamed song. Really? In 1987, Joe Montana of San Francisco 49ers completes NFL record of 22 consecutive passes. Born on this day, Christian Doppler, Louisa May Alcott, C.S. Lewis, Adam Clayton Powell Jr., B.J. Card Ezebassi, Jacques Chirac, Chadwick Boseman, Kathy Moriarty, Ann Ferris, The Game? I don't get it. Vin Scully, Howard Johnson, Russell Wilson. Dying on this day, Philip IV of France, Giacomo Puccini, Natalie Wood, Cary Grant, George Harrison, and Henry Kissinger. And that was This Day in History. Now let's get on with the show. Calling all cars, be on the lookout for excitement with our next show.
Tell me, Smith, how long does it take one of your police cars to answer an emergency call?
Well, on a call like I just made, the police car'd be there now.
But that's only about half a minute.
That's all it takes. Not long ago, I broadcast a holdup of a gasoline station, and the radio car arrived in 30 seconds. The officers caught the burglar backing out of the station.
That's pretty fast. According to the records, Los Angeles police cars using Rio Grande cracked gasoline take only an average of 2.5 minutes to answer any emergency call.
That's right. They're making new speed records every day. Recently, officers arrived at a bank in 65 seconds after an alarm was given and caught the bandits in the act of robbing the bank. Rio Grande cracked gasoline deserves much of the credit for speeding up our emergency cars.
Rio Grande cracked gasoline has something that you can't get in any other gasoline in this market. It's the only gasoline you can buy that's made by the famous Sinclair cracking process. Sinclair refining engineers have spent millions of dollars and years of research in perfecting this process. Rio Grande's new refinery is one of the finest cracking plants in America.
What does cracking mean?
Well, many gasolines are so slow and sluggish that they do not burn completely, causing decided power losses. Rio Grande's cracking process breaks up the gasoline into tiny, lively molecules that are easily vaporized, easily ignited, and completely burned. All the energy can be used. That's why there's more power in every drop. That's why more police cars use Rio Grande cracked than any other brand wherever it is sold. And that's why every motorist who will try Rio Grande cracked gasoline will get the thrill of police car performance in his own car. Once more, it is our pleasure to present Chief James E. Davis of the Los Angeles Police Department. Chief Davis.
Good evening, friends. We all have heard the sentimental talk, such as is uttered in great volumes at this graduation time of the year, about youth and its opportunities. Much of what is said, most of it, in fact, is sincere. But too often the young man or young woman, believing literally that the world is theirs, faces bitter disappointment when he goes forth from his college or school walls to face reality. Yet youth must be served. The training of our youth is a serious challenge to the older generation. Parents cannot pass this responsibility on to the schools. It lies squarely in the first instance at home. The boy or girl who has had unfavorable home environment and unsympathetic treatment from those he should love and respect is a boy or girl who has already traveled a long way along the road to delinquency and crime. Our story tonight tells of 3 such youths, all of them of high school age. They didn't have the right sort of surroundings. They tried to beat the game. How quickly and how completely they lost, you will soon learn.
It is an evening in last March in a pool hall in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
The side pocket. And a bad shot, wasn't it?
Anybody seen Jack Parker around?
Yes, Hugs. He's in the back room.
Oh, thanks. Hey, Jack, wait a minute.
Oh, Suggs, what's on your mind?
Well, I did it.
Did what?
Left home.
Yeah?
Sure, I get sick and tired of the whole outfit.
Gee.
Well, you want to come along?
Where you going?
Well, to the coast, I guess.
How?
Saw a good-looking Buick parked in the lot behind the market.
Yeah?
Yeah, and I got that 45 I stole.
Well, do you think you can get away with it?
Sure, pretty boy Floyd did, didn't he?
Yeah, but they got him finally.
Yeah, well, that's because he made mistakes. I won't make any. Come on, why don't you come with me? You got a blackjack?
Well, yeah, but how about my
Oh,
ma?
forget your ma. She done anything for you but try to make you go to work? The heck with parents.
Well, yeah, but...
Yeah, they never understand you. They always treat you like kids. Listen, we're grown up, Jack. You and I can blast our way through anything. Well, what do you say?
Well, okay.
All right, let's lift that Buick. That was a cinch, wasn't it, pal?
Sure was.
You know, people that leave the keys in their car deserve to have them stolen.
That's right.
By the time that guy gets his report into the cops, we'll be across the line and into Texas.
Say, what's that town on ahead?
It ought to be Bristol. How much money you got?
85 cents.
Well, I got $50. How's the gas?
In just a minute till I see. It's almost full.
Well. Hey, look, there's a kid flagging a ride. Let's take him on, huh?
Okay.
Slow down. Maybe we can use him.
Hey, pal, how about a lift?
Sure, hop in. Where you going?
Oh, just traveling. Where are you going?
Just traveling. Coast, maybe. Where you from?
McAllister. That's too close to the state 10. I thought I'd get a little farther away.
Pulled a beef?
No, but you never can tell.
Hey, you got any dough on you?
Couple of bucks.
Well, you want to string along with us?
How do you mean?
We got a 45 and a blackjack and guts. You got any guts?
Plenty.
That's swell. I'm Suggs Kelly, and this is Jack Parker.
Glad to meet you. My name's Otis Byers.
Oh, I'm pleased to meet you, Otis. How old are you?
16.
You ever pulled any jobs?
Oh, sure. I've been snatching purses since I was 12.
Started young, didn't you? I mean real jobs. Oh, I pulled 30 burglaries in Tulsa before I left.
Yeah?
Sure, didn't I, Jack?
That's right. You're a real hard guy, ain't you,
You're
Suggs?
telling me.
A few hours later, the adolescent bad men roll into Oklahoma City. At a traffic intersection, they are stopped by the red light.
Hey, don't move till I get back, will you?
Where you going, Suggs?
You see that guy standing waiting for the light to change? Well, he's going to contribute. There's a stick up, mister.
What?
You heard me. You see this gap? Well, turn around, get in that car, and keep your trap shut.
What,
Move and be quick about it.
But listen here.
Button up your mouth. Okay, Jack, take it away. All right, mister. Fork over your dough.
I haven't much on me.
All right, let's have everything you have got. Frisk him, Otis.
Okay.
Here's all I can find.
Well, I'll see. Only $2. Say, I ought to bump you off.
I told you I only had a little bit. Will you let this thing go now?
Yeah, and give you a chance to turn us in, I should say not. You're riding with us for a ways.
But I got to be home. What will my wife say?
What do I care? Okay, Jack, we're past the city limits.
It's good and dark in here.
Right. Slow down. All right, open that door, Otis.
Hey, what are you going to do?
This is your station. Get out.
Well, slow down,
I
please.
can't. I'm sorry we're in a hurry. Jump.
Well, I'm afraid.
Shove him, Otis.
No.
Go on.
Scram.
Okay, Jack. Let's go. A lot of trouble for $2, but we'll be doing better in El Paso.
What do you mean?
Gas stations.
The
The next evening at a gas station in El Paso, Texas.
Yes, sir. How many?
Fill her up.
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty lonely spot you got out here, isn't it?
Yeah, I thought out of town.
Have many cigarettes?
Never had one.
Ain't you afraid?
Me? Oh, no. Why should I be afraid?
Here's why.
Well, put away there, Country. Put it away.
Hey, don't spill that gas. Finish filling that tank. Otis, go through this cash register.
Okay. Don't shoot that thing, please.
Oh, don't worry. I won't. Just keep your mind on that pump.
Yes, sir. There you are. Pull up.
That's swell. How about Otis? You got the dough?
Yeah.
Okay, Jack. Let's go.
Hello, operator. Give me the police department. Yeah, hurry. Yeah, I've been robbed. Here you folks
El Paso police calling all cars. Attention all cars. Hold up at the gasoline station at City Road and Santa Fe Avenue. Suspect number 1 age about 18, 5 feet 9, weight about 120. Hair brown, eyes brown.
Hey, Sergeant. There goes that hold-up car.
Are you sure?
Yeah, 1930 Buick with Oklahoma plates. Look at him go.
Step on it.
Wow. We're doing over 70, and he's walking away from
I'll
it.
have to take a shot at his tires.
That guy must be doing 90. I can't get any more out of this bus.
Hey, they're shooting at us.
Eye for their tires again.
If I hit them, I'll kill them all. Must be Barney Oldfield driving that car. We'll never catch him.
Realizing that by now their car is hot, the three young bandits abandoned it at Lordsburg, New Mexico, and hop a freight. Early the next evening, they rolled into Tucson, Arizona. Come on, guys. Let's get over this rattler before the shack clears.
What town's this?
Oh, can't you read? Tucson, Arizona.
Oh, this is where they sent Dillinger, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Gee, we got to be careful in this burg, then.
Oh, Dillinger was dumb. He let him get him. He wasn't on his toes.
Well, we better not turn any tricks here.
What do you want to do, Starve? Go to one of those charity camps for bums.
Well, no, but...
Oh, nuts. We're going to take a car out of this burg, and if you don't want to come along, you can stay here and rot.
Sure, I'll go along, Suggs. It ain't that.
All right, then stop it. Now, look, Otis. We'll pick up a car and get some dough from the driver.
Yeah, but we only got a blackjack in the gas.
Well?
Well, you're using the gun, and Otis is using my blackjack. Now, I ain't got nothing.
Okay. Then you wait for us at the city limits if you're chicken. Now, look, Otis. We'll find a stop sign when there ain't a lot of traffic, and then we'll... In Tucson, the boys repeat the El Paso job with more profit. They take the driver of a Ford for $63 and dump him at the city limits, drive the car to Buckeye, Arizona, and abandon it. Otis and Suggs board a train to Los Angeles, and Jack Parker follows them by bus. 2 days later, they're reunited in a cheap rooming house on Main Street. Well, boys, we're as clean as a hound's tooth. They've dropped the hot cars. We haven't been identified to amount to anything, and here we are in L.A. where the pickings are easy. Before the week's out, we'll be rolling in dough and taking our chow with the movie stars.
Yeah, but how about chowing right now? I'm hungry.
Yeah, well, so am I, but I ain't got a cent.
Neither have I.
How much dough you got on you, Otis?
10 cents.
A cup of coffee and a donut for free. Nuts.
Oh, don't worry, we'll eat.
Where you going?
Mooskin, I'm better looking than you guys. The old ladies will take sympathy on me.
Boy, this chili sure tastes good.
I'll say. I'm going to have one of those 6 pieces of pie, too. Gee, how'd you do it so quick, Otis? You was only gone a couple hours, and you came back with $3.
Oh, it was easy. I just put on the poor young kid look and waltz up to some old hay bag and tell her I'm hungry. They just shell out. One of them wanted me to come home with her.
Yeah?
Sure. Said she'd make a home for me. I told her I'd like that, but I have to say goodbye to a friend of mine, and I'd come out to her house tonight.
You going?
Oh, I should say not. What do I want to live in somebody's home for? I don't like homes. That's the reason I left mine. Otis, wash your ears. Otis, mind the baby. Not me. I'm through with home life.
Me too.
Yeah, and that goes double for me.
Oh, listen, I forgot to tell you that this pie I'm eating was donated by a copper.
Yeah? How come?
Well, I nicked a corner cop for 10 cents. Told him I'd lost my car fare.
Oh, boy, that's funny.
Gee, I'd be afraid to do that.
Yeah, sure you would. That's what's the matter with you, Jack. You're chicken.
Oh, no, I'm not, son.
Oh, you ought to still be in Oklahoma. You ain't up to our speed, is he, Otis?
I'll lay off the kid. He'll learn.
Yeah, he'd better.
Well, what'll our first job be, Sub?
Well, we ought to be able to steal a couple of cars.
No, not in this town. These coppers here are tough. How about snatching purses?
Oh, that's kid stuff. Let's get into big time.
Take it easy at first.
That's what I say, son.
That's what you say. Listen, you don't know anything.
You see, Suggs, we gotta get the lay of this place before we start any big stuff.
Yeah? Well, maybe you're right.
Sure I am. Now, we'll go out tonight and get ourselves a few pocketbooks. That'll feed us for a few days.
Oh, I want to use my gas.
Oh, take it easy, will you? You'll have plenty of time for that.
That evening, the trio start out on a purse snatching expedition. At 6th and Vermont, Suggs and Otis leave Parker as lookout, while each take a side of the street and slowly walk down 6th. As they approach New Hampshire Street, radio car 72 is slowly cruising along.
Hey, Ellen. Notice those two kids? Where? One on one side of the street and the other right across from it.
Yeah, look kind of suspicious. Pull up and I'll talk to him. Hey there, buddy. Where you going? Try on the other one, Ed. Come back here. Hold on fire. You got away.
So did mine.
Not up to no good. Got to keep our eyes open.
Right.
Calling car 72.
Hey, there's a call.
Calling 72 at Berendo on the 4th. A dog barking.
A dog barking. Well, I guess we got to take it.
Frightened, Suggs Kelly hides his gun in the vacant lot at 3rd and Vermont, boards a streetcar, returns to the rooming house, borrows 25 cents from the clerk to establish a time alibi, and returns to get his gun and try to find Otis and Jack. It is midnight by the time Suggs gets back to 6th and Vermont, and he finds no sign of his partner. And while Suggs Kelly, dangerous, maladjusted youth, roams Los Angeles streets armed with a .45, we visit an apartment on New Hampshire Street.
Oh, come on, Sam. Stick around for another little drink.
No, you know I'd like to, Edie, but I can't. I got to go.
Why?
Well, I borrowed a fellow's car to come over, and I got to return it. He's going hunting tomorrow early, and gosh, that reminds me. He's got a new rifle in the back of the car. I hope nobody stole it.
Oh, gee, honey. I thought you was going to stay a while. Oh, come on, Sam. Stick around for a little while. We don't see you half often enough.
Not tonight. I just dropped in to say hello. Really, I got to go.
You, my friend, are a wet blanket.
Yeah, and a cold shower, I suppose.
That, too.
Well, I'll be back, and then you'll see.
I'll be waiting.
Okay, and thanks for the drinks, Edie.
Okay, kiddo. Good night.
Good night.
Pick him up, Bud. You heard me.
I ain't got any dough on me.
Yeah, well, we'll see about that. Keep your hands away from that car thief.
Now you drop your gun.
Pull a rifle on me, will you? Hello, girls.
Who are you?
Police officers. Mind if we come in?
We ain't done nothing. Quiet, Edie. Of course, boys. Come on in.
May I introduce myself? I'm Joe Silkus of the Homicide Detail. This is my partner, Thad Brown.
I'm pleased to meet you. What can we do for you?
What about that shooting outside a half hour ago?
What do you mean, what about it?
What do you know about it?
Nothing much. Stan came up for a drink.
When did he leave?
About 5 minutes to 1. Next thing I knew, there was some shots. I heard them, too. I thought there was backfire. Quiet, Edie.
Yeah, I know. They always sound like backfires.
And then I heard sirens and the police arrived.
I see. Anything else?
Nothing else.
Who killed him?
How should I know?
Know him very well?
Yeah, we've been out with him a couple of times. Quiet, Edie.
You girls willing to appear at the inquest tomorrow?
What for?
To identify the body.
What's all the fuss?
Oh, I've been looking for you.
This is my husband, Detective Silkus.
Yeah, I imagine so. I want the girls down at the coroner's office in the morning. Did you see if they're there?
How about it, Stella?
We're clean.
I'll have them there.
Thanks. Let's go, Thad.
Any angles there?
I don't think so.
Hey, there's Ellison coming across the street. Maybe he's got some...
Oh, you find anything, Ellenson?
Yeah. And between those houses across the street, jumped the gate and tore flat off of it. On the side were his heel marks. Military heels cut down. They had a mark on them like Hitler has.
Oh, you mean a swastika?
I don't know, but it's like the new German flag.
I see. What else?
That's about all, except I forgot to tell you, I picked up a young kid by the name of Jack Parker at 6 in Vermont earlier this evening. Couldn't explain himself, so I booked him as a vagrant. The job may have been done by one of those two kids who got away.
I see. Did you cover the tracks you found?
I did.
Good. I'll have Ray Pinker, the chemist, come out and take casts of the impressions. You show him the place, will you?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. Now, Thad, we want to talk to Parker. So you're Jack Parker, huh?
That's right.
How old are you?
17.
Pretty young to be in jail, aren't you?
I ain't done nothing.
No?
No, I was standing at 6 in Vermont when those coppers picked me up. I was waiting for a streetcar.
Yeah? Where do you live?
In Oklahoma.
What are you doing here?
Looking for work.
Why aren't you home with your mother and father?
Because my father's dead and my mother's... Well, because I'd rather be here.
What sort of a trip did you have from Oklahoma, Jack?
Oh, pretty good.
Have you got that new cutoff between Casa Grande and Gila Bend paved yet?
I don't know. I came by way of Phoenix. Good road all the way.
Yeah, those Arizona roads are getting better all the time.
Sure are.
Jack, who had the 45?
Otis had it. That is, I mean...
Who's Otis?
I don't know.
Now, listen, young fella. You're in a pretty tight jam, and you'd better come clean. The penitentiary's no place for a kid like you. Who's Otis?
Otis Bias.
Who was with him?
I can't tell you that.
Why not?
Because I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
Suggs, I mean...
Suggs who?
Nobody. I didn't mean to say it.
How about Otis? Where's he live?
I don't know.
Come on, where's he live?
I don't know. Only he gets his mail at general delivery.
I see. Where does he hang out?
Around Pershing Square.
Oh, I see. Around Pershing Square, huh? You come over there with us and point him out to us?
Sure, I guess so. If it'll help my spot any.
I can't promise you a thing, but anything you do can't put you in a worse spot than you're in right now.
So to Pershing Square go the strange trio of two policemen and the unfortunate youth. Across the fountain they sit, Brown and Silkus watching Jack, waiting for the signal which will tell him that Otis has appeared. Hours pass and nothing happens. Finally, Silkus grows impatient and walks over to Jack.
Otis hasn't showed, huh?
Not yet.
Let's go over to his room, huh?
I don't know where it is.
Oh, yes, you do. You lived with him, didn't you?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Show us the way, then.
Well, all right, but I'm afraid of what Otis and Suggs will do to me.
Don't worry. They won't get a chance.
So Jack Parker, irresolute, swayed between the forces of fear and false allegiance, leads Silkus and Brown to the rooming house on Main Street. As they approach the door...
Better be careful. They got guns.
Don't worry, Jack. They won't have a chance to use them.
Who's there?
Tell him, Jack.
It's me, Suggs. Jack.
Well, where the devil you been?
Up with your hands, Suggs. Frisk him, Thad.
Oh, so you turned stoolie, eh, Jack?
No, Suggs, it ain't
No, it doesn't look like it much. I knew you was kicking.
Here's the 45, Joe.
I'm not surprised. Where's Otis, Suggs?
I don't know.
Set those two kids together, Thad, and take them in. I'll take out here for Otis.
Okay.
Why, you cheap little...
Come on, quit the rough stuff, or I'll pistol whip you.
Oh, I should have known better than to take this kid with me.
You better go along quietly, or my partner will have to spank you.
Well, says you, coppers.
My, I'll bet the babies drink gasoline where you come from.
Yeah?
Well, they'll cut you down to size where you're going.
Take him away, Fred.
Okay, Joe. Come on, kid. For 2 hours, Silka staked out in the room, and then...
I guess you're Otis, huh?
What do you mean, Otis? Who are you?
Phillips of the homicide squad.
Oh, what's this all about?
Murder.
I don't know nothing about any murder.
We'll find out about that soon enough. Come along.
With all 3 boys in custody, Detectives Daniels and E.G. Brown of Wilshire Station gather evidence while Silkus and Brown center their attention on Suggs Kelly.
Well, Suggs, how about it?
How about what?
You want to come clean?
I ain't got nothing to come clean about.
Now, listen, Suggs, you're in a tight spot. It isn't going to hurt you any to talk.
And I got nothing to talk about, I tell you.
Look here. You know what this is?
Well, it looks like a hunk of plaster to me.
It is, but it's more than that. It's an impression of a footprint. You notice the swastika here on the heel?
Yeah? What about it?
That's the same kind of mark that you have on your heel.
Well, what of it? Lots of heels are alike.
Yes, but this particular heel has been cut down to fit a Cuban heel. You notice how it's cut away on this side?
Well, what of it?
Look at your own foot and you'll have the answer. This is an impression of your footprint left by a fence as you escaped after the murder.
Yeah, well, you can't prove that.
We will, all right. And if that isn't enough to convince you, take a look at these. You know what they are?
Well, they look like shells from a revolver.
That's right. Shells from your revolver, Suggs.
Yeah, how do you know?
Our ballistics man has determined that these shells found at the scene of the murder had come from the gun we found on you. Now, how about it?
You mean you can prove these things in court?
Yes, Suggs, we do.
There ain't no way of beating the laws.
No, Suggs, there isn't. You see, kids are caught. Now, how about it?
Well, I guess there's no use kidding you guys. I shot him.
After hearing the case presented by Deputy District Attorney George Stallman, Wendell Suggs Kelly changes his plea to guilty and throws himself upon the mercy of the court. Just 2 days ago, he faced Judge Walter J. Desmond.
Wendell Kelly, before I pass sentence upon you, have you anything to say?
No.
In view of your plea of guilty, and in view of your youth, the court has decided to be lenient with you, Wendell Kelly, and I hereby sentence you to serve the rest of your natural life in San Quentin Penitentiary.
In the meantime, Oklahoma, Texas, New Mexico, and Arizona are clamoring for the extradition of Jack Parker and Otis Bias for robberies and kidnapping in their territories. It is interesting to note that this trio of unfortunately maladjusted youths were in custody and their confessions obtained in 5 minutes less than 24 hours after they had committed their first job in Los Angeles, despite the fact that there were no clues but 4 empty shells at the actual scene of the crime.
Thank you, Chief Davis. The Los Angeles Police Department now has 195 radio-equipped cars to answer emergency calls. And these cars use only Rio Grande cracked gasoline because they have found this gasoline to be faster, more powerful, and more economical. Other cities have made tests and found Rio Grande cracked gasoline gives superior service in all emergency engines. Now all police cars and fire engines in Oakland and Berkeley are powered exclusively by Rio Grande. The city of Merced has changed to Rio Grande. The city of Fresno now uses Rio Grande. Police and sheriff's cars in many cities and counties of Arizona use Rio Grande cracked gasoline. Wherever it is sold, Rio Grande cracked powers more police cars, fire engines, and other emergency equipment than any other gasoline.
Calling all cars. Attention all cars. Los Angeles Police calling all cars. Cancellation broadcast 79. Brigadi murder. Suspect in this case now in custody. That is all. Smith.
Narrator Frederick Lindsley saying good night for the Rio Grande Oil Company.
Next time on Star Trek The Next Generation, the evil-minded Q is back and desperate.
What is it you want, Q?
Sanctuary on this ship.
His powers have been destroyed,
Help me!
leaving him a mere mortal.
Just one of the boys, eh?
No, alien forces are out for the kill, and only the Enterprise stands in their way. On Star Trek The Next Generation.
Music! And Bing Crosby is up next.
This is Ken Carpenter welcoming you to the Bing Crosby Show, transcribed from Hollywood.
Moonlight becomes you. It goes with your hair. You certainly know the right thing to wear. Hello, folks. This is Bing Crosby. Again tonight, as every night, Monday through Friday. Well, I have a new song for you, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, it's a new recording of mine, made for the Decca people. I made a picture called Country Girl, and there's 4 fine songs in there written by Harold Allen and Ira Gershon. First one is a little philosophical song. Has a nice idea in it, too, I think. It's called It's Mine, It's Yours.
Hurry, 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 and do away with worry, 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 worry. Sometime or other, brother, everybody gets his back to the wall. But simpletons noodleheads, you're all. If you don't take advantage of my cure. Here's the silver moon from the sky up there, and the emerald meadow outdoors. What a wealth of treasure there is to share. It's mine, it's yours, if you'd live a dream. Oh, how precious is an imagination that soars. It can make the world we're in hers and his and mine and yours. If you want blue skies about, year in, year out, all you'll ever need in the last analysis is this. Try a cheerful song and a valentine, and a sense of humor that scores, and you're never in a spin. It's a bright world we're in, and it's mine and yours. Here's a mirror-like lake to go fishing in. Here's the gold at the break of day. Here's a moss-covered well to go wishing in, and stars from the Milky Way. Here's a moonbeam that wants to go peeping in. Here's a lilt that the bluebird shares. Here's a tropical night to go sleeping in. Step up and stop on my way. Sigh, a cheerful song and a valentine, and a sense of humor that's gone. And you're never in a sin. It's a bright world you're in, and it's mine. Got to be yours.
You know, it always surprises me, even in the best of times, to hear that a lot of very interesting jobs can't be filled. From what I read in the papers, that is exactly what has been happening in the case of some really worthwhile positions with a branch of Uncle Sam's government. A short time ago, a gentleman named of Theodore Fibber, director of the United States Information Agency, gave every one of his Washington employees a day off to recruit new workers for foreign assignments. By this rather dramatic appeal, Fibber hoped to fill positions abroad which have been continuously under strain. Of course, in this instance, I understand that the information agency wanted highly skilled specialists. Of course, everyone doesn't have the qualifications. Evidently, the agency wanted to get people with experience in cultural affairs, information, press, libraries, radio, and motion pictures. A lot of folks without the right qualifications volunteered for the jobs, but when their reasons were examined, it turned out that they were eager to dodge alimony payments or, just trying to get away from it all. The strangest thing to me is that with the tremendous pool of qualified people in this country, it would be any problem to encourage them to do a hit abroad. As many as you probably know, I try to move around as much as possible. I made a good many such hires across the Briny. Took a number of years before I was able to do this, but I've always wanted to travel, and so to me this job appeal smacks of the old U.S. Navy recruiting posters. You know, join the Navy and see the world. Although an awful lot of guards have grumbled about that one as they swabbed the deck or looked out of a porthole at the city of San Pedro, California, or some other stateside port. But in this instance, the job doesn't call for 36 hours shore leave and bongo. No, sir. Although most of the assignments are in the Far East, the contract calls for a 2-year hit in some of the most exciting and interesting corners of the globe. Now, again, I'm not trying to wave the flag, and no one has asked me to voice an appeal to the government, but in this situation, qualified personnel have a chance to serve Uncle and work in their chosen field in an excitingly different part of the world. I know there are lots of folks who are going to give me a querulous brow, maybe indulge in a little horse laugh at my expense for trying to describe a jungle outpost in Burma as excitingly different. But it is. And it can be unless you're one of those who just must have supermarkets. You've got to have elevators, drive-ins, TV, and everything else that plugs in all the time. I guess there are a lot of legitimate beefs about wading through forms, waiting for security clearance and the like, but once you're on the road and you're on your way to your assignment, you'll be on top of one of the greatest adventures of your life. Come to think of it, and I'm giving no guarantees on the subject, but I know a heck of a lot of girls who have made very happy marriages while they were abroad. And the same with the fellas. Not all of their mates were Americans either, I know, but this is the age of internationalism, and if they're happy, well, good for them. Now your personnel counselor turns to song. This one is called Love and Learn. Patty Andrews is with me in this. I think she does a wonderful job. It's a very good arrangement, too, of a rather clever song, I think. Oh, it's a dream and a plot.
What you think it's not?
You gotta love and learn. Love and learn. Love and learn. It's a breeze and then a burn. You retreat and then return. You may have climbed the tree of knowledge, but when you love, you was the end all, and it's not love.
It's a dream.
Love and learn. Love and learn.
Something out of feathers, heaven or something inside.
Each morning when I count my blessings, they tally up to none. I've arrived at this, the state of bliss is somewhat overdone. Love and learn, weep and sing, till the final day of reckoning. But when I start to sing, with a thrill, kisses bring. What you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
Each morning when I count my blessings, they carry up to none. I've arrived at this, the state of bliss is somewhat overdone.
You gotta love in order to learn, in order to breathe, and a burn.
But when I start to sing, with the thrill, what you have learned is you haven't learned a thing.
It's a dream and it's a plot. What you thought it was not.
But when I begin to play,
an angel starts to sing. What you have learned is you haven't learned.
That was another song from The Country Girl, picture that features Bill Holden and Grace Kelly along with yours truly. I have a Decca record out on this next song. Quite a nice ballad. I hope you're going to like it.
When I'm worried and I can't sleep, I count my blessings instead of sheep. I fall asleep, counting my blessings. When my bankroll is getting small, I think of when I had none at all. I fall asleep, counting my blessings. I think about a nursery, and I picture curly hair, and one by one I count them as they slumber in their bed. If you're worried and you can't sleep, just count your blessings instead of sheep, and you'll fall asleep, counting your blessings. About a nursery, and I picture curly hair, and one by one I count them as they slumber in their bed. just count your blessings instead of tears, and you'll fall asleep, counting your
C'est fini pour ce soir, as they say on the left bank, on the right bank too, for that matter. In other words, that's it for tonight. Do hope you can listen again tomorrow night, same place, same time.
Tune in again tomorrow night to Bing Crosby with Buddy Cole and his group, transcribed from Hollywood.
Ask most men who have reached the top if they are or were a member of the YMCA. Chances are you'll find the answer is yes. The Y has influenced some of the most important men in the country. Right now, the Y needs more volunteers to continue their work in conducting club and group meetings, directing games, coaching athletics, and teaching handicraft. In short, to help in just about everything the Y does. This is National YMCA Week. If you've got the time, go to your local Y and volunteer to help. Friday night, enjoy the Arthur Godfrey Digest on the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
A teacher who'll make you wish you were right back in one of her classes. Meet her this Sunday on most of these stations. This week, Eve Arden, who stars as our Miss Brooks, solves the problem of how to feed 5 people on $1. Lots of fun in this week's show when you meet our Miss Brooks, Sundays at the Star's address. Coming, going, staying at home, enjoy music and song on a Sunday afternoon on the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for the Amos and Andy Music Hall.
Longest running and most popular programs, CBS Mystery Theater, is up next.
Time on KRLD. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sounds of suspense, to the fear you can hear. Welcome to the world of nightmarish probability, where the icy fear of the unknown can lead one down strange and terrifying paths. In our story, Alex Harper confronts the impossible, and the encounter produces a devastating effect.
It's Ace, our dog. He's dead. I see him, Alex. There isn't a mark on him. Nothing. Look at his face. Oh, it's horrible. If I didn't know better, I'd say that something scared that pup to death.
Our mystery drama, The Edge of Death, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Saul Panitz and stars Patrick O'Neill. It is sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser, and by the Kellogg Company, makers of Kellogg's Special K cereal. I'll be back shortly with Act 1.
When you drink beer, do you tilt the glass for long, hearty swallows, or just tip it and sip it? Well, sipping's the thing for wine. But Budweiser beer is a hearty drink, brewed for zest and character. The best way to enjoy Bud is to drink it. Not chug-a-lug, just man-sized beer drinker swallows. That's when that famous Budweiser taste, smoothness and drinkability really come through. Smoothness and drinkability that come only from natural carbonation and exclusive beechwood aging. Smoothness and drinkability, too good for any half-hearted sipping. So drink up. You'll see that brewing beer right does make a difference, and that when you say Budweiser, you said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
It happens in an instant, but this is the way it feels. The driver was speeding, but the crash goes on and on, almost in slow motion. With a mechanical device, we've slowed down the sound of the accident so you could think about it. If the driver had slowed down, there probably would not have been an accident. This message was brought to you by the General Motors Corporation. Meet Alex Harper, farmer. Right now his left arm is in a sling, heavily bandaged to protect the more than 20 stitches. Just a small accident on his tractor. First time in his 28 years as a farmer that he'd ever suffered more than a slight sprain or a minor bruise. It is a late August morning, an unreal sky, so blue it almost hurts the eyes to look at it. Even now, there is a promise that the cool dampness of the morning will soon yield to the stifling heat of the prairie sun.
No matter what you say, I still don't think I ought to leave you alone.
Who said I'm alone? You hear what Judy said, huh, Ace?
Can't you be serious for a second?
Oh, because I think you should go. Now, we've been over this a dozen times.
If something was to happen, I'd never forgive myself.
Oh, what if? What if the sky fell down, Chicken Little?
Well, your arm. It hurts, doesn't it?
Did I say so?
Oh, whenever you get this way sarcastic, you're covering up. You can't fool me. Take another pill.
Another one, and I'll be going around like a zombie.
And I'll ask Dr. Stevenson if he can give you something else.
But I don't want something else. Now, you go on, get your annual checkup, do a little shopping if you like.
But I still think I ought to be here. After last night.
Oh, boy, last night again.
I am not a hysterical woman.
I didn't say you were.
Well, you thought so.
Well, you get me up out of a sound sleep and insist that there are lights and noises.
No, I heard something last night. It wasn't a rabbit or a deer. There was a flashing light. I'm not an idiot, and I haven't got that good imagination to make it all up. And now I'll go.
Ace, where are you? Come on, boy. Now, I'm in no mood to play games. All right, I'm going back to the house. Oh, behind the barn, eh? What you got cornered, a 10-foot rabbit? Oh, there you are now. Hey, you did find something. I'm coming, Ace. All right, now bring it to me. Come on, boy, give it here. Give it here, that's it. Good dog. Hey, let's see what you discovered. A bag. Looks just like Doc Stevenson's bag, only. That couldn't be his. This one's shiny new. Feels funny. It's not leather. Doesn't feel like vinyl either. How the deuce can anyone possibly use this? No lock, no zipper, no buckle. No way to open this case. It's a gag. I'll bet that some of those college kids from town, sure, that's it. Judy did hear some sounds last night. The kids. And they left this stupid bag.
Of course, Ace. Now, you'll get full credit. Yes, sir, boy. I'll tell Judy you found it. All right, come on. Let's go back to the house. Come on.
That's you, Alex?
Doc, hello.
How's the arm?
Not bad. Now, when are you going to take the stitches out?
One of these days. Now, don't rush it. That's a mighty bad tear.
Will you level with me?
Shoot.
Will the arm be as good as new?
Well, not really. Some of the muscles were torn. Oh, you'll have movement, but there will be limitations. You were lucky that it's the left and not the right.
Yeah, lucky.
And you'll end up with a beautiful scar.
Say, Doc, is Judy still there?
She left about 30 minutes ago.
She check out okay?
Well, there are some tests that will take a few days.
But from what you could see?
Well, that's the real reason I called, Alex.
There is something?
There is.
Well, not serious.
Yes and no.
Oh, what the devil does that mean?
Well, it's your heart. And before you jump to conclusions, listen. If she watches herself, obeys a special diet, there's no reason why she shouldn't live a normal span of life.
Did you tell her?
Oh, only that it's a rather common condition that can be controlled. She's not alarmed, and she needn't be. Now, I mean this, Alex. I've seen patients like her do almost everything they used to do and go on and on.
Almost. Oh, Doc, last time you dropped by, let's see, that must have been at least a week ago.
More like 10 days.
By any chance, did you leave something out here?
Huh?
You aren't missing one of your black bags.
Huh. I only got one bag. What are you talking about?
Nothing. Doc, I think I hear Judy. Yeah, it is. Hey, she's driving kind of funny. I better hang up, Doc. Oh, easy now. Whatever it is, you're home.
I'm so frightened.
Oh, sure.
A few miles past the Clearwood Sanitarium. You know the big curve through the woods?
Yeah.
I slowed down.
Well, would you rather talk about it a little later? You're shaking all over. Now, come on inside, Judy. I'll make some tea. Come on.
Yes, like that. Inside. With the walls around me. Oh, Alex.
Yes?
We're in danger out.
Oh, now, Judy.
I saw him. I tell you, I saw him.
Who?
Death. Alex. I saw death.
You feel better now?
Yes. Look, I can hold my hands out and they don't shake anymore.
Now, maybe I ought to call the doc anyway.
I guess you must think Oh, Alex. I was maybe a minute or so past the railroad bridge when I heard this thing.
What thing?
It was on the news about a patient at Clearwood escaping. And please notify if you see him and telephone number and all.
Any description?
Well, all I can remember was something about his being dressed all in black.
Nothing more.
Hear that?
What?
Siren? Police siren?
Well, it could be a fire truck.
Oh, yes, I suppose so.
You've heard sirens before.
Yes, I know, but...
I know, but...
But they're searching for him.
I still don't know who him is, except he's one of those mental cases from Clearwood.
Well, he was just standing by the side of the road. But first I could barely see him in the shadows, dressed in black as he was.
Well, what'd he do?
Nothing. Just stood there, looking.
Didn't threaten you?
And then he said something. It was like, I want to communicate with you. Yes, I think that was it.
And you got out of there fast. Did he shout?
No. His voice was soft and mild.
And he said communicate? You sure he used that word?
Communicate, yes.
It's a queer word to use, don't you think? I mean, most people would say talk. I want to talk with you.
Communicate. I know what I heard. I looked up when I heard him, and by now he was in the sunlight, and I could see him clearly, just a few feet away. Alex, he had no face.
Now, Judy.
I know what I saw. There was no face. I'm not hysterical, and I saw him.
Oh, if you say so.
Oh, why don't you believe me?
Because I can't conceive of anyone without a face, that's why. Now, all right, let's start from the beginning. Did you see his eyes?
No.
Was he wearing a hat?
Yes, a black one.
Well, it could throw a shadow over his eyes so you couldn't see them.
It's possible.
Well, it has to be. How the devil could anyone? He could have been in an accident, surgery. But how would he... All right, let's go on. Now, what about his nose?
No, I didn't see any.
Could be the hat again. Mouth? His mouth, Judy. You see, if the sun was hitting over his shoulder, then there'd be a shadow from his hat. In that case, the mystery's over.
You're trying to make me feel like a fool. I don't care what you or anyone else thinks, but I saw a man with no face. And you can know what you can do with your theory about the sun and the shadows. I don't know about flying saucers, and I don't take pills, and I don't smoke pot, or whatever they call it. And I'm not crazy in imagining things. For your information, Alex, my eyes are still 20/20, and they saw, oh, God help me, a man without a face.
Alex, what's this all about? I mean, meeting you down the road instead of at your house.
I didn't want Judy to worry, Ben.
Well, I'm a police officer, not one of those secret agents you see in the movies.
Ben, she says she saw the patient from Clearwood.
Is that why you got me out here like this?
He escaped.
You make it sound like he's Jack the Ripper. Because he's from Clearwood, you got the idea he's a raving, homicidal maniac.
Oh, sure. All they've got out there are a bunch of lovable folks who are just a little mixed up.
You're really upset. Never seen you like this.
Guess I didn't know how much until right now. Judy ran into him on that big curve near Clearwood.
She wasn't the only one. We've had calls from all over. Funny, you get sober citizens seeing him at the same time, and miles apart, and dressed different. Happens every time. Take a hot day, mix in a little imagination.
Now, this was real.
Of course it was.
And Judy's not, but she's not the type.
Now, take my word for it, Alex. Every time something like this happens...
Naturally, they're doing something about it, like cruising the highways, enjoying the scenery. I'll give him credit for enough brains to hide out.
Oh, I suppose you want police officers out in the field?
That's where they ought to be.
Sure. We'll hire a couple of hundred extra. Won't that make the taxpayers jump for joy? Come here.
What for?
Now, come here. I won't bite. I want you to hear this. This is 5. This is 5.
Receiving 5. That you, Ben? Over.
Look up something for me, will you? Over.
Go ahead. Over.
How many identifications we got on the Clearwood thing?
Give me a second. Here it is. Ben, we got 12 so far. Over.
Hear that, Alex? 12.
Everyone's a positive, too. Point blank range. Over.
What's the spread? Over.
This'll kill you. Nearest one is 2 miles. Longest is over 30. Over.
See, Alex? Everybody sees what he wants to see.
You still with me? Over.
Yeah, right here. Over.
Something you might be interested in. Over.
Standing by.
One of the boys here says it must be some kind of a... calls it mass hysteria or something. About half the idents claim this guy is nothing like anything you or me ever seen.
Like how? Get to it, will you?
Well, they say they had a close look and that he ain't got a face like you and me.
A man without a face. Judy is not the only one. But think for a moment. In this last part of the 20th century, and its attendant wonders and discoveries, what is true and what is unreal? Is there anything no longer possible? Is there? I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
Hi, son.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Junior.
Kellogg's Special K presents Junior Gives Up.
Junior, why aren't you eating your Special K? It's your favorite cereal.
Oh, just 'cause.
Just 'cause why, honey?
Just 'cause Darla said some evil things about it. That's just 'cause why.
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Darla. Hi, Sis.
Hi, Junior.
Darla, what did you tell Junior about his Special K?
Daddy, all I told him was that Special K is good for us.
Yeah, and anything that's good for me never seems to taste good.
But, Junior, you already know that Special K tastes good.
Oh, do I believe? Darla, or my taste buds.
What's that, son?
Oh, nothing, Dad.
Son, Special K is America's favorite high-protein cereal. It's got minerals, vitamins, iron, and all those good, nutritious things. But it got to be so popular over the years because it tastes good, too.
You mean it's good for me and tastes good, too?
Right, son.
Right, Dad.
Right, Junior.
Right, indeed. Start your balanced breakfast with Kellogg's Special K. It's nutritious and delicious.
Right, Dad.
When my children were growing up, they sat for hours playing with a puzzle. I'm Art Linkletter, and I'd like to tell you about the wonderful wooden inlaid puzzles that Play School makes. Play School, a Milton Bradley company, has been making toys for generations of preschool children. Play School makes all kinds of wooden puzzles, from the simplest animal puzzles to the more advanced ones. And they all challenge a child to solve problems while having fun. And Play School puzzles are well made to take a lot of punishment. Play School is also famous for blocks, all kinds of blocks, embossed wooden alphabet and number blocks, kindergarten blocks, even a can of colored blocks. Children will satisfy their urge to build and create with Play School blocks, and like all Play School toys, their blocks and puzzles are sturdy, so they can be handed down from generation to generation. Your children will have a lot of fun playing with Play School blocks and puzzles every day. And every day is a good day to make a child happy.
Well, the doubting Alex knows that there's nothing wrong with his wife's power of observation. She did see a man, and though he does have a face, there is something missing. A mouth. Result of an accident? Or is he a mutation? A gruesome congenital result? Or perhaps from out of this world? Let's join Alex and see if we can find out.
This is Alex Harper calling. Could you connect me with the director of the sanitarium, please?
French is here.
I'm sorry to bother you, Doctor. I'm Alex Harper. I have a place on Route 36, about 8 miles from you.
Well, of course. I've passed by there quite often. What can I do for you, Mr. Harper?
Doctor, I hope you won't laugh or anything, but I have a couple of questions about this fellow who broke out of your place.
Michael.
That's his name? Michael? Michael what?
Well, now, we have no full identification. He gave us only his first name.
But he was a patient at Clearwood, wasn't he?
In a sense.
Was he or wasn't he?
Well, only for one day. You see, Michael is a rather unique case, most unique. In all my years, I've never seen anything like him.
Look, I have to speak low because I don't want my wife to hear. She's in the kitchen and she's plenty upset already about your Michael.
But she's seen him? Why, have you notified the police?
Well, I thought I'd speak to you first. She saw him, and from what she says, she's either crazy or hysterical. And I can tell you, she's not either one of them.
Oh, Michael is, well, he's different.
Different? That what you call a guy without a face?
Without a... No, he has features.
The eyes, nose, and the rest of it?
Well, of course.
Then my wife, she didn't see what she says she saw?
No, I haven't said anything like that, Mr. Harper. What I was referring to was his appearance, not his powers of reasoning or social behavior, because, quite frankly, he didn't talk to us. Outside of his name, we couldn't establish contact with him at all.
Well, what about his, as you call it, appearance?
Michael has no mouth. From what we can tell, he was born without a mouth. We don't know how he communicates, or if he does at all, or how he manages to ingest food. Truth is, he wrote his name on a scrap of paper. You see, Michael may be something quite quite new to our world, Mr. Harper. Perhaps one of a kind.
Maybe he's, what's the word I'm hunting for?
Mutation?
Yeah, that's it.
I hope to God that he is what he appears to be. A freak. A one-time thing. But suppose he's only the first, the beginning of perhaps a new kind of man.
Be right in. Uh-oh.
What were you... Oh, no.
Oh, it's only an old ashtray. No big loss.
How'd that happen?
I got up when you called, and this case was on my lap, and it fell off.
Well, you'll pick up the pieces, won't you? I've got something cooking.
Sure. Hey, it's open. Judy, the bag is open.
What's open?
Oh, well, never mind. Well, what do you know? Hey, will you look at this?
Now, Alex, you want me to ruin supper?
Well, it's almost like a miracle. You see, Ace found this bag, and I couldn't figure out a way to open it. It looks just like the kind of bag Doc Stevenson carries.
You don't have to be an engineer to open one of those.
Oh, yeah? Well, this one has no lock or no nothing. And when I just dropped it and broke the ashtray, it opened up. And look what's in it.
Let me see this eighth wonder.
All these bottles.
Oh, that's strange.
Hmm?
Doesn't feel like glass.
Plastic.
Mm-mm. Not plastic either. I never felt anything like this.
Oh, what's the difference? Say, here's one that says cardiac arrest.
And this one's cerebral occlusion and lymphoid carcinoma?
Angina pectoris and respiratory carcinoma. Spinal sarcoma.
And this one at the end, tuberculosis. Alex, what is all this? What are these pills?
Well, how should I know, except that they're important. Here's one that's different. For cuts, bruises, and dermatological eruptions.
Looks like talcum powder. It obviously belongs to a doctor.
But what a doctor?
What does that mean?
Have you ever heard of a doctor who has a bag full of pills that cures heart disease and cancers, not to speak of stroke? The worst plagues of mankind, and here in our hands are the answers to what science has been searching for?
Cures? Those pills aren't cures. Who ever heard of a pill curing cancer, heart disease, or stroke?
Why not? Think a moment. Look at this bag, Judy. Ever seen anything like it in your life? I tell you, I don't understand it. I don't know where it came from, but it's like nothing on this earth. And these pills, now go on and laugh if you want to. But I know they can do what their labels say. Now, I can't prove it, but I know.
All right, dear. If you want to think that, you go right on. I've got dinner to make.
Now, don't patronize me.
Alex, aren't you carrying this a little too far?
You don't seem to realize what we have here.
And you do. Those things could be dangerous for all you know.
Oh, my God. Now, how can I prove... Whoa. Wait, there is a way. And right now, here, help me. Here.
No, don't, Alex.
All right, then I'll get these bandages off
Please,
myself.
Now, I'm begging you. Now, the doctor said that...
It's kind of awkward. Now, get scissors and cut some of this away. Now, get it.
I won't be part of this stupidity. Now, you've lost your mind.
Are you going to help me or not? Now, once I get the bandages off, I'm only going to put some of that powder on the stitches and on the skin where it's so red. That's all. A little powder. Oh, now, what can happen? What? Honey, don't you realize what this is all about? If this should work, and it will, you'll see, then those pills for cancer and heart... See now?
Alex, these things happen in stories, but not...
It's for you. You'd be well. Don't you understand? When Doc told me what he'd found, that you had a heart condition,
But he assured me it was nothing to worry about.
The old bedside manner. He wanted to break it to you easily.
Did he tell you that it
No,
was...
I can't say that, but how can heart disease be anything but serious? So when somehow the bag opened and I saw what was inside, I couldn't think of anything but that you could be cured just like that. Oh, honey, I love you.
Oh, Alex, I guess it's all right. Where are they? Here they are.
That's better. Now, careful now. You don't want to cut those stitches. Good. That's fine.
The skin is so red.
Sorry, looking mess, I know. Now, please, give me that bottle of powder or whatever it is.
Alex.
Please.
Here.
The bottle is warm.
Well, it's a hot day.
Oh, it feels as though it's generating the heat itself. Isn't that wild? Judy, will you do the honors? Just shake some all over.
All right. That should do it.
A little more.
It's all covered.
That ought to do it.
Feel anything?
Not yet.
How long do you think it'll take? That is, if it...
Well, it hasn't even been 30 seconds. I suppose it'll take a little time, though. I didn't expect a miracle like that water into wine kind of thing. The powder's got to work its way in.
I'll get some fresh gauze. You still ought to keep it covered.
Yeah, that might not be a bad idea.
I wonder what's bothering Ace. Oh, there he is. Alex.
What is it?
Look over there. It's him. The one Ace is running after the man I saw on the road. The man without a face.
I'm going after him. Now, lock the door after me and call the police.
Oh, no, don't go. Let the police handle it.
He's heading out to the East Fields. Now, call him. Tell him.
He might be dangerous.
No, I won't get too close. Just enough to keep track of him till the police get here.
Oh, just thinking of him. I'm so frightened.
Oh, no, there's no need to be. I didn't want to tell you before, but I talked to the head of Clearwood, and this guy, this Michael is his name. He's a little queer, but he's not dangerous. Anyway, there's nothing to worry about as long as you stay inside.
Twice in one day. Why here?
He's not after you. What reason would he have?
I suppose not, but somehow... Alex! That's what he wants, the bag! The medicines! It must be his bag. He's come for it.
Him? A doctor?
It has to be. That's the only explanation.
Oh, I'll give you another. He's escaped and wants to stay off the main roads. After all, you spotted him, did you? He just wants to get as far from Clearwood as he can. By chance, he was cutting across our place when he ran to Ace. Now, look. Now, I'm going to go after him before he gets too far. Remember, the police and the door.
Now, don't get your dander up, Alex. We've known each other too long for that. You just show me again where you saw this fella last.
Then I know that a good cop ought to be skeptical, but by God, I saw him run under that tree, then up and over that fence. Now, why would I lie?
I don't mean to make out that you did any such thing. It's just so darn queer.
Huh?
Look for yourself.
Look at what?
That's it. Nothing to see.
Oh, come on now. Let's stop this rustic routine.
No footprints.
Prints?
Feel the ground. Soft, isn't it?
So it's soft.
And where are the prints? You say he was running?
Yeah, with Ace right behind him.
A man running puts down a mighty heavy print. Heavier than if he was walking.
He could have gone across these rocks?
Could have. But nobody could jump from rock to rock. That must be 20 feet between them.
Yeah.
Unless he can fly. Must be clear out of the county by now.
Now, how do you come to that conclusion?
Ace. That's why. We were anywhere near that there Michael, we'd be hearing Ace. You know he's always been a noisy dog.
Well, he could have lost interest and run off after a rabbit or a woodchuck.
Yeah, maybe. Something right over there, Alex. To your right.
Grass is too tall. I can't see a thing.
Something black. This side of that thorn bush.
I see it. He's wearing black. Everything black.
Yeah. Come on now. Stand up. Now, I'm telling you for the last time. Put up your hands and come out. Now, I'm going to fire a shot in the air, and if that doesn't fetch you, I'll put the next one into you.
Ben, I don't think he's coming out. You won't shoot, will you?
Just you watch.
But he isn't armed.
How do you know that?
Well, if he was, he could have cut you down. Standing up, you make a beautiful target.
You got something there.
I'm going in. I got an idea. He's so scared he can't move.
Now, don't be stupid. Come back.
Oh, my God.
Of all the stupid things...
Oh, it's Ace. Our dog. He's dead.
Yeah. Gee, I'm sorry.
Oh, there isn't a mark on him.
Look at his face.
Oh, it's horrible.
If I didn't know better, I'd say that something scared that dog to death.
listen for fear. The icy chill that reaches out with frigid fingers to clutch the heart. The shadow of the inexplicable Mr. Michael hovers close by, and the lives of at least 2 people will be irreparably altered. We'll find out how when I return shortly with Act 3.
Who knows how to help you solve your shopping problems? The Better Business Bureau knows.
I swear I never saw so many mattresses in one store in my life. I just don't know what to look for. I'm so confused.
I'm here to take care of your confusion, madam. You know, you could start by reading the labels on the mattresses.
Oh, sir, who are you?
I'm the man from the Better Business Bureau. You know, by law, every mattress must carry a label listing the materials used in the mattress. And don't forget, madam, that there's a new law that all mattresses must now be flame-resistant.
Oh, thank you, sir.
And be sure to read the guarantee and find out what it covers and for how long. Just another consumer tip from your Better Business Bureau.
Yes, who is it?
Hi, I'm your new neighbor, Steve Williams, in 107.
Oh, how nice to meet you. Well, come on in. It's a pleasure.
Thank you.
I see you've got a measuring cup. And now let me guess, you ran out of sugar. You're a bachelor.
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I was wondering if I could borrow some prunes.
Prunes? Prunes? I know. I'm sorry.
Did I tell a joke? Yeah, I thought a couple.
There are still a lot of people who laugh at prunes. But now, quite a few are finding out how good they really are. Because pound for pound, prunes have 8 times the vitamin A of the leading fresh fruit. And more iron, niacin, and vitamin B2 than the 5 leading fresh fruits. They're also a great natural source of quick energy.
He wants to borrow.
Well, thanks. Anyway, maybe I'll try 105.
Yeah.
California prunes. The funny fruit that does so much for you.
The family dog has died mysteriously, and the presence of Mr. Michael is as real as if he had knocked at the front door. Now the ride back to the farmhouse is a silent one, broken only by a few perfunctory remarks as it comes to an end.
I'll keep in touch, Alex. If you see anything, give us a call. Yeah. Mighty sorry about Ace. See you, Alex.
You okay?
Okay.
Is that Ben in the police car?
Yeah, it's Ben.
Oh, you should have invited him in.
I guess so. I just didn't think. Judy.
Did he get away? The man who...
Oh, Ben thinks he's out of the county.
Oh, I hope so.
Judy, we were following Ace.
Alex,
And
look at it. It's a miracle you were talking
on that
about.
bed, and we were over in the
Call the
North
doctor.
Field.
He'll drop everything and come out when you tell him. And I was the one who didn't believe. I don't understand you. I thought you'd be jumping up and down because what you said would happen did. I'm so happy for you.
Huh?
Don't you hear me? Alex, look at your arm, your left arm.
My God in heaven.
I didn't believe it. Oh, what an idiot I was. Talcum powder. You want to know the truth? I thought you'd slept absolutely over the deep end, telling me to shake powder on it.
I'm moving it. You see, like it was before the accident. Like a young arm. It's brand new. Yahoo! No more pain.
No more stitches.
No more pain.
He couldn't believe it. He won't believe it.
Oh, Doc Stevenson, boo on all doctors. Hey, what do they know anyway? You'll never have full use of that arm. However, if you followed my advice, you'll think I borrowed another arm. Look, not a single scar. It looks like the skin was never even scratched.
Oh, it's so wonderful.
Oh, and I love you.
You won't be angry with me.
How could I be? And why should I be?
The doctor's bag, the one Ace found?
Yeah, the bag. Where is it?
I have it.
Well, get it, now that we have proof. Judy, you're going to be as good as new. The proper pill and no more heart condition. Hear that, world? Listen, oh, gracious universe.
Well, it's on the desk.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Alex.
Look, if it works like the powder, we'll stand them all on their collective ears. Judy, the bag is locked again.
I was so full of doubt. When you left, I looked at the bag and... Oh, Alec, to me it was the embodiment of everything evil. And I wanted to destroy it, so I picked it up and somehow I pushed the flap down.
Well, now, I can't tell where one part fits into another. See, I can't find a seam anywhere.
I think it was just about here. Try there.
No, that's no use. I'll drop it on the floor, maybe like last time. Still in one piece. I'll try again. No use.
Oh, forgive me.
Right now, we got to figure out a way to get the bag open so we can get you a heart pill.
Alex, you have an electric drill.
I can try. I'll take it out to my workbench in the barn.
Well, why not wait until morning? It's getting dark now.
No time like the present. Now, give me a shout when dinner's ready. If I'm lucky, I may be back before then. I'll get this thing open if I have to use dynamite. Oh, here goes. Nuts.
The instrument will not achieve penetration.
Who?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. You know who I am?
Michael?
I am he.
Don't come any closer.
There is nothing to fear. There is no belligerency in me.
I have a gun. This rifle is loaded.
That is a weapon?
Yes.
It can bring an end to consciousness?
Easily.
It is not my intention to cause any fear.
But you have. You killed my dog today.
The creature threatened me, and I did not intend to. I did not realize how weak it was. A simple mental probe, and I regret the occurrence.
Haven't you ever seen a dog before?
They are images in books and pictures.
There are no dogs or animals where you come from?
There is barely enough room for the higher forms of life. We have never learned to curb our reproductive powers, it seems.
Well, where is this place you come from? This is Earth, the third planet from the sun, I think.
I know. It is my home, too.
Oh, that can't be.
I exist, but not of your time.
Not of my time?
Time runs on. There is a past, a present, and a future. The threads are simultaneous.
Oh, now you don't expect me to believe.
I am fatigued from my experience, and I must return. If you will kindly give back my case to me, the one you have on the bench.
That's yours?
That is why I have come. It was misplaced, lost, but now that I have found it...
Well, there's no argument about it, Doctor. It's yours.
I am not a doctor, not in the context of usage in your time.
Well, who cares? Listen, the case was opened up. I don't know how.
The mechanism is faulty. I must exchange it. You did not utilize any of the contents.
Well, only some of the powder in the bottle labeled...
Yes, I am aware.
But I did a fantastic job with my arm. Look at it. Look at it, Michael. Would you believe that only a few hours ago it was a match?
I am well aware of the powers inherent in the powder. But now, please, give me the case. You cannot open it, for the key is in my hands alone.
Stay back. I must open it once more. Or you will. I've got to have something from it.
Comprehend this. My time is far in your future. The compounds are of another time, different metabolisms. Evolution has caused basic changes.
But the powder worked on me.
It is probably the single excipient.
I don't believe you. Look, I'll give you anything. Money. How much do you want to open it?
I shall prove my point to you. You must be aware of the differences in our physiognomies.
You mean your Your face.
Exactly. The lack of an aperture above the jawbone. You call it a mouth. Have you wondered then how we are communicating? I have no mouth, for we ingest our nourishment through an osmotic process unknown to you. And if I have no mouth, then how do we communicate?
Well,
You are moving your mouth, and I hear. I, on the other hand, send my thoughts to you through my mind. You see this is so?
Yes.
Think of it in this manner. I am you in a distant time. You should be able to comprehend then that medicinal compounds of my time may not be of benefit in yours. The differences in us are too great.
But my arm.
You were lucky to have chosen that particular container.
My wife will die unless she has a pill. Just one pill.
I have explained why you cannot have a pill.
Open that bag or I'll kill you. Now, I mean it.
My demise will not help you comprehend. An unusual accident took place. A time warp misfunctioned, and I found myself in your time. The accident must have disturbed my balance, and I wandered from this place, leaving my case behind. We have communicated sufficiently. I feel joyous that your infirmity responded to the powder, but I cannot allow you to maintain possession of the case any longer.
Stop.
I took a vow to protect it with my life. I must fulfill that vow. Give it to me.
That'll hold you for a while. You don't realize it, but you told me how to open this. You said the key is in your hand. It'll open to your handprints. Now your right hand on the bag. Oh, nothing. Well, maybe both at once. There. I'll try one on each side. Yes, I've got it. Judy, it's open. Come on, Michael, wake up. Come on, you're okay. Piece of ice on your cheek should help. That's it. Easy now. Fine. How do you feel?
I thought your aim was to extinguish me.
No. I only wanted one of those heart attack pills. You see, my wife Judy has a heart condition. Well, she had a heart condition. Thanks to you, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
This other person, your wife, she ingested the dosage.
It's like a flash. After she saw what happened to my arm, she had no hesitation. If I could only have just one of each of those different pills, I wouldn't have...
I have communicated to you that I am not a physician, yet you have refused to accept the truth. You insist I am practiced in medicine because I possess a case apparently similar to physicians of this time era.
Well, you can't blame me for thinking that.
You will not communicate. You will listen. You poor man. Poor individual. Let me inform you of my profession. I am proudly the highest ranking exterminator.
Exterminator?
Precisely. I communicated earlier that in my era there is barely enough room for all who inhabit the planet. Therefore, exterminators trained to eliminate painlessly and quickly.
Oh, no.
The pills, as you refer to the compounds, are each a dose of death. The case is full of death. The tools of my trade.
Oh, no.
All except the container of first aid powder which I keep for my personal needs. Fortunately for you are now thoroughly healed arm. But the rest...
Oh, but the labels, the tuberculosis, the heart attack, cancer...
The compounds act within a matter of minutes. Bringing death, of course. Instead of resorting to the crude murders of earlier, more primitive eras, it is more comforting for the family to report that one of its members has died of cancer, heart disease, or any one of a dozen other diseases.
Murder.
Elimination.
Murder.
My case, please.
You must have an antidote. If you make a mistake, there must be some way you...
are not committed. I am sorry for your bereavement.
Oh, no.
I shall depart. Be assured, there was no pain.
Oh, no.
Naturally, there are those who were skeptical. A man from another time who conversed through telepathic means? Much too fantastic. Alex Harper would look with infinitely sad eyes and agree that it was too much to expect anyone to believe his story. Except for one thing. And he would bare his left arm. Explain this, he would say. And if you can, I will agree that I dreamed the entire nightmare. I'll be back shortly.
Hi, I'm Hal Linden. There's a lot of talk these days about America's energy crisis. Talk about doing without heat, about doing without our cars, about what's going to happen if we run out of fuel. Well, we may not have to run out of fuel if we all work together to conserve the fuel we have. That means turning your thermostats down to 68 degrees during the day and turning them down to 60 at night. It means turning off lights, TV sets, and electrical appliances the minute we're finished with them. It means driving no faster than 50, starting or joining carpools, avoiding the kind of stop-and-go motoring that eats up gas by the gallon. In short, it means saving every ounce of energy we can, every chance we get. So please, do your part to make the fuel supply stretch a little further. For your own sake, don't be selfish. Don't be foolish. Don't be fuelish.
This message from the Federal Energy Office and the Advertising Council.
In a ditty from a well-known operetta, the words are, "Things are seldom what they seem. Skim milk masquerades as cream." And as you have just heard, words alone may tell only part of the real story. But for stories guaranteed to increase your pulse beat, my suggestion is the Radio Mystery Theater. Our cast included Patrick O'Neill, Marion Seldes, Ian Martin, and Leon Janney. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I know. I hadn't emptied the tub. The water's still there. It must be. I'll show you. I don't understand it.
Tub's bone dry, ma'am. Hasn't been used. Now, not tonight, anyway.
His clothes. Howard's clothes. He'd empty his suitcases and put his clothes in the closet. His suitcases, too.
Just ladies' clothes. Yours, ma'am?
Yes.
Now, hey, look, don't cry. Hey, look, this dream you had.
It was no dream.
Okay, so maybe you imagined...
I didn't imagine anything. Do you imagine a husband? Do you imagine a month-long honeymoon? Do you imagine a man in a chair with a knife in his chest?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Up next in our prolific parade of programming, it is Eddie Cantor.
Eddie, where did you get that riding habit?
Don't worry, it isn't a habit with me. They told me horseback riding was my appetite, and I lost my appetite for horseback riding.
You can't take it, eh? Well, take a chair. Sit down. Tell me all about it.
Sit down. No, I talk better when I'm standing. Oh, Jimmy, one day and I'm a cripple. Oh.
I see. It's your beginning.
You see, it's the end.
Don't talk like that, Eddie. You must let a horse know that you're the master.
Yeah.
You must have rubbed him the wrong way.
I rubbed him the wrong way. How do you like that? And besides, it wasn't him.
Oh, Eddie, I see now. You were riding a mare, eh? Well, she might have been too high-strung. Too sensitive. Tender.
Ooh, she was tender. She was tender? I stood up in the stirrup and got corns. I sat down and got calluses.
Eddie, you know, it's very plain that you must have taken a cobblestone road.
Yeah.
Why didn't you ride in the bridle path?
The bridle path? I thought that was only for married couples. I didn't know.
Now, you know better than that.
No.
Eddie, you know I'm sure the riding master must have given you a broken.
Yes, in 100 places. I can still feel every one of them, Jimmy.
I think I know your trouble, Eddie. You rode carelessly. No spirit, no dash. You've got to put something into that saddle.
Jimmy, don't worry. I put everything I had into it.
Listen, Eddie. Horsemen will tell you a horse is like a dog.
Yeah.
Man's best friend.
Yeah.
Faithful, friendly.
Yeah.
Yes, there are horses like a dog.
Maybe, Jimmy, but I'd hate like the devil to come home and have a horse jump into my lap.
And another thing, Eddie.
Yeah.
A female horse is at her best if she's well-groomed.
Yes?
Tell me, was her mane curried, combed, and brushed?
Oh, yes. She also had her eyebrows plucked, a permanent wave, and a manicure. Some horse.
No use, Eddie.
Pansy.
No use, Eddie. I give up. I'm stumped. I can't guess. What was your main trouble?
I don't know, Jimmy. I said get up, and she went. I said whoa, and she stopped. I said reverse, and she didn't know what I was talking about.
Eddie, it just occurred to me.
What?
I think I know what was wrong.
What?
You raced that horse. You can't do that.
Why not?
Well, you must start with a trot, then come to a canter, and wind up in a gallop.
Jimmy, we started with a canter, went into a gallop, and wound up in a ditch. Then she lay down, Jimmy, and went to sleep. I couldn't budge. I said tenderly, sweet and tenderly, I said, like I speak to Ida, I said, sweetheart, get up. Eddie wants to go home.
Now I've got it. You didn't have a horse. You had a mule. I know how a jackass acts.
Jimmy, if you don't know, who does?
Daddy, you had it coming, boy. That's the first one this year.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose nothing could move her, eh?
No.
Tell me, what happened?
Well, I left the line there, Jimmy. I took a taxi cab to the studio, and here I am. Am I happy that I'm rid of that nag?
You know, a horse has been known to follow its master to the end of the earth.
No.
Sure.
Wait a minute. What's that noise? What's that noise, Jimmy?
Why,
what's that noise?
Eddie, look. Look, there's a horse in the studio.
A horse. Oh, for heaven's sake. Hide me, Jimmy. That's my man, my nightmare.
No use, Eddie. Why? There's a man who came here with her, and he's got a gun in his hand.
A gun?
Yeah.
I'm from the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals. You're under arrest. For what? For heaven's sake, for what?
What for? For abusing a poor, dumb animal.
You mean that horse?
No, not the horse. Rubinoff.
Oh, well. What's cute about a little cutie? It's her beauty, not brain. Old Father Time will never harm you if your charm still remains. After you grow old, baby, you don't have to be a cold baby. Keep young and beautiful. It's your duty to be beautiful. Keep young and beautiful. If you wanna be loved, don't fail to do your stuff with a little powder and a puff. Keep young and beautiful. If you wanna be loved, if your wife exercise all the fat off, take it off here, off there. When you're seen anywhere with your hat off, have a permanent wave in your hair. Take care of all those charms, and you'll always be in someone's arms. Keep young and beautiful if you want to be loved. Keep young and beautiful It's a duty to be beautiful. Keep young and beautiful. If you want to love, yes indeed, you'll drive him half insane. In a baby suit of cellophane. Keep young and beautiful. If you want to be loved, in choosing and using a lipstick, use the kind that won't leave any mark. I know it will make both his lipstick when he kisses you in the dark. Get him to hold you tight. Let him get a whiff of Christmas night and keep young and beautiful. If you want to be loved.
Presenting Eddie Cantor as auctioneer. My friends, here we are at the second day of this tremendous auction. And if any among you think you were cheated yesterday, wait until I get through today. Eddie, try to get better prices, will you?
Jimmy, it's a pleasure to sell you out at any price. Get away.
Listen, Eddie, sell the painting first.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have here a rare painting. This is a genuine whistler. Who'll give $500 for a whistler?
All right, 500.
All right, I hear 500. Do I hear any more? Going once for 500. Going twice. Sold. A genuine whistler to a gentleman for $500.
Hey, wait a minute. This is a picture of a canary.
Well, ain't that a whistler? Get out of here.
Well, why don't it whistle? Why don't it whistle?
Why don't say? I suppose if I showed you a picture of a rooster, you'd expect it to lay eggs?
Hey, if I'd pay $500 for a rooster, it would have to lay eggs.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Eddie, sell the piano next, will you?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this grand piano. The original cost was $2,500. We let it go for $1,000. Who'll take it?
I will.
Who are you?
I'm from the finance company.
And can he take it? Oh, yeah. Okay, mister, take it away. Jimmy, will you give me something to sell that you really own for heaven? Will you do that?
All right, Eddie. Here, sell the silverware.
Okay. Next is lot 27. The finest assortment of silk-sterling silverware you ever saw. What an assortment. Hotel Astor, the Ritz, Waldorf Astoria. Do I hear $100 to start with? Do I hear 75? Make it 60.
I'll give you $15.
Did I hear $15? You got a lot of nerve. $15 for 263 pieces of silverware? It's an insult, an outrage. Don't tell me you really expect to get the set for $15. Why, I never... $15. Sold for $15. Real help. Yes?
Why don't you show him that bridge table? I'm liking to buy that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in my house, people's always coming up to play bridge.
Oh, lady from the South. Well. Madam, you said you know a good article when you see it. Take a good look at this. It's not an ordinary bridge table. It's a novelty.
Novelty. So long as that bridge table.
Uh-huh. Are you sure Rubinoff hasn't got a wife? Well, look at No, madam, this is a novelty. This table is fixed so that when your opponent gets a good hand and bids a small slam, the legs collapse and the cards fall on the floor. How do you like it?
Sure. I'll give $1.50.
Make it 2.5, and I'll throw in this marvelous kibitzer chair with a nice soft seat, guaranteed to put any kibitzer to sleep in 5 minutes.
No, please. I'm just taking the table, and you can hold on to your seat.
All right.
Give it to her, Eddie. Don't waste any time.
It's yours, madam. Take it away.
No, Eddie.
Don't cry, Jimmy.
Oh, Eddie.
What's the matter, Jimmy?
Now you're going to sell my most cherished possession.
What is it?
My library.
Yeah.
I hate to talk to those books more than anything else.
Don't cry. Look, ladies and gentlemen, all first editions. The first editions to ever get into a radio announcer's home. And what authors? First we have Browning. And on his heels comes Bunyan. Bacon bound in leather. Nice, crisp bacon. And a complete set of Dickens. Buy the others and get the Dickens for nothing. Imagine, on one shelf alone, Bobby Burns up at Longfellow because he's wittier than Poe, and he says, "Oh, Henry, you're driving Oscar Wilde. Oh, sure, oh, nuts."
Mr. Cantor, would you consider $50 for the lot?
Sure, I consider $50. Rotten. Come on. Why, one book alone is worth that. Look at it. A special book entitled How to Become a Radio Announcer in 2 parts.
Make it 3 parts and I'll bid 60.
Okay, make it 75 and I'll throw in the Rubinoff of Omar Khayyam.
That's like 75.
Thank you. 75 is bid. And also included in this collection, ladies and gentlemen, are the loves of Casanova. Do I hear 80? Casanova's loves for $80. Why, any one of his loves is worth 80.
I'll bid 85.
85 bid. Do I hear 100? Make it 100.
And I'll include the life of Walter Winchell. Who'll take the life of Walter Winchell for $100? I will. Who are you? Al Jolson. Mammy. Yes, you want to say something?
Cantor, but when are you going to auction off the antique? I want to bid on that mummy over there.
That's no mummy, that's Wallington. Get out of the way. Give it a Never mind now. Auction off this family heirloom, this antique bed, will you? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this family treasure. The same identical bed that's been in the Wallington family for a century. Even the linen, real Irish linen. The linen hasn't been changed in 100 years.
Oh, Louie, let's get away from this auction. I'm so tired I can hardly stand on my...
Beautiful legs, ladies and gentlemen, carved out of solid mahogany.
See, I've asked you a dozen times to take me home. Louie, this makes the 15th time.
Louis the 14th slept in his bed. What would you give to sleep in Louis' bed?
I wouldn't give a nickel, Louie, after all the auctions in the world. Besides, I have no money. I can't bid. What have I to offer?
A beautiful canopy that stretches halfway across the bed. Ladies and gentlemen, this bed has a unique attachment. A music box to lull you to sleep. Fits anybody who buys it. For instance, if the servant girl steals a nap, the music box plays Lazy Bones, sleeping in the hay. You'll never get the house cleaned up that way. And if an old maid lies down on the bed, she'll hear, will I ever be a wife? Not a man is in my life. What to do about it? I'll put out the lights and go to bed. And for an old married couple it plays, don't know why we must argue, you and I, stormy weather. As soon as we both get together, we're fighting all the time. Hey, Cantor. Yeah. Hey, will this music box attachment fit on twin beds for married couples? Sure. Well, what'll it play? Blame me. It's better this way, you'll agree. Though you I'm adoring, I can't stand your snoring. Don't blame me.
Suppose I put my little baby to bed. What would the music box play?
Oh, is this your baby? Good. Look, just put it down, and you'll hear Alice in Wonderland. Come, let me take your hand. You'll see the wonders past, looking through the looking glass. Right there before your eyes, I'll show you paradise. So let me take your hand, Alice in Wonderland. Looked at the Mad Hatter laughing there, watching the mock turtle cry, while Tweedledee and Tweedledum are fighting. And look at the cat with the old March hair. Oh my, meow, me, oh my. To watch the sleeping dormouse is exciting. Humpty Dumpty's on the wall, happy Humpty Dumpty. Humpty Dumpty's had a fall, poor old Humpty. Here come the king and the queen of hearts. They've given royal command that you may play all day in Wonderland. Alice in Wonderland. Come, let me take your hand. You see the wonders past, looking through the looking glass. Right there. Look, baby's asleep. With a song that put her to sleep, too. Isn't that cute? So let me take your hand, Alice in Wonderland.
those crazy costumes.
What a pleasure, Jimmy. What a pleasure.
Hey, what's the idea of the diver's helmet and the running trunks and the boots and the sword? Look at
Jimmy,
that.
where we're going, I'll need them. We're going hunting tonight.
Hunting? For what?
For jokes.
Jokes?
Yeah. Look, I need them. Listen, how many jokes have I had since I've been on the air?
Oh, I should say about 4, all told.
That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. 4 all told. Yeah, that's good. That's right. Now, look, I've had 4 jokes, and I've used them for 3 years. Remember the one where I say, my brother sent me $50, but I couldn't use the money because it said on the envelope, return in 5 days. You remember that, huh?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure, I remember that one. And all your other 3.
Well, keep quiet about it. Well, look, Jimmy, if I can stay on the air for 3 years with 4 jokes, can you imagine how long I could keep it up with 50 jokes?
I never thought of that, Eddie. Where are you going to get them?
Listen, I know an apartment around the corner where there's millions of jokes. Now, look, you follow me, Jimmy, and we'll sneak into this place and find...
Oh, wait a minute. You mean sneak into somebody's home? What if the police catch us?
It's all right, Jimmy. We'll tell them we just did it for jokes. You see? Now, wait a minute. Now, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Be quiet.
I don't like this, Eddie. I don't like it at all.
Why?
Suppose the police would come.
Oh, be nonchalant. Say, police to meet you, see? Look. Jimmy, there's more light. Look. Oh, look at all those books. Millions and millions of them. And look, Jimmy, they're all classified, too.
Yeah, look. Look, the Italian jokes in the Mussolini's department. There's some Dutch jokes, too.
Yeah, they're so tight they won't even give the answer. And look, Jimmy. Look at these books. Books of nudist colony jokes without any covers. Did you see up there?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, Eddie.
Huh?
And look, right next to them, a whole shelf full of hospital jokes.
Yeah, without any appendix. Look.
And look at the way they're arranged, too, Eddie.
Yeah.
Why, he's got Russian jokes next to herrings and Chinese next to laundry. Look at that.
Yeah, and chorus girls next to millionaires. And Scotch next to ginger ale. And original jokes next to impossible. Look at that, Jimmy.
That's right.
Look who's coming. Look where. Look who's coming here.
Oh, Graham, come on in. The program's going to be different tonight, Graham. Oh, yes.
Eddie, you know who that is, Eddie?
Yes.
Why, can you beat it?
Cantor.
That's the
What are
Chief.
you doing here?
Well, Chief, we thought we'd tell you that is, we thought we wanted to surprise you, see?
Well, this is a surprise.
Mm-hmm.
Eddie,
Yes.
I've just been out with Graham.
Yeah.
You know, Eddie, he's the laziest man in the world.
The laziest man in the world?
Yeah. You know, he's so lazy that he doesn't even bother to make coffee.
No.
He just puts coffee grounds in his mustache and drinks hot water.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Oh, he killed me.
No!
Yeah?
If you excuse me, Eddie, I'll clean up the place a bit.
Yeah?
I'll put my little pet rabbit in the other room.
Chief, you don't mean to say that you keep a rabbit in the house?
Sure, Eddie. I can't let him out.
Why?
This is an ingrown hair.
Oh, for goodness sake.
See that silly, Eddie?
Yes.
Isn't that ridiculous?
I'll say so.
Hey, do you remember the rabbit I sold you for $1?
Sure, Chief, I remember. Now you can have all 20 of them back for the same price. Thank you.
Come on, Eddie. Come on, let's get out of here.
Yeah?
Oh, that's all right. You can go. I'll stick to my horse, Eddie.
Very good. Jimmy, for goodness sake, be quiet. Be quiet, Jimmy. We're going to get some jokes in this place. Wait a minute. Look out for that lamp. It's going to fall. Oh.
You there, Charlie?
No, I'm not here, Baron.
No, I'm having a nightmare.
I'm sorry, Eddie. I'm awfully sorry I woke him up.
Eddie Cantor, what are you doing here? Well, Baron, to avoid further procrastination, and due to imperative necessity for immediate hilarious witticisms, to provoke exhilaration's laughter, and to tickle the risibilities of the populace, we have entered your domicile.
They're off.
Listen, Baron.
Yeah.
Listen, Eddie's got a swell joke he's going to trade with you.
Yes, you see, my brother sent me $50, but I couldn't use it because...
On the envelope, it said return in 5 days. I know that one.
Well, I can see we read the same joke books, huh?
Please, I never read joke books.
You don't?
I make up my own.
No.
All you got to do is put yourself in the proper frame of mind, and poof, a joke comes to you.
No kidding?
No, sure, what?
Moo.
Yeah, I got it.
You have a joke about a cow?
Of course. You see, it's during the war.
Yep.
My cousin Hugo.
Oh, your cousin Hugo, yes?
Now, he didn't go. He stayed home and worked on the farm instead.
Yes?
Well, one day while he was milking a cow...
What happened?
A soldier come along and said, "You slacker, why aren't you at the front?"
Yes, and what does Hugo say?
My cousin Hugo.
What did he say?
He said, because there ain't any milk at that end. I made up that joke myself.
Oh, you must be older than you look. Oh, yeah. Well, why don't you try it, Eddie?
I think I will. You just make a sound and it comes out all right.
Yeah.
See, Jimmy, it worked. I've got one. See, what did I tell you? You got a joke about a chicken, huh?
No.
I got one about a husband who talks in his sleep. You make a noise like a chicken, or you get a joke about a husband that talks in his sleep?
Yes, you see, this husband is so henpecked that he cackles in his sleep. Eddie.
Yep.
Let's not sneak into any more houses.
No. I guess you're right, Jimmy. This time we'll be on the level. We'll knock on the door and go right in. And then, when they're not looking, maybe we can steal something.
Eddie, it's Gracie Allen.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Johnson, I recognize you anywhere. Well, I want to tell you, I certainly enjoyed your wife rider in that picture, 42nd Street.
What are you talking about? My wife item 40... Cantor is the name. I came to ask you about some jokes.
Oh, goody. But would you just begin asking riddles instead? I'm better at riddles. Don't you think so, George?
Yes, Tracy, I think so. Well, what Mr. Cantor means is, you see, he only has 4 jokes. Now, look, his brother sent him $50, but he couldn't use it.
Yeah, well, for goodness sake, I could have used $50 to pay for my appendicitis operation.
Gracie, the man telling a joke.
Yeah, well, if you think it's a joke, you have your appendix.
Look, Miss Allen, you seem to be laboring under a misapprehension. In the vernacular of the hoi polloi, you're absolutely non-compass mentis.
Oh, Mr. Weissman, you make it so hard for me to say no.
What is that? Well, boys, it was nice of you to call. What can we do for you?
Nothing, George. We just remembered an important engagement in a place where you couldn't possibly hear Gracie Allen.
Well, wait a minute. I'll get my hat and coat and go with you.
All right.
Well, Eddie, so far the evening's been a dismal failure. We didn't even get one joke to add to your 4.
You think so, Jimmy? Look.
Where did you get all those books?
I stole this one at Burns and Allen's house, and I stole this one at Pearl's, and I put them under my coat when they weren't looking, see?
Well, let's see what's in them, eh?
Here.
Gosh, this one's absolutely empty.
It must be Gracie Allen's diary. Never mind. Here's some of this book, Jimmy.
Doesn't look as if there are very many, Eddie.
Yes, but even a few will help. Oh, Jimmy.
What?
Water. Jimmy.
What's the matter?
Jimmy, I'm fainting.
Eddie, what's the matter with you?
Look.
Speak to me.
Read this first joke. My brother sent me $50, but I couldn't. Jimmy, I stole the same 4 jokes I've been using for years. Oh. There's Daddy and Mammy. Why, there's Ephraim and Sammy. On a moonlight night, you can find them all. While they are waiting, the banjos are syncopating. What's that they're saying? What's that they're saying? While they keep playing, humming and swaying. It's a good ship, the Robert E. Lee, that comes to carry the cotton away. Watch them shuffling along. See them shuffling along. Go take your best gal, your real pal, go down to the levee. I said to the levee, and join that shuffling throng. Hear that music and song. It's simply great, mate. Waiting on the levee, waiting for the Robert E. Lee. I said, watch them shuffling along. Hit-you. See them shuffling along. I want to take your best down. I said, your real pal. Down to the levee. I said to the levee and join that shuffling throng. Go on and listen to him. Hear that music and song. It's simply great, mate. Waiting on the levee. Waiting for the Robert E. Lee. nomination for the most popular song of the week. Annie doesn't live here anymore. You must be the one she waited for. She said that I would know you by the blue in your eyes. Check the suit, a fancy vest, and polka dot tie. You answered to that description, so I guess that you're the guy. Well, Annie doesn't live here anymore. Annie doesn't live here anymore. It's too bad you didn't call before. She just bought a gown that ties with ribbons above. Brand new shoes, a pretty hat, and latest style gloves. She really looks so alluring and just waiting for your love. But Annie doesn't live here anymore. It was spring. There was romance in the air and everything seemed for loving hearts to share. And there was she, just as lonely and as blue as she could be. That's the reason Annie doesn't live here anymore. Might have been your picture that she called. She was oh so faithful, what a pitiful sight. Waited for the letter that you promised to write. A gentleman with a top hat called around the other night, Annie doesn't live here anymore. Annie doesn't live here anymore. Never saw her act that way before. There's so much to say, I don't know where to begin. Night and day she wondered just where you could have been. She told me in case you called that I should let you come right in. But Annie doesn't live here anymore. Annie doesn't live here anymore. I just found a letter in the drawer. It was meant for you with love and kisses from her. There were little secrets that she tried to infer. I'll gladly give you the letter if it makes you happy, sir. But Annie doesn't live here anymore. Week by week, she would sit alone and wouldn't even speak. And her telephone kept ringing constantly. Till at last she realized she should be free. That's the reason Annie doesn't live here anymore. Many times I heard her pace the floor. Then one night she dressed herself with elegant airs. New fur coat and stockings with those cute little squares. She sprinkled herself with perfume, then she started down the stairs. If you go to the post office, they may give you her forwarding address, but Annie does not live here anymore.
Eddie, what on earth are you doing in that nightgown?
Well, Jimmy, didn't you know I've been elected judge in the 97th District Court? Come on, I'm late. I must get there.
Of course I know you were made judge, but why the nightgown?
This is the night court. Come on, will you?
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are taking you to the courtroom where Judge Cantor presides. Odor in the court. Odor in the court.
What is this? The judge comes in and he says, odor in the court? What kind of a thing is that? Call the first case.
Case of the People versus Jack Emmerich.
Jack, you are accused of entering the Bazzola piano store and stealing a piano. What have you to say?
Your Honor, I did it in a moment of weakness.
You stole a piano in a moment of weakness? I suppose if you'd have been feeling strong, you'd have stolen the post office. 10 years. Next.
Holy smoke.
Oh, it's you boys, eh? Well, Smith, Mercy, Levy, and the Casio, you have been charged with robbing a bank. I sentence you to 20 years each.
But we're innocent.
Yes, we're innocent. Quiet. And as for you, Machine Gun Pete, you were arrested at the same time, but demanded a separate trial. What have you to say for yourself?
I'm guilty. So what?
Okay, you're discharged.
Wait a minute, Your Honor. Just a minute.
What's the matter?
Listen, you sent us four who are innocent to jail. He pleads guilty and you discharge him. Why is that?
That's for your own protection. Why should I put a confessed criminal in jail with 4 honest men? Next case, come on.
James Harrison, charged with attempted suicide.
Are you James Harrison?
Yes, Your Honor.
Harrison, you look like a pretty intelligent person. Now tell me, what made you try to do away with yourself?
Your Honor, I'm a rank failure. I'm 46 years old, have a wife and 3 children, been out of work for almost 2 years. I'm no good to myself, no good to my family. Isn't that reason enough?
No, my friend, that's not reason.
It isn't, eh? Well, I've been coming home day after day, tired, worn out from the constant search for a chance to make a living, ashamed to face my family.
Well, what do they say?
That's it. Nothing. Not a word. That look in their eyes. I can't stand it. Time I have 46 years old. I'm through.
46 years old and you're through. Don't say that. Suppose I was to tell you about a man who was born in a log cabin in the woods and who, while still a youngster, lost not only his mother and father, but his brothers as well. Alone in the world, his one possession was the thing necessary for success. The will to hold on, keep going. At the age of 45, he went to war and achieved a brilliant record as a soldier. Later in life, though handicapped by poor health, at the age of 62, not 46, Harrison, but at 62, Andrew Jackson became the president of the United States.
Yes, but he was a soldier.
And so are you. You're fighting the battle of life. Don't surrender. Look, Harrison, Henry Ford was broke at the age of 40. Did he show the white flag? No. In 1903, he borrowed the sum of $1,000 from a man named James to war and achieved a brilliant record as a soldier. Later in life, though handicapped by poor health, at the age of 62, not 46, Harrison, but at 62, Andrew Jackson became the president of the United States.
Yes, but he was a soldier.
And so are you. You're fighting the battle of life. Don't surrender. Look, Harrison, Henry Ford was broke at the age of 40. Did he show the white flag? No. In 1903, he borrowed the sum of $1,000 from a man named James Cousins. Later, for that $1,000 investment, Mr. Cousins received $39 million. So you can imagine what Mr. Ford made. You say you're through at 46? Why, Verdi composed Aida at 58. Wagner finished his great opera Parsifal at 69. Listen, Harrison, I knew an actor who played one-night stands, traveling from town to town, year in, year out, hoping, fighting, but he didn't give up. He kept struggling. And at the age of 54, he saw his name in electric lights on Broadway. Frank Bacon and lightning. You see, Harrison, the difference between failure and success is just holding on a little longer.
You may be right.
Of course I'm right. Taking your life. What a legacy to leave your wife and children. Being a failure is not a crime, but being a coward. Don't let them remember you for that, Harrison. Leave me your address. I'll get you a job somewhere.
No thanks. You've given me more than a job. Why, you've taken 10 years off my age. I'm not 46, not right now. I'll get a job. They can't lick me. And I'll never forget you, sir. God bless you.
Goodbye. Good luck, Harrison. Course adjourned. I love to spend this hour with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. I'm telling you just how I feel. I hope you feel that way too. Let's make a date for next Sunday night. I'm here to say will be my delight. To sing again, bring again the things you want me to. I love to spend this hour with you.
Next week, another gala at Jason Sanborn Coffee Hour.
directed by Rubinoff and starring Eddie Cantor. The makers of Chase and Sanborn's Dated Coffee were, of course, among the first to sign the president's reemployment agreement. James Wallington speaking. Good night.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
You know Toyota is America's #1 import. Probably
into Dimension X.
Adventures in time and space, told in future tense. Dimension X. Can you predict what will come in 100 years? Or in 10? Or in the next minute? Can you see beyond the known dimensions of time and space into the unknown, Dimension X? It was in the year of 1982 that spacemen first discovered the Great Galactic Barrier. In the past 10 years, rocket travel to the moon and the nearer planets had become commonplace. And then men fixed their sights on a more distant star, the remote planet known as Volta. 5 exploratory ships went out, and none came back, each in turn disappearing mysteriously at the same vanishing point, an invisible wall somewhere in the vast outer reaches that became known as the wrecker of spaceships, the Galactic Reef. And yet, the explorers refused to admit defeat. It was on June the 2nd, 1987, that the rocket Star Cloud made ready for takeoff, the 6th to attempt to crack the barrier and win through to Volta.
Now hear this. Condition blue. 1 minute till blast off. Now hear this. Condition blue. 1 minute till blast off.
Bridge to nav control.
Navigation, Collier.
This is Captain Thorson. Ready, Lieutenant?
We're ready, Captain. The course is in the integrator for takeoff at 1200 hours.
All right, stand by for acceleration. Bridge to engine room. Fire up your rocket chambers. Take off at exactly 1200 hours. I'll read you off. 30 seconds. 29. 28. 27. 26.
Condition red.
Hold it. Revoke all orders. Who turned in that alarm?
We've uncovered a stowaway, sir.
Stowaway where?
Hiding at sick bay. Dr. Spitzlin found him.
Have him brought up to the bridge. Engine room. Kill your rockets. Stand by.
Thorson, this is Colonel Harrison at ground control. What's holding you up?
Trouble.
What's the matter with you?
What's the matter with you? There's stowaway aboard.
Stowaway?
Yes, I thought your men were supposed to police this base. What's the matter
All
with
right,
you?
Captain, take it easy.
You know what this delay can do to us, don't you? 1 minute late at takeoff can throw us 1,000,000 miles off course. We'll have to reintegrate the whole works.
Well, look, how long do you think it'll take?
Don't bother me for a while. I'm busy here. Stupid idiot. Come in.
Here's your stowaway, sir.
Now, court martial. Charlie.
Can you use a good radio man, Skipper? Oh, I see you two have met. Met? The skipper and me made 50 trips to the moon together. Didn't we, Captain?
Charlie, if you wanted to come along, why didn't you volunteer?
I did, Skipper. They turned me down.
What's wrong with you?
Oh, acceleration bends. They said my arteries wouldn't stand another trip.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
But they're wrong, sir. I got one more good trip in me. Now, listen, Captain. You know these green kids don't know the first thing about space radio operation. You put a man like me on, and I'll be getting you bedtime stories from Mars.
Well, you know the regulations as well as I do, Charlie. I can't take you much as I'd like to.
Colonel Harrison will murder me for this.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I have to put you aground. Tell you what, Charlie. I'll ask Harrison to put you on his ground radio contact. It'll seem as if you're right here with us.
He won't do it, sir.
He better. I'll have him busted to corporal for letting you sneak aboard. You'll be better off, Charlie. Paulson.
Yes, sir.
I'm sending a man down from the bridge. Put him aground. Give him time to clear the launching platform.
Yes, sir.
So long, Charlie. Sorry.
Well, good luck, Skipper.
I thought you were going to have him drawn and quartered.
Been anybody else, I would have, Smitty. But Charlie, well, Charlie's kind of special. He's been with me since my first command. When we began the regular run to the moon. If he wanted to come along this time, well, it's only through loyalty to me.
You know, Lewis, I didn't realize it before, but you're almost human.
Navigation. Lieutenant Collier.
Nav control, Collier.
Lieutenant, how badly we fouled up. Can you recalculate the course, or shall I cancel the takeoff?
I've already plotted a new course on the integrator, sir.
Oh, that's quick work. Are you sure?
Positive, sir.
All right, Collier. Putting it in your hands. We'll blast off from your signal.
Lewis, isn't that a lot of responsibility for a young green officer?
Yeah, but if he can't do his job, I'd rather find out now than at the galactic barrier. Bridge to engine room. Ready your rockets. Prepare to blast off on navigator's signal. How are we doing, Collier?
Coming on the bearing, sir. 4, 3, 2, 0. We've intersected the course vector.
That's good work, Collier.
Course corrected, sir. Ready to go into atomic overdrive anytime you say.
All right, stand by. Now hear this. Prepare for maximum acceleration. Bridge to engine room. Kill your rockets.
Rockets out.
Fire up number 1 cyclotron.
Number 1 ready.
Fire up number 2.
Number 2 ready.
Engineering, withdraw your dampening rods.
Fission chamber ready. Blast tubes are clear.
Ready. Take it on overdrive. How are we doing, Collier?
On course, sir. She's running hot and true.
Well, my compliments, Lieutenant. This job would have done your father credit. He was the best navigation officer I ever saw.
Thank you, sir.
Start your gyros, put her on robot control. All right, the ship is yours, Mr. Collier. If you need me, I'll be in Dr. Smithson's office.
Yes, sir.
Thank young Collier for that. Chip off the old block.
Oh, you knew his father, huh?
Matter of fact, I knew him very well. First-rate spaceman.
Is he the one who,
Yeah, Yeah, he was lost in the galactic barrier on the second ship we sent out to Volta.
Lewis, just what do you think this galactic barrier is?
Your guess is as good as mine, Doc. All I know is that 5 ships have gone into it, and none of them have come back out.
You think it's an it. How about Mestrovic's theory that it's a time warp in space, but that the ships reach it and slip into another dimension?
I think that's rubbish. My theory is that the galactic barrier is nothing more than a radioactive layer of some kind.
What makes you say that?
Well, we know that radar signals bounce off it like they were hitting an invisible glass wall. And we know it destroys our ships and our crews in some way. There's no other logical explanation.
What makes you think we can get through it?
Because we're ready for it. The others weren't. Tire hull is completely shielded with lead. We can crack through any radioactive cloud ever detected. Besides, we're equipped with some new UHF radio devices that should enable us to maintain radio contact with Earth. Nothing can happen. Absolutely nothing.
Who are you trying to convince, Lewis?
Myself, I suppose. Smitty, 5 ships are missing. And men like Prentice and Margetson and young Collier's father. I'm tired of seeing good men fed into that meat chopper.
Then why are we going?
We haven't any choice, Smitty. We're in a race. Kind of race where men and ships are expendable.
Well, at least it won't be boring. I'll have to play physician morale builder and mother substitute for 112 slightly nervous men.
Your morale doesn't sound too good, Doctor.
As morale officer, I can state without fear of contradiction. It's terrible. And something tells me that as we approach that galactic barrier, I'm not going to be alone.
Hello, Earth. Hello, Earth. Captain Thorson of the Star Cloud calling Earth. Star Cloud to Earthbound. Can you read me?
Hello, Star Cloud. Hi, Captain.
Charlie. Well, I see they haven't court-martialed you yet.
No, sir. Thanks to you.
Well, Charlie, it's good to hear you. You can read us the funny papers on Sunday morning.
Right.
How's the signal?
Strong. Clear as a bell.
All right, here's our log report for Colonel Harrison. Ready?
Shoot.
June 2nd, 1987. 4 weeks out from Earth, running true, no radiation, operation normal, still making our approach to the galactic barrier. That's all, Charlie. See you later.
Good luck, Captain. I sure wish I was with you.
How's the morale, Smitty?
Well, the men know we're getting closer to the barrier. They're beginning to show a little tension, Lewis.
How's their physical condition? Any sickness?
About half the crew has come down with space blues.
Badly?
Oh, same as usual. Lips and hands with a bluish cast. Eyes sensitive to infrared.
I don't know. When I first started flying these tin cans, nobody ever heard of space blue.
Well, there's a new theory that is caused by the terrific acceleration of these atomic overdrive ships. The change in gravity affects the circulation.
What do you think?
Oh, I think it's psychosomatic. I've noticed that the same men who get space blues under tension on a ship tend to get blue coloration back on Earth when they're upset. I guess it's an occupational disease of space navigators.
You think it's just nerves, then?
I don't know. But young Collier has a bad case. I think it's tension from overwork.
Maybe he needs some vitamins.
Lewis, when will you realize that vitamins are not a panacea for all the troubles of mankind?
Come in. Oh, Lieutenant Collins.
Sir, I understand you've relieved me from duty.
Dr. Smithson says that you aren't looking very well. I'm giving you a rest.
I feel perfectly able to continue, sir.
Your lips are as blue as Minnetonka.
I'd like to remain at my post, Captain.
Don't be foolhardy, Lieutenant.
I'm not being foolhardy, sir. I have a special personal reason for wanting this expedition to reach Volta.
Your father?
Yes, sir.
You think he might still be alive?
I have to find out what happened, sir.
I think I understand. Very well, Collier. Report back to duty. What's the reading, Paulison?
We're getting a +5 radar bounce now. It's coming off the barrier almost as fast as we send it out.
What's the interval?
0.3 of a second. Shortening steadily. At this rate, we'll hit the wall in the next few minutes.
All right, alert the crew. Sound general quarters.
Now hear this. Condition red. We are now approaching the galactic barrier. All hands to stations. All radiation detectors to be fully manned. Full security will prevail until further notice. That is all.
Paulison.
Aye, sir.
Radar bounces up to +6. We better try to make final contact with Earth. Spark's still trying to raise the base?
Yes, sir, but he's not having much luck. There seems to be some interference. That's the radio room now. Yes? You've got him? Cut in the bridge speaker. The captain will take it from here.
Hello. Star Cloud to Earthbound. Can you hear me, Earth?
Hello, Skipper. I can barely read you. We're getting heavy static from sunspots.
That's not sunspots. We're right on top of the galactic barrier. Stick with us, Charlie. We're switching to the automatic sender now, so you can track us in.
Okay.
If we crack the barrier and come through still in one piece, I'll try to get back to you on the high-frequency band.
Gotcha, Skipper. Don't worry. I'll be waiting.
So long, Charlie.
So long, Star Cloud.
We must be getting awfully close now, Captain. The echo's bouncing back so fast, it's almost beating the signal.
When they coincide, hold onto your hat. That's when we run into the wall.
Any second.
Hold on.
Well, here goes nothing.
Here it comes.
Captain?
Why, nothing happened.
We made it. We made it, Captain. No radiation, no time warp, no nothing. The crew's gone crazy, sir.
Let them. They earned it. Say, Doc, can you break out a few bottles of snake bite serum for medicinal purposes?
I sure can, Lewis.
This calls for a celebration. How's your morale now?
Couldn't be better. How's yours?
Condition
Hey, what?
radiation detected. Condition red. Radiation detected.
Good. Holy mackerel. Look at the needle on that indicator.
Paulison.
I see it, Captain. We're picking radiation like crazy.
What's it like?
It's a strong wave.
What kind is it?
I don't know. It's too long for a cosmic ray and too short for UHF.
All right, track it down. Triangulate it. Make it fast. I want a directional fix.
Yes, sir.
Engine room.
Yes, sir?
We're picking up radioactivity. Is it the fission chambers?
No leak, sir.
Check your gauges.
Nothing here, Captain. Must be coming from outside.
Damage control.
Yes, sir.
Is our lead shield leaking radiation?
Haven't found anything yet, sir.
All right, keep at it. Paulson, how you doing?
I've got a fix, Captain.
Well, what is it?
I have to recheck my figures.
Well, hurry up.
The angle is correct, but I don't...
Come on, man, for Pete's sake.
It's right, sir.
What's right? Speak up. Where's the radiation coming from?
It's coming from inside this ship.
That's impossible.
No, sir. I've checked it twice.
Well, then, there's only one thing left to do. Paulson, get a Geiger counter. We're going to start combing the ship inch by inch.
Ready, sir.
All right, turn it on now.
Yes, sir.
We'll check the atomic guns first. Cut through the officers' quarters to ordnance. Come on.
Wait a minute, sir.
What is it?
The signal's weaker now.
Let's go back. Hold it. Seems strongest right about here.
It doesn't make sense.
Whose cabin is it?
Lieutenant Collier's.
Collier?
It's probably down in nav control, sir.
Try the door.
That's not locked, sir. It's in here, all right. Listen to that counter. Strongest over here.
Open that wall cabinet.
It's locked.
Smash it. All right, shut off the Geiger counter. What do you make of this, Paulson?
It looks like some sort of portable transmitter, sir. Must be foreign manufacture. I don't recognize the calibration symbols at all. Never seen anything like it.
Which raises a small question. What is Lieutenant Collier doing with a transmitter in his cabin?
I don't know, sir.
Well, I intend to find out, Paulson. Get down to nav control. Bring Collier up to the bridge. On the double.
Well, hadn't we better find some way to shut this thing off first?
I know a way. Lieutenant Collier, I'm going to ask a few simple questions, and I want a few simple answers.
Yes, sir.
What were you doing with the transmitter in your cabin?
Transmitter, Captain?
You know nothing about it?
No, sir, I don't.
Do you recognize these calibration symbols?
No, sir.
Can you think of how it might have been placed in your cabin without your knowing it?
No, sir. Unless someone came in while I was on duty.
Would that have been possible?
Why, I suppose if someone had a key...
I found your cabin door unlocked.
Well, I meant a key to the wall cabinet.
I didn't say the wall cabinet.
Well, sir,
You what, Lieutenant? How could you have known it was in the wall cabinet?
I just assumed.
Lieutenant Collier, I find it hard to believe you would lie. Having known and respected your father and having observed the way you handled your job. However, I intend to get to the root of this thing. May I have your wristwatch, Lieutenant?
Sir?
Your wristwatch.
Here, sir.
Paulson, turn on that Geiger counter.
Yes, sir.
Hold this watch next to it.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Lieutenant, if you hadn't any close contact with that transmitter, how do you explain the radioactivity of this watch?
I don't, sir.
I think you'd better. To whom were you sending those signals?
Condition red. Condition red.
There's your answer, Captain.
What is this, Collier?
Alien spaceship approaching. Alien spaceship approaching.
Sound battle stations. Collier, who's aboard that ship? All right, now talk, man.
Very well, Captain. My mission seems complete.
Your mission? Are you admitting that you're an agent of a foreign power?
I am stating it.
What nation?
No nation, Captain.
What?
I am an agent of the Voltan government.
The what?
The government of the planet of Volta.
You're crazy.
Are you so stupid that you think your people are the only ones who can invade another planet?
What do you mean?
We've had agents operating on Earth since 1945.
I don't believe you.
What do you think happened to those 5 ships, Captain? Where do you suppose we got our information, your language, your culture, family background?
But your appearance, you look...
Like Commander Collier? Is that so surprising, Captain? We had a living model.
I ought to kill you.
That would be very foolish. I would advise you to surrender without delay.
Alien ship now coming in ordnance range.
I'll deal with you later, Collier. Paulson.
Sir?
Put this man in irons. Take him away.
Don't worry, sir. We'll take good care of him. Carpenter! Robinson!
Gunnery.
Gunnery Richardson.
What's the range?
10,000 meters. They're closing fast.
Put your guns on radar tracking.
Tracking. Coming on a burn.
Fire. Fire. Richardson, you hear me? Fire. What's the matter down there? Did you hear me? Richardson, answer me.
It's no use to shout, Captain.
Collier.
Yes, Captain.
How'd you get loose? Where's Paulson?
Lieutenant Paulson is dead.
All stations. Lieutenant Collier has escaped. Seize him, man.
Don't waste your breath. Your men can't hear you, Captain.
What?
Those still alive are my men.
You're lying.
No, Captain. Every ship that has ever left Earth was controlled by a Voltan crew.
That's impossible. Those were hand-picked men.
Hand-picked by us.
I don't believe you.
Then why not call for help?
Carpenter, Robinson, Haley, report. Carpenter, Robinson.
You see, Captain, it is quite useless. I would advise you to sit very quietly and do nothing.
It isn't possible. They can't all be dead. Smitty! Dr. Smithson! Smitty, what have they done to you?
Lewis,
Oh, those dirty... Don't talk, Smitty.
Closer. Not much time. Lewis, space blues.
Space blues? What is it, Smitty? What are you trying to tell me?
All men with space blues. Voltan.
Here, let me help you, Smitty.
No, Lewis. Get message back to Earth. Voltan. 5th column. Watch out for space blues.
Smitty. Hello. Star Cloud calling Earthbound. Please, God, let me get through before it's too late. Hello, Star Cloud to Earthbound. Come in, please.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me, Charlie?
Skipper, is that you?
Are you getting my signal?
It's coming in a little louder now, Skip. Keep sending.
Thank God, Charlie. Now listen to me. Not much time. Get word to Colonel Harrison. Crew mutinied. Most of crew members, Voltan.
What?
Voltan.
Spell that.
V-O-L.
Voltans?
That's right. They're from the planet Volta.
Skipper, are you all right?
Charlie, this is serious. They'll be here any second now. Listen. They have a 5th column on Earth. They're planning to invade you.
You don't mean it.
Of course I mean it. Tell Harrison that they're posing as humans. You can detect them by space blues. You got that? Only Voltans get space blues. Charlie, do you hear me?
Space Blue. I get you.
Step back in, Charlie. I'm depending on you now. Warn everybody.
Captain.
They open the door. Come on, Charlie. Tell Harrison that...
Captain Thorson. Hello, Star Cloud. Come in.
What's the trouble, Sergeant?
We're just trying to raise the Star Cloud, Colonel.
Had any luck?
No, sir. No contact.
No contact?
No, sir.
Nearly an hour since they hit the galactic barrier. I don't understand why they haven't tried to get back a message.
No, sir. Neither do I.
All right. I'll take over for a while.
Yes, sir. Go right ahead, sir.
You'd better go out and get yourself some coffee. Charlie, you look a little blue around the gills.
You have just heard No Contact, an adventure in time, space, and the unknown. Dimension X.
Next week, we have a nice, blood-curdling little story that starts with these 2 sentences. The last man alive on Earth sat alone in a room. And then there was a knock on the door, which raises the question, what knocked on the door? Left to its own devices, the human mind supplies a vaguely horrible answer. But it wasn't so horrible, really. You'll see next week when we present Knock.
Tonight, Dimension X has presented No Contact, an original story written by George Lefferts, from the storyline by Lefferts and Ernest Kenoy. Featured in the cast were Wendell Holmes as Captain Thorson, Lawson Zerby as Lieutenant Collier, and John McGovern as Dr. Smithson. Your host was Norman Rose. Music by Albert Berman. Engineer Bill Chambers. Dimension X is produced by Van Woodward and directed by Edward King. Tomorrow, hear Sam Spade. Now, it's Truth or Consequences on NBC.
All right, it's now time for the question of the day, which you can answer in the comments below. And today's question is there a movie that you liked as a kid but now can't stand? I have to say yes. I recently saw Space Jam, which was a movie I loved so much as a kid, I actually wore out the VHS tape I was given for my birthday. But now it just feels like an empty, vapid piece of marketing that doesn't really do either of the talents it was trying to promote any favors, and it doesn't help that Michael Jordan should stick to sports and not try to act. But hey, at least there's Bill Murray in it. He's probably the best thing in the movie. But anyway, what movie did you like as a kid but now can't stand? Let us know in the comments below, and now let's get back to the shows. Fasten your seatbelts. Classic Adventure is coming your way with the air adventures of Jimmy Allen up next.
Jimmy Allen and Speed Robertson are preparing for the climax of their stunt flying for the movies, a gigantic dogfight at night. 2 formations of planes have already taken off. One, a flight of 3 P-38s, was led by Nails Ballou. Harry Phelps, whom Ballou has sworn to get, was supposed to be in the plane piloted by Cliff Banks in P-38 number 14. But the discovery was suddenly made that Cliff Banks was still on the ground. He had gone to the pilot's quarters for a warmer helmet and returned to find the formation already gone. Jimmy, Speed, Banks, and the English ace, Reginald Ramsey, are standing on the edge of the moonlit field, talking in low tones. The same fear grips each of them. Is Harry Phelps in the P-38 flown by Nails Ballou?
I don't see how he could be, Speed. We all know how Harry feels about Ballou well enough to know he would never have gone up with him.
Well, that's perfectly true, Jim, but who is flying number 14? Somebody certainly must have taken Banks' place.
Which ship is Ballou flying, Speed?
Now, just a second, I'll look. Well, he's flying number 16. I'm sure that's the one I told him to fly.
Well, you know, those numbers aren't very large, and they aren't very plain at night. Maybe he got the wrong one.
Not the one in which Phelps was sitting, I'm sure of that.
I don't think so either, Reginald. If Ballou had started to get into the cockpit of number 14, Harry would have jumped out quicker than it takes to tell it.
When the ships took off, I couldn't see the number of the lead ship. Did you, Jim? You were standing here right beside me.
No, I didn't, Speed. But remember you remarked it didn't look as if anyone were riding with the pilot.
Well, perhaps Phelps flew number 14 himself.
No, I don't think so.
Oh, wait just a second. Isn't that the son, Roy Phelps, coming toward us now?
Oh, great Scott. I certainly don't like this. It is Roy. Now, listen, fellas. Let's don't say anything about this. Our fears may be groundless, and there's no use in alarming Roy.
Hello, fellas. Say, when do we take up the MEs? It's about time, isn't it?
Just about, Roy. We should all be getting to our ships in another minute. Where's the rest of our crowd?
They're up the line a little bit, Speed.
Okay. Hey, fellas, come on down here for a minute, will you?
Okay, fellas.
All right, now. You'll gather around here for a second. I'll explain what's wanted. Mr. Stewart's up in the camera ship right now, taking some straight shots as the Mustangs and 47s escort the P-38s over the lines and back. Now, this formation is supposed to attack the 38s as a return from reconnaissance. Jimmy's going to fly the extra ship, and I'll be with him. Ramsey, you'll lead the Messerschmitt formation and follow us.
Very good.
We'll all be considerably above the altitude at which the returning 38s will fly. Now, when I see the camera ship is in the right position, I'll give the signal for you. For you, Ramsey, to lead your MEs in an attack on the Lightnings.
Quite right, Robertson.
Now, just a second, and then we'll get to our ships. I have a slight change to make. Cliff Banks is to fly number 9 instead of Lewis. Okay, that's all. Let's get to the ships.
Hey, wait a minute. Cliff Banks? Is Cliff here?
Why, yes, Roy, I'm here.
Well, I thought you were flying number 14 lighting with Dad.
Well, I decided to make some changes, Roy. I wanted to have Banks here in the Messerschmitt flight.
Well, who's flying number 14 then?
Why, one of the other pilots is, Roy.
One of the other pilots? Well, who? What's all this strange silence about? Why do you hesitate? I asked you before. Why don't you tell me who's flying number 14?
No, Roy, don't get excited. I tell you that one of them...
I know. I see it all now. There's been some kind of a mistake. You didn't want to tell me. You wanted to let me down easy. Dad's in number 14 with Nails Ballou as pilot.
Now, listen, Roy. You know as well as we do that your dad would never get in the same ship with Ballou.
Not if he knew it, but how?
Cliff went over to the pilot's quarters to get a helmet. And when he got back, the 38s had already taken off. We don't know who's flying number 14.
Okay. Dad was right the other day. We should never have stayed around here. He knew something was going to happen.
But, Roy, we don't know that anything has happened.
Oh, yes, you do, Speed. We'll never see Dad alive again.
Oh, we don't know anything of the kind, Roy.
Well, but come on. Let's do something. Why do you all stand there like a bunch of wooden idiots? Let's get into the air. But I'll tell you this. If anything has happened to Dad, it'll be the end of Ballou.
All right, men. To your ships. Come on, Jimmy. I want to talk to you. What's the altimeter show now, Jim?
A little over 11,000, Speed.
Now, that makes us about 4,000 above that formation of clouds. That's just right.
You want me to keep the same direction?
Change your course a little to the east, Jim. Follow along the edge of that layer of clouds. I'm certain Stewart and the other ships will be along there somewhere.
Is Ramsey and his MEs all set?
Yeah, they're cruising along behind us in good shape.
Oh, gee, Speed. Look down there on those clouds. Did you ever see anything more beautiful?
No, Jim. Flying over clouds in moonlight is an experience you can never forget. I'd be able to appreciate a view a little better if I knew who was flying that ship Harry Phelps is in.
Yeah, I've been thinking of that ever since we took off. I'm anxious to pick up these other ships so we can find out.
Hey, hold it, Jim. I think I see a ship below us over there to the right.
Huh? Oh, yeah, I see something, too. Looks like the flames from some short exhaust stack.
Yeah, now I see three more. Those must be the 51s.
Yeah, I see them all right. Shall I keep straight ahead?
No, bank a little bit to the right. The 38s must be down there below them. As soon as I pick up Stewart's camera ship, I'll give Ramsey the signal to attack.
Oh, look, Speed, down there. A little bit farther to the right than the 51s and a little below them. Isn't that the camera ship?
Now, wait a second, Jim. Yeah, you're right, it is. Now, let me see. Where in the dickens are those P-38s?
Oh, I see them, Speed. I just caught the reflection of the moonlight on one of their vents. They're right over there to the left, against that layer of clouds, see?
Yeah, you're right. Hey, they're a swell position for the cameramen to get some good shots. All right, throttle back a little, Jim, and let Ramsey and his MEs catch up with us. I want to be sure he sees those other planes.
Okay.
Yeah, there, that's better. Ramsey's catching up with us fast.
He ought to dive now if he's going to.
I'm giving him the signal now. Yeah, there, he's got it. He sees the 38s. Atta boy, Reginald.
Jiminy, look at those babies dive down. Isn't that a swell sight, Speed? Hey, they're holding a swell formation, too.
Yeah, they certainly are.
When they get down there, they'll be right between the camera ship and those clouds.
Yeah, and the moon's just in the right position. Boy, they certainly ought to get some wonderful shots out of this. All right, Jim, stick your nose down. We'll mix in and help out in the dogfight.
Okay, Speed. Here we go.
Now watch it now, Jim. Those ships are going to go bouncing all over the sky in a second. We don't want to have any collisions around here.
Oh, gee, Speed, look. The MEs have caught up with the 38s. And see, over to the left, there come the 51s, and right back of them, the 47s. Oh, baby, what a scrap this is going to be.
Now hold her steady, Jim. Dive straight down as close as you can.
Man alive. Look at Reginald and his MEs. They're going in from a split V.
Yeah, they're sure putting up a realistic battle. The camera boys ought to like this.
Hey, look, there's the leading 38. See it? I'll dive in just as close as I can.
All right, Jim, but watch it now.
Speed, look. I can see the number on the lead make of that, Speed? It looked as though the pilot was alone when the ships took off, too.
Baloo certainly must be flying number 14 or it wouldn't be in the lead. Maybe Harry Phelps is in one of the other ships.
Well, I certainly wish I knew. Oh, look. There's one of the MEs diving straight for Baloo. Hey, I'll bet that's Roy. He's trying to find out something, too.
Yeah, the formation is breaking up. And here come the 51s and the 47s. All right, now for the big dogfight.
Right. I'll pick out one of the 109s, and we'll really give them a scrap.
Okay, Jim. We got to make the most of this while the camera ship is in position. Up to it. Equipped with smoke and firebombs.
Hey, there comes the camera ship diving at us.
Now, let's see what he wants.
I can see Stewart. He's waving at us.
Oh, I get it. They got all the shots they need. All right, come on, kid. Stick your nose down and dive for that field. We got to find out about Harry Phelps. Well, is everybody down yet?
Everyone but Baloo and a couple of the Mustangs. But I can tell you this. Baloo was flying number 14.
And your dad hadn't shown up yet, huh?
No, and he never will alive.
Who flew the other two ships and nails Baloo's formation?
I did. Hey, look, Speed. Here comes number 14 in now. And it looks as though the pilot is alone.
All right, you guys. Stick around here when Baloo pulls up to the line.
Yep, here he comes.
Is that you, Baloo?
Yeah, wait till I cut this switch. I'll be right there.
All right, Baloo. Where's Harry Phelps?
A most regrettable accident has happened. Phelps was riding in the plane with me, and during the dogfight, when I was on my back just over the clouds, my canopy flew open and tore off, and Phelps accidentally fell out. He disappeared in the clouds below, and I couldn't see whether his parachute opened or not. Then I dove down through, but I couldn't find any trace of him. That's why I'm late.
You're a liar, Baloo. You've murdered my father.
Don't miss the thrilling developments in the next air adventure of Jimmy Allen.
With Fibber, Magee, and Molly next. That sounds good to me.
The Johnson's Wax Program with Fibber, Magee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax Products for home and industry present Fibber, Magee, and Molly with Bill Thompson, Gail Gordon, Arthur Q. Bryan, and me, Harlow Wilcox. The script is by Don Quinn and Phil Leslie. Music by the King's Men and Billy Mills Orchestra. I read in a magazine the other day that color plays a more important part in our lives than we realize. For instance, this article said that bright, gay colors make us feel happier, more cheerful. Well, come to think of it, that's quite true. And I guess that's still another reason why so many women tell me they couldn't do without Glow Coat on their kitchen floors. It's a fact that Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat does make the colors in linoleum seem surprisingly bright and fresh. Then again, the shine you get with Glow Coat is so much brighter, has such a brilliant sparkle. That's because Johnson's Glow Coat now gives you nearly twice as much shine as before. Of course, you can cheer up your kitchen with Johnson's Glow Coat quite easily. Glow Coat dries to a beautiful wax finish without rubbing or buffing. Saves you hours of work because dirt and spilled things wipe up so quickly. Try it, won't you? Brighter than ever, Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
The majority of people hail the telephone as a miracle of convenient communication. But there are some who believe that Alexander Graham Bell should have taken up some other line of work.
like maybe getting sawed in half by a magician. For instance, a phone can be a confounded nuisance when it starts ringing its fool head off while folks are trying to eat breakfast. Such as at 79 Wistful Vista, the home of Fibber, Magee, and Molly.
Why don't somebody leave people alone while we're trying to eat breakfast? That's 4 times somebody's called us between the orange juice and the waffles.
Now, you calm yourself, sweetheart. Anger is bad for the digestion.
Yeah.
And after 7 waffles, you're crowding the bicarbonate department.
I'm coming. Hello. Ouch. What the...
Oh, you stuck your fork in your ear.
Oh.
Put it down, pick up the receiver.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah, this is Magee. Who? Oh, Mort Tooth. Certainly I know tonight's the night we go bowling. My gosh, we've been bowling every Tuesday night since time immemorial. You think you've got to spend a nickel just to tell me about that?
Your breakfast is getting cold.
I'll be right there, Molly. And look, Mort, quit calling me up in the middle of breakfast. Use your brains if you got any. Oh, yeah? I'd like to hear you say that to my face, you big lemon head. Oh, pipe down, you big blabbermouth. That was Mort Tooth's pal of mine.
Another waffle, dearie?
How many I had?
7. There's enough batter left for 1 more.
Anybody here besides us?
No.
You had enough?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take it. Didn't want to be a pig.
Be done in a minute. And as soon as the coffee gets... I'll answer it this time, Magee. Maybe it's...
No, sir. You sit right where you doggone are, Love Boat. Let her ring.
Yeah, but what if it's one
I'm
of the
paying
girls?
for the use of that telephone. That telephone ain't paying for the use of me. Go ahead, ring. Ting-a-ling-a-ling. See if I care. Ish-kabibble. I wouldn't lift a pinky to answer that phone if it was Ralph Edwards himself tipping me off to who was miss.
Oh, you did it, sweetheart. You outweighted them.
You said it. Anytime a handful of hard rubber and copper wire thinks it's going to run my life for me. Wonder who that could have been, Carl.
Well, if it was important, they'll call again. And I must say I admire your fortitude. Just to sit there and let that phone ring.
It took character, all right.
Certainly did.
Betcha.
Particularly when there might have been something really important. Like maybe you won a prize on the Irish sweepstakes.
Huh?
Maybe somebody offering you a big job in Washington.
Oh?
Or maybe you got elected Grand Exalted Double Malted High Chief of the Inner Mysteries of the Outer Gates of the Purple Circle of the BPOE.
Yeah, man. Oh, no. The Elks haven't got any such silly thing as that. Although my name was mentioned rather prominently. Oh, no. It was probably just the wrong number. Don't you think?
No. Frankly, dearie, it sounded like a legitimate call to me. You going to answer it if it rings again?
Yes, I think I taught it a lesson now. Gosh, I wish they would call back, whoever it was. I know a guy lost $8,000 once because he didn't answer the phone when the Pot of Gold program called him. Oh, I'll get it. That's them. They're calling back. Hello?
It was the doorbell, dearie.
Huh? Oh. Come in.
Oh, hello there, Mr. Oldtimer.
Hi, old-timer.
Hello there, kids. See you just about through breakfast. I'll come back later. What time do you have lunch? 12? I'll be back at 11:45, so just have sausage.
Hey, old-timer.
What say, Johnny?
You didn't by any chance try to get me on the phone a few minutes ago, did you?
Not me, kids. Don't catch me squandering my hard-earned nickels just to hear somebody hollering down a piece of wire. I guess I got that from Mama. Mama hated telephones. Couldn't hear a thing on them.
Why not?
We didn't have one. Don't trust telephones myself. My brother had a bad experience with one just last summer.
What happened to your brother, Mr. Oldtimer? Get his knuckle jammed in a return slot?
Nope. Got a wrong number. Trying to call a tall, red-headed number named Gladys, and got a little sweet-talking peroxide number named Elizabeth. Got to talking, made a date, kept it up, got married, and look at my brother now. Tied up for life with a wife and 5 healthy boys.
Hey, wait a minute. 5 boys? He just met her last summer.
Yes, and a lazier bunch of brother-in-laws you never seen, Johnny. No, sir, no telephones for me.
Well, personally, I think we owe a great deal to the telephone, Mr. Oldtimer, culturally. Think of our thousands of artists and sculptors who got their starts carving their initials on the inside of telephone booths. What's a Yankee if he can't doodle?
It's pretty good, daughter, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says to t'other feller, "Say," he said, "just come from a meeting of a bunch of fellers planning to take over the government." "That's so," says t'other feller. "Subversives?" "No," says the first feller. "Republicans." See you later, kid.
Billy Mills and the orchestra and On the Avenue.
You know, Molly, it might have been something pretty important. Might have been from some old friend. Somebody who needs me.
Name one besides me.
Hey, I wonder if it could have been old Fred Nittany.
Who?
Fred Nittany from Starved Rock, Illinois. The guy that I and he used to have a vaudeville act together once. I must have told you about Fred Nittany.
Come in. Oh, it's Mr. Williams, the weatherman. Hello, Mr. Williams.
Hi, Foggy, old man.
Good day, Mrs. McGee, presumably. Good day, Mr. McGee. Slightly cooler.
Say, did you phone us about 9:15 this morning, Mr. Williams?
No, I didn't. At 9:15. Now, let me see. What was I doing at 9:15? Oh, yes, No, I wasn't either. That was later. That was 9:25.
What was?
What I thought I was doing at 9:15. No, I didn't call you, Mr. McGee.
Well, that eliminates Mr. Williams, McGee.
Well, thanks, Foggy. I'll bet you get a lot of phone calls in your racket, huh?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
My telephone calls fall into two distinct categories. One kind starts out, "Will it be okay if we plan a little outing for today?" And the other one goes, "Well, you loused up our picnic again, you rat."
Anyway, Mr. Williams, it must be nice to be a weatherman and know whether or not to take an umbrella when you go out. Personally, I haven't guessed it right in years.
Me neither.
May I tell you a little trade secret? Neither have I. I have umbrellas scattered all over town. Well, I must get home and feed my groundhog. Good day. Probably.
I wonder if he does keep a groundhog.
You know, McGee, I wonder if Lloyd's of London insures Princess Elizabeth against bad weather on her wedding day.
Well, I doubt it, kiddo. Besides, there'd be so much excitement, they wouldn't even notice a tornado. That wedding is sure going to liven things up in Buckingham Palace.
Well, into each rain, some life must fall. That's an old saying I just made up.
Oh, doorbells. Why don't the telephone ring?
Come in.
Hello, Molly. Hiya, pal. Say, why don't you answer your telephone when somebody calls up?
Oh.
So it was you, was it? Gee whiz, Omaha. I've been worrying my curly little head about frantic over that. You see, we were having breakfast.
Breakfast? At 10 o'clock last night?
Oh. Your call was at 10 last night.
You didn't call at 9:15 this morning?
No. Did somebody?
Oh, dear.
Hey, you know, this is getting serious. That phone call could have been from anybody in the world. I might be missing out on something big. Doggone it, why didn't I answer? Oh, what a fool I am.
Hey, pal, look.
Huh?
Lots of changes are being made in radio.
Oh?
Comics are being dropped like dry ice over the Dust Bowl.
Yeah?
Fred Allen is changing sponsors. Television is sneaking up on us. Maybe Racine was calling. What do you think?
Racine, Wisconsin?
Uh-huh.
You mean after all these years?
13 years to be more or less exact, and 13 is not what I would call a promising number.
Well, I'll tell you how we can find out, pal. After all, I'm in this as deep as you.
Yeah.
Hand me the phone, Molly.
Here, Mr. Wilcox.
Thanks. Hello, operator. Long distance, please.
Yeah, tell him we want to find out.
Long distance, I want the president of Johnson's Wax, Racine, Wisconsin. Yes, and would you... Huh? Who? Mert, who?
Oh, that's for me, Junie. I'll take it. Hello, Mert. How's every little thing, Mert? What say, Mert? Your uncle? Oh, that's too bad, Mert. Probably just sensitive. Yeah. A pen-point ball, eh?
Don't you mean a ballpoint pen, dearie?
Oh. He just got out of the pen, and if anybody points at him, he balls. What say, Mert? Oh, much obliged. Hey, Junie, they got Racine for you. Come
Thanks, pal. Hello, Racine. Is this Mr. Johnson? Oh, this is Wilcox, Chief.
Gee, they sure got the Indian sign on him. Eh?
Quiet.
Look, Chief. Magee got a call about 9:15 this morning, and I want... Oh, sure. I always stress the fact that Johnson's glow coat is self-polishing. Well, you think I ought to hit it a little harder, eh?
If he hits it any harder, he'll go right through to the basement.
Hey, Junie, ask
What say, Chief? Oh, yeah, I always say that Johnson's glow coat simplifies housekeeping by protecting the linoleum against dust and dirt and dampness and making still things so much easier to wipe up with a damp cloth. Well, look, Chief, about 9:15 this morning... Huh? Yes, I know. Just pour a little out, spread it around with a long-handled applier, and in 20 minutes or less it dries to a sparkling finish that protects the linoleum with no rubbing and no buffing.
Here. Give me that phone. Hey, Chief, this is Magee speaking. Did you call me this morning at... Huh? Yes, Chief. He always stresses that glow coat is the finest... Oh, sure, Chief. We all do. We're pitching every minute. Right, Chief. Okay, Chief. So long, Chief. Well, it wasn't Racine that called me.
Well, I will say that you boys solved the problem with the least satisfaction and the greatest expense possible.
You'll have the charges transferred to your office phone, I presume, Junior?
Why, certainly not. My office phone is for business calls only. This was personal.
Look, Waxy.
Yes, pal?
I'm beginning to understand how you lasted this long as a Johnson salesman, but I'm puzzled how you lasted this long as a friend. May I make a suggestion?
Pray do.
Go home.
Okay, see you later, folks.
Well, he was a big help. Like a strong wind at a prairie fire, huh?
Now, let me see if the Elks Club didn't call, or Foggy Williams, or Harlow, or Racine. The worst of it is I got a horrible feeling that was a very important telephone call. Maybe Washington was one.
Come in.
Oh, hi, Boomer.
Hello, Mr. Boomer. Do come in.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you. And good day to you, platypus. Nice to walk into a lovely home like this, through the door, getting a little old for windowsills. Find it hard on the knees.
Hey, Boomer, you didn't happen to call me this morning for any reason, did you? I got a phone call.
Banish the thought, plowboy. Can't think of a more wasteful use for a nickel. No, indeed. Did you know the nickel will buy 5 copper pennies, which properly flattened and glued in pairs will serve as quarters in slot machines?
Oh, yeah. Well, I got news for you, Boomer. There aren't any slot machines in Wistful Vista. It's illegal.
He has news for me. You continue to keep the boy at home, my dear. You're doing a good job with him.
Well, thank you, Mr. Boomer.
I've got a pair of those copper pennies right here someplace. If I can just... Pennies. Where did I put those pennies? Here's my autograph book. All millionaires' signatures.
Oh, you collect autographs, Mr. Boomer?
Yes, I do, my dear. Gives me many a pleasant hour in the long winter evenings practicing my penmanship. Us keep busy, you know, always forging ahead. Yes, indeed. Here's a handy little cigarette lighter. Opens up into an acetylene torch. And a fan belt that belongs to a crooner friend of mine. Uses it to belt his fans with. What have we here? Oh, yes. A jar of vanishing cream. Very handy when one is playing cops and robbers with cops.
You're not going to tell us you rub it on yourself and vanish, Boomer.
Not at all, my boy, not at all. You merely round the corner and swiftly drop a guy with the vanishing cream over the sidewalk in front of the pursuer.
Yeah?
Ever see a 200-pound harness bull do a half-gainer into a trash can in full uniform? Very impressive sight, yes, indeed. Oh, well, what do you know? No cop pennies. I've been robbed, victimized.
Oh, dear.
Must get right downtown and report this to the police. Yes, indeed. Horatio K. Boomer has had his pockets picked. Oh, how ironic can life be? Well, don't get up, my dear. I'll open the door.
No, Boomer, not that door.
No, that's the hall door.
Clean out this treasure trove for you one of these days or nights.
The King's Men and Sipping Cider by the Cider Z.
How'd you like to take a journey to a land across the ocean blue? Come and see the arms of whirling mills waving to the sleeping hills. Wouldn't we be gay on a Holland holiday? Cider by the Cider Z, the Cider Z, the Cider Z. Wouldn't it be more than heavenly with you so close to me? Love can be sublime in tulip time, tulip time, tulip time. And suddenly our tulips touch, would I be in Dutch? And if we get the chance, we'll put on our wooden shoes and dance. Our joy will be complete, that'll be a real Dutch treat. Darling, if you say you'll marry me, the soon we'll be a family. Sipping cider by the Cider Z, beside the Cider Z. Sipping cider by the Cider Z, the Cider Z, the Cider Z. Come and sit beside the Cider Z, the Cider Z with me. Sipping cider by the Cider Z, the Cider Z, the Cider Z. Come and sit beside the Cider Z, the Cider Z with me. Hear the little Dutch boy singing, while the little Dutch girl is clinging, and the little Dutch band is swinging. So come along and marry me, and we'll raise a little Dutch family, a boy for you and a girl for me. Sipping our cider by the Cider Z.
Doggone it, Molly, I'm just beat. I'm whooped. Why didn't I answer that phone this morning anyhow? No telling what I might have passed up. Hey, I know what I'll do.
What now?
I'm going down to the phone company. I'll get right at the source of this thing. I'll find out. Grab your hat. Where's my muffler? Where's my overshoes? I'll get...
Now, hold everything, Impulsive. Company. Come in. Oh, hello there, Dr. Gamble.
Good day, my dear.
Hi, Band-Aid.
And how are you today, tall, blonde, and handsome?
Who, me? I'm tall, blonde, and handsome?
Yes, in a short, dark, and repulsive sort of way.
I'm glad you stopped in, Doctor. Did you by any chance call us on the telephone at about 9:15 this morning?
No, I did not.
You positive, Docky? I want to know for sure. I simply got to find out what that call was.
How do you know your telephone rang?
We sat right there and listened to it.
Why didn't you answer it? Or am I too inclined to simplify things?
I didn't want to answer it because I already had answered the dad rabbit thing 4 times and I was getting tired of answering it. You're sure you didn't call me, Doc?
Look, Trowel Nose. From 7:35 this morning until the hour of 8:22, I was engaged in removing the appendix from a wealthy industrialist who will pay unwittingly for removing the tonsils from a newsboy, which took until 9:21, at which time I went to breakfast. Does that answer your question?
Yes, I guess it does.
At last. There's my call. They called me back. Now I'll know. Hello? This is Magee speaking, and the reason I didn't answer the phone before... Huh? Oh, okay. It's for you, Doc.
Thank you. Hello, Gamble speaking. Oh, yes, Mrs. Clatterhatch.
Her again.
What was that, Mrs. Clatterhatch? Well, I've told him a dozen times what to do for that skin irritation. Cut out the starches. Okay, Mrs. Clatterhatch. Goodbye.
Starches in his diet?
No, in his laundry. His neck is all scratched up. Well, I hope you solve your childish problem, child. Good day, my dear.
Good day, Doctor.
Well, that illuminates another possibility. Now I gotta get downtown and see if the phone company has got a record of that call. Get your hat, kiddo. Come on, let's go.
All right, Magee. I'll be right with you. Be sure all the windows are closed and the doors are...
Okay, I'll shut 'em up tight. There goes a good kid. Greatest thing that ever happened to me was the day she decided to ignore everybody's advice and marry me anyhow. Flying in the face of public opinion like that took courage. Oh, now, come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hi, sis. Look, I want to ask you a question. Did you or did you not call me on the telephone at 9:15 this morning?
Yes.
You did?
No.
You didn't?
Yes.
Now, wait a minute. Can't you answer a straight question, yes or no?
Not if you can't ask one, I betcha.
Huh?
You asked me if I did or did not, yes or no. You can't answer that question, yes or no.
Well, you can't. Let's start over.
Okay. Hi, mister.
Hello, Teeny. Say, did you call me up this morning at 9:15?
Why?
Doggone it, why do you have to be so exact? Look, say, this is very important to me, sis. Please, did you call me up this morning?
No.
No.
No, I didn't call you up, mister.
Oh.
I was in school at 9:15 this morning.
Oh, I see.
I got a prize today for being tardy.
A prize for being tardy?
Sure. I had the neatest desk in the whole school.
You mean tidy?
That's what I said. I always keep my desk tidy.
That's a very good trait, sis. How do you keep your desk so neat?
Oh, I got a system, mister. I worked it out.
Yeah?
I just take all my books and Crayolas and pen wipers and comics and dolls and stuff.
And pile them up neatly?
No, I shove them in Willie Toops' desk. Why is his desk a mess? So long, mister.
That's all, Teeny. She's cute. Hey, Molly, hurry up. I want to get downtown to the phone company. Come on.
Here's the phone company, dearie. Come on.
Yeah, we got here quick. Boy, oh boy, I hope they got a record of that call. My gosh, I should have thought of this thing early this morning, Molly. I might have been in touch with Washington or whoever it was by now and had the whole...
Yes. Now, let's see. I wonder which window we go to ask
Good
about it.
afternoon. Can I help you?
Now, that all depends, sis.
We don't know just what department we want, you see.
I am Miss Eager in customer relations. I'll be very happy to direct you.
Well, I'm glad to know you, sis. We're Mr. and Mrs. Fibber Magee. I'm Mr. Magee, and my wife here is Mrs. Magee.
How do you do, I'm sure.
Look, sis, we live at 79 Wistful Vista, and I got a phone call this morning, something important, and it stopped ringing before I could get to answer it.
Yes, and we were wondering if your office might have a record of the call or something. I realize it's pretty unusual,
Well, just sit down here a moment, please, and I'll see what I can find out for you. Now, what time was the call?
9:15, sis. I marked down the time because...
And your phone number is...
Wistful Vista 1073. You see, we always have breakfast...
Mr. Magee, I'm delighted to say that I have that call right here on this list.
You have?
Wonderful.
My gosh, sis, what was it? Who called? What about?
I called you myself.
What? You did?
Yes. We're conducting a survey of our subscribers, Mr. Magee. And at exactly 9:15 this morning, I called to ask you if your telephone service has been completely satisfactory. Has it?
Yes. Yes, the service has been splendid. Thank you for inquiring. Very courteous gesture. Thank you. And may we wish you a very Merry Christmas and happy to get out of here.
Fibber and Molly return in a moment. You know, when you enter a home where the floors, furniture, and woodwork are wax protected, the first thing you notice is how beautiful it all is. Well, it's a fact. Nothing adds quite the same beauty as wax. Think about it for a moment, and you'll realize that package of Johnson's wax on your shelf is not just a product, it's a method of housekeeping. A means of protecting all kinds of surfaces in your home. It's a way to save yourself hours of tedious housework all year long and have a clean, shining home that your friends will envy. You see, when you apply Johnson's wax, you add an invisible film of tough protection, a film that wards off dirt and spill things and is easy to dust because it's hard and dry. When you polish that wax film, your floors and furniture glow with rich, mellow beauty. Add to that the 100 extra uses for this wax throughout your home, and you'll understand what I mean by wax housekeeping with Johnson's wax, paste or liquid. There's nothing else like it to bring out the beauty of the home.
Look on the bright side, shine up the right side, bring out the beauty of the home.
You know, Magee, I'm awfully glad that phone call wasn't from Washington with a big job for you.
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't mind being an ambassador or something in the diplomatic service.
Oh, you'd be fine, dearie, with all those diplomats.
You betcha.
But I'd get pretty tired having teas every day for the diplomatists. Diploma... Say, what do you call a diplomat's wife, anyhow?
Mrs.
Oh.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
This is WMAQ-NBC in Chicago.
John Madden's Super Bowl special has been brought to you in part by your toy.
Coming at you with CounterSpy next.
David Harding, CounterSpy, presented by the makers of Old Nick and Bitter Honey candy bars. And today, for the last time on this program, we present our special money-saving offer of a stainless steel slicing knife for you folks who enjoy delicious Old Nick and Bitter Honey candy bars.
We offer a 13-inch stainless steel slicing knife guaranteed to equal knives selling at 75 cents to $1.
Sent to you for only 25 cents, with 2 wrappers from either Old Nick or Bitter Honey candy bars. Here's where to send your order. Send to Old Nick, Box 144, New York 8, New York.
We'll repeat the address later, so have pencil and paper ready. Get the address correct, because this is the last time this offer will be made on the David Harding CounterSpy program.
Washington, calling David Harding, CounterSpy. Washington, calling David Harding, CounterSpy.
Harding, CounterSpy, calling Washington.
David Harding, Chief, United States CounterSpies, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad, and to secure for every American the rights which are his under our Constitution.
Aunt Mary, you haven't gone yet, have you? Aunt Mary, where are you?
In here, child. What's the matter?
Oh, thank heavens. Oh, gee, I was afraid you'd leave before I got home, and I've got something for Uncle Bill.
Oh?
Wait, I'll show you. There.
A picture of you.
Of course, it's kind of glamorous, but still it looks more like me than any of those old ones you sent him.
It's really lovely.
Now, at least Uncle Bill will recognize me when he sees me for the first time.
I'm sure he would anyway.
Aunt Mary, do you think he'll look the same?
The same as what, Anne? You've never seen him.
Well, I mean, will he look the same to you?
Yes, I think he will.
2 years can change a person a lot. Look at me.
I wonder.
You wonder what, Aunt Mary?
Oh, nothing, Anne. Now, I expect to be gone until Friday, but if the boat should be late getting in, I'll send you a wire.
Oh, don't worry, Aunt Mary. It's only 4 days. I can take care of myself. I'm a big girl now.
Yes, of course you are. A young lady. Well, I'd better be going, or there'll be no one there to meet your Uncle Bill, and I don't think he'd like that.
This is a general alarm for Rick Malone, escaped federal prisoner serving a 55-year term for bank robbery. He may be armed, is considered dangerous. He is 5 feet 10 inches tall, blonde hair and blind in right eye. Left eye blue. Bridge of nose broken. 3-inch knife scar along left side of face. All information about this man is to be transmitted to CounterSpy headquarters. We are coordinating the nationwide search for escaped federal prisoner Rick Malone. CounterSpy headquarters, Peter speaking. Oh, good work, Foley. Give them the usual distribution. Send about 20 copies over here.
The wanted circulars printed already?
Right, Mr. Harding. They ran off an extra 5,000 copies.
Good. Any results on the woman who visited Malone?
Not so far, Chief. We've got 4 agents trying to pick up her back trail.
And what about the letters he smuggled out through that guard he bribed?
Well, that's a funny thing. As far as the guard can remember, they all went to South Africa.
What?
Cape Town, South Africa. I've wired Johnson, our agent in the consulate, there to check on it. Nothing back yet.
South Africa, huh? You alert our seaport officers?
Yes, just in case. But I don't think Malone will try to leave the country, Chief. His face is too easily identified. And bad eye, the scar, they should make it a lot easier for us to pick him up.
Well, not too easy, I hope.
What do you mean?
We recovered practically none of the $250,000 he was convicted of stealing. I'd like him to find that for us before we find him.
That water tower we just passed, Mary, means that we should be getting close to Caldwell, huh?
Another couple of minutes, Bill.
Then we should be coming to that ledge you described.
Just past that curve up ahead on the left side of the road.
Oh,
You're going through with the whole scheme, Bill.
of course I am. How long do you think I'll be free if this face of mine stays the way it is? Why do you think I had you set up house here with that kid of my brother's?
Suppose something goes wrong. Suppose Dr. Franklin can't do anything for you.
I've read all about him. He can.
What if he suspects something?
If you've played your part all right for the last 2 years, he won't. As far as he's concerned, I'll be just Bill Gordon, turning home to his beloved wife, Mary. That cute little niece, Anne.
They'll have descriptions of you all over the country by now. He may recognize you. Slow down, Bill. There's the ledge.
Slow down nothing. Hang on.
Bill, we'll go over the edge. Bill.
Did that purposely, Mary, so the cops would see the skid marks. Uh-huh. Yeah. It's perfect, Mary. I can work myself down to that ledge. And you know what to do with the car. Don't forget to leave it in high gear before you jump. I spent 3 years in the pen for that dough I stashed away. I'm not going to lose out on it for 3 hours of pain. When I get through working over my face with my knife, even you won't recognize me.
Please, Aunt Mary, don't cry.
I should never have let this happen.
Oh, you can't help accidents. Uncle Bill will be all right.
Why are they so long? Why don't they tell us something?
Miss Gordon, I have good news for you.
He'll be all right, Dr. Franklin?
Yes, it'll take a little time, but when we're finished, he'll be better than you.
Well, when will he be able to come home, Dr. Franklin?
Well, he can go home in a few days if you get a nurse to take care of him.
That soon?
Oh, I'll take care of him.
Well, I'm sure you would, but we'll need a little bit more expert care than that. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to talk to your aunt for a minute.
Oh, of course, Doctor.
Dr. Franklin, is there anything
Oh, no. I just want to clear up this point of sending him home. You see, he'll still be under my care for several months to come. His case requires extensive plastic surgery.
There'll be operations?
There's quite a few, and he'll have to heal completely between each one. He can do that just as well at home.
Oh, we'll see that he's well taken care of.
One thing more, about his eye.
Yes?
I doubt if there's any sight left, but I'll have an eye specialist look at it. Then we'll see what we can do.
Thank you, Doctor.
And this is going to be a most interesting case. Oh, by the way, about a nurse. Will it be all right if I send out a young woman who's worked with me on a number of cases?
Whatever you say, Doctor.
Her name's Jane Wilton. I think her salary is either $10 or $12 a day. I'll send her around as soon as I send Mr. Gordon home.
Here they are, Chief. The coordinated reports on the Malone escape.
You've gone through them?
Yes, I can give you a fast briefing on it.
Yes, go on. It'll save time.
Well, first, there's the general alarm and description that was broadcast.
Yes.
We got 4 reports that fit a definite pattern.
Huh?
All from diners and roadside stands.
Mm-hmm.
2 on Highway 28 and 2 on Highway 55. And the sequence indicates that if it was Malone, he's heading west and north in the general direction of Ohio and Illinois.
Yes. Well, now, what about those letters to Cape Town, South Africa that Malone smuggled out?
I just got a cable from Johnson in the consulate there. I'll read it to you.
Good.
He says, check on address here. It is commercial mail drop. For a fee, they mail letters from South Africa to any part of the world. Their records incomplete. Wiring list of 14 American addresses they forward mail to. Cable if additional information is desired, Johnson.
And the addresses come in?
Yes, here they are.
Mm-hmm. You'll have them all investigated.
It's already being done on all but 2 of the addresses, Chief.
Right.
I thought we might look into those ourselves.
Oh? Which ones?
Caldwell, Ohio, and Evanston, Illinois. They're both directly in line with the route Malone may be taking if those reports are true.
Well, it's a cinch he won't come to Washington, so we may as well get out into the field. Arrange transportation to Caldwell. We'll direct operations from there until further notice.
We'll continue our David Harding CounterSpy case for Old Nick in a moment. Today, for the last time on this program, we repeat our special money-saving offer of a stainless steel slicing knife. Thousands and thousands have sent in for this knife. Many people have sent in a second time. I know you won't want to miss it. So remember, this is our last offer. You'll want to pay special attention and act right away. We offer you a helpful, handy slicing knife, nearly 13 inches long, with a blade of gleaming lifetime stainless steel. And notice this especially. The blade is hollow ground. Hollow grinding is a process which is usually found only in knives costing $2 or more. Yet, you can get this knife for only 25 cents with 2 wrappers from delicious Old Nick or Bitter Honey candy bars. Yes, to get your stainless steel slicing knife, just send 25 cents in coin with 2 Old Nick or Bitter Honey wrappers to Old Nick, Box 144, New York 8, New York.
Old Nick, Box 144, New York 8, New York.
We can make this offer only through special arrangement with a famous cutlery manufacturer who has a new secret process by which stainless steel can be successfully hollow ground. We guarantee that this stainless steel slicing knife would compare favorably with knives costing 75 cents to $1, even without the special process hollow grinding. But hollow grinding gives this knife longer life, a keener edge, and greater usefulness. So when you send in, you're really getting an outstanding bargain buy. Now remember the address. Old Nick, Box 144, New York 8, New York. For each stainless steel slicing knife you want, send us 2 wrappers from either Old Nick or Bitter Honey candy bars and 25 cents in coin. This is the last time this offer will be made, so act immediately. Be sure you get your stainless steel slicing knife. Send your order today. Now, back to our Old Nick David Harding CounterSpy case.
Miss Wilton.
Yes, Anne.
My uncle wants you.
I'll be right with him. You keep him company till I come.
I don't think he likes my company.
Now, Anne, you've got to understand. It's not comfortable being wrapped up in bandages the way your Uncle Bill is. You have to make allowances if you want to be a nurse.
I'm not sure that I do anymore.
Just because your uncle's a little bit irritable.
Oh, I'd rather be an airline hostess. Travel, go everywhere like Uncle did.
Then I'll get you anyway. Most airline hostesses are registered nurses.
Miss Wilton, Mr. Gordon asked for you.
Oh, I was just going into him. Now, Anne, keep an eye on that broth.
What was that all about, Anne?
Oh, I was just talking to Miss Wilton.
About being a nurse?
Yes.
I think it's a wonderful idea. It'd be nice to do something useful in this world.
I suppose so.
When your uncle's better, we'll see. Maybe there'll be enough money to send you to college so you can take up nursing.
Oh, but you don't have to go to college. Being a high school graduate's enough.
Oh?
Anyway, I don't think Uncle Bill would care enough to send me to college.
Well, what do you mean, Anne, darling?
Oh, nothing.
Mrs. Gordon, Mr. Gordon would like to see you.
Right away. Anne, you stay here. I want to talk to you afterwards. How is he?
Splendid. He's coming along fine. Just a little bit impatient. Oh, that's good. I'll get his broth.
Close the door, Mary.
All right. What's the matter, Bill?
I'm just going nuts sitting around here.
This is your idea.
It's so dead and quiet. Worse than the pen. There, at least, they keep you from leaving. Here, you gotta be your own guard.
And you're not a very good one, Bill.
What do you mean?
Anne, you ought to treat her more like an uncle should.
Well, I can't stand the brat. I never did like kids.
You told me to get her when your brother died.
Yeah, sure. So you could set up a respectable front in this burg. And I'm not sorry I did. No one's going to connect a nice Mr. and Mrs. Gordon and their lovely niece with Rick Malone.
I thought we were forgetting Rick, burying him.
Of course we are. What do you think I'm putting up with all this for?
But the burial is only skin deep. Is that it?
What?
Nothing. I saw Dr. Franklin.
Yeah? What'd he say about the eye?
He's going to start on it next week.
Well, can he match the color? Am I a good one?
He says he can.
Oh.
Something about restoring the color by tattooing.
No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. That part I know. Read about it every day for 3 years. How we could make a bad eye look just like a good one by tattooing in the color.
Is that why you picked this town? Because Dr. Franklin practiced here?
Sure, of course. You know, after he does that, maybe we can pull out. And that's the big thing the cops will spot on me, my eye. With that fixed, we can blow this burg, start enjoying that dough.
Enjoying it?
You bet. Yeah, I'll make up for these 2 years that you were buried in this hick town.
All right, Bill. Only you're making up for the wrong years.
Looks like we're on the right track, Mr. Harding. Those letters from South Africa went to a Mrs. Mary Gordon and her niece, Anne. They supposedly came from her husband, Bill, who's been abroad for 2 years.
2?
Yeah, I checked. Malone was in the pen for 3, but Mr. Gordon just came back a few days ago.
Did you see him?
Sure.
Well, was it?
Chief, for all I know, he could be a dark horse candidate. His whole head is wrapped in bandages. Nobody in this town has seen him. He was in an automobile accident just before he arrived.
Yeah, that'd be a nice cover-up for plastic surgery.
I checked with the local office of the Highway Patrol. There were skid marks on the hill road.
How about the car?
Pretty thoroughly banged up, but still in high gear. Then I talked with the ambulance boys who had to remove Gordon from the ledge. They said his face looked like it had been through a meat grinder.
Who's the doctor?
Dr. Carl Franklin.
Franklin? Oh, isn't he the plastic surgeon, the one who specializes in the new method of hiding scars by tattooing?
Might be, Chief. I don't know anything about that.
What about Mary Gordon?
There's no good description of the woman who was with Malone, so I've wired the prison to send along a guard who could identify her.
Oh, good. And check with the state and immigration authorities on the Gordon passport.
Right.
You know, I'd like to get a look at Mr. Gordon.
Well, we can hardly go in and rip off his bandages just on suspicion. I could speak to the doctor.
No, I'd rather not tip our hand. Is Gordon at the hospital?
No, he's home. There's a registered nurse taking care of him.
Nurse, huh?
Yeah, but asking her would be the same as asking the doctor.
No, perhaps not if we didn't ask her directly.
What do you mean?
Do you know if she was in the Army during the war?
I think so. I could find out.
Yes, do that. Find out what outfit she was with, who she knew in it, and everything you can about her Army career.
What for?
Because you're going to pose as an ex-member of her outfit. Take her out, talk about old times. We may be able to parlay your conversation into a positive identification of Malone.
This has been a wonderful dinner, Mr. Peters. I'm glad you called me before you left town. I don't know when I've enjoyed myself so much.
Well, reminiscences are always fun, Miss Wilton.
Well, it's good to know that everyone in the 97th Evacuation Hospital is making out so well.
Well, you seem to be doing all right.
That's an understatement. There are more nurses now than ever before in the country, and still there aren't half enough to take care of all the work there is.
Don't tell me you have to go back on duty again tonight.
Oh, no. Well, the patient I'm taking care of is a lovely niece. She pinch hits for me nights.
Oh?
I'll make a nurse out of her yet.
Not afraid of competition?
Competition? Heavens, no. The more, the better. It just makes it easier all around. Oh, but I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?
Well, I have to be leaving soon. Oh, by the way, I knew there was something I forgot. I've got some pictures here of the old 97. I took them after you left the outfit, but you know some of the people, and I thought you might like to see them.
I'd love to.
Now, let's see now. Here's one of Craigie.
Mm-hmm.
He's gotten a little fatter since he's out of uniform.
Oh, he's not the only one. Oh, that's Doris. Still as blonde as ever.
Yeah?
Oh, for heaven's sake, this picture.
Huh? Oh, that one. He's just a friend of mine. He wasn't with
I
the
know. He's my patient.
What?
Of all the coincidences.
You mean you know Bill Gordon?
Why, certainly. He's the case I'm on now. Of course, since the accident, he's changed, but I recognize the picture easily.
Well, what do you know?
Your having his picture is somewhat reassuring. His attitude's a little, well, gruff.
Hmm?
But I guessed it was just the accident. I'll have to tell him about this.
Tonight?
Oh, it can keep until morning. I'm off duty now.
Well, maybe I'll stick around and see him myself.
You know him well?
Not as well as I'd like to. I'd better arrange for hotel accommodations if I'm going to stay over. If you wait, I'll see you home.
Don't bother. I don't live far from here.
All right. And thanks for a very interesting evening.
Come in.
Oh, Mrs. Gordon. Is he awake?
Yeah, of course I am. What do you want?
I'm sorry to disturb you. I didn't see you standing at the window. I forgot a book I was reading and came back for it.
Forget it.
Thank you. Oh, I thought you'd be interested in knowing there's a friend of yours in town.
What?
A friend? Yes, I had dinner with him. We had mutual friends. He had your picture in his wallet.
My picture?
What was his name? Mr. Peters. He said he'd probably call tomorrow.
Aunt Mary,
Shut that kid up, Mary.
Well, please, Miss Wilton, stay with Anne for a few minutes. I want to talk to my husband.
Certainly, Mrs. Gordon.
You know what this means, Mary?
Yes.
Coppers, they traced me. I don't know how, but they did.
They always will.
Got to get out of here.
What's the use, Bill?
I'll tell you what's the use. 3 years of stir. I ripped my own face. I figure everything so I can enjoy that $250,000. I'm going to do it if I have to kill half the cops in the country.
I was hoping you might forget that money.
What?
That you might like this kind of living with the kid and everything.
Oh, you're nuts. Hey, you're talking like some Gingham and Rose's house frog.
Why not? I've been living like one for the past 2 years. Bill, why don't
Shut
you
up.
get...
Shut up. A car just stopped outside.
Bill, if you gave back the money, maybe they'd...
2 guards. They're law. You can smell them from here.
You can't
Talk. I would have gone except for your talk. Miss Wilton, Anne.
What are you going to do, Bill?
You'll see. I'll see, too, if these coppers start coming up that walk.
We'll return to our Old Nick David Harding CounterSpy case in a moment. You know, friends, this is the last time that David Harding CounterSpy listeners will hear our outstanding offer of stainless steel slicing knives. So if the lady of the house isn't listening now, be sure you tell her about this offer. Or better still, send in for one for her. Remember, this is an extra useful slicing knife guaranteed to compare with knives costing 75 cents to $1. Because of a new secret process, we've been able to have this knife hollow ground, a feature usually found only in knives costing $2 or more. But we offer this slicing knife to you for only a quarter, with 2 wrappers from Old Nick or Bit of Honey candy bars.
Our slicing knife has a blade that is gleaming stainless steel, hollow ground with a razor-sharp edge. Hollow ground by a special exclusive process to keep its sharpness for a long, long time. The handle is polished blonde hardwood, designed to fit your hand smoothly and comfortably with a non-slip grip. You'll be proud to use it as a carving knife at your nicest dinner party.
And your stainless steel slicing knife will stand up for years of hardest kitchenware. It's stronger, it's extra sharp, it's extra useful. You may want 2 of these fine knives, so here's what to do. For each stainless steel slicing knife you want, send in 2 Old Nick or Bit of Honey wrappers with 25 cents. Please use coin. Do not use stamps or checks. Send to Old Nick, Box 144, New York 8, New York.
Old Nick, Box 144, New York 8, New York.
Send your orders now, because this is the last time we will make this offer. Send in today. Now, back to our Old Nick David Harding CounterSpy case.
Looks quiet enough, Chief. Just a nice suburban home.
Yeah. Well, as long as he's not expecting us, let's go.
Look, Duck Chief. Over here, behind this tree, Peters. Thought he wasn't expecting us.
That just shows how wrong you can be.
It's going to be a tough one.
Listen, coppers. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Malone. Better give yourself up.
I've got one good eye, two good guns. Don't worry about me.
Malone, we're United States CounterSpies. We'll have a squad of men out here in 5 minutes. You haven't got a chance of getting out of there.
I make my own chances. Now get this, get it straight. I got 2 dames in here. A nurse your stooge talked to and my darling little niece. I'm coming out with both of them. First move you make, I kill them. You hear me? I kill them. Now take it from there, copper.
You're crazy, Bill. You can't do it.
Shut up, Mary. You're out of this now.
Aunt Mary. Mrs.
Go
Gordon.
and start moving, you two.
I won't let you do it, Bill.
Get out of my way, Mary.
No.
Okay. Come on. You start moving.
Bill, don't.
So help me, if you two don't move, I'll kill you right now.
Aunt Mary, no. No. Mrs. Gordon, don't.
What?
Goodbye, Bill.
How is she, Chief?
Not good.
What about that girl, Ann? She didn't know anything about it at all, hmm?
No.
She really Malone's niece?
Yes? Only Malone's real name actually was Gordon. He planned to kill the character of Malone and live off the stolen money as Gordon.
Why all this elaborate front involving the kid in it?
Well, Dr. Franklin is one of the few men that could treat Gordon's eye so that it wouldn't give him away.
Oh?
Mary Gordon spent 2 years building up respectability so that Franklin would have no hesitation in treating Gordon.
But she liked the part she'd been playing more than the part she'd been living.
Enough so that she resisted Malone to protect the nurse and the girl. And when that wasn't enough, she used his second gun to kill him.
Mr. Harding, will you come in, please?
Of course, Miss Walton.
She wants to talk to you.
Please, Aunt Mary, don't talk. Just rest.
Mr. Harding, the money Bill hid, there's a reward for it.
By the insurance companies.
Would Anne get it?
I don't know.
Please, Aunt Mary, don't talk. I don't want anything but you.
Bill, in his gun, there's a paper. It tells about the money.
No, Aunt Mary. No, I won't touch it. I don't want it. I want you.
You know, I can't promise anything about a reward, but...
I don't want to leave her alone.
Mrs. Gordon, don't tax your strength. I promise you she'll be all right. I owe you. Well, I'll look out for Anne. She'll be all right. I swear it.
So will you, Aunt Mary. So will you.
I'll see that she goes to school. I promise you we'll stay together.
Aunt Mary! Aunt Mary!
Miss Welton, you'd better take her with you. Peters will drive. I'll wait for... Well, I'll stay here.
And now we're happy to present the first Army surgeon, Brigadier General Guy Blair Dennett.
I'd like to talk with our young women who will be graduated this month from secondary schools all over the country. And I'd like to have your mothers and dads listen too, because this concerns your future and the future health and well-being of America also. We here at the First Army are proud to speak for the National Student Nurse Recruitment Program and its campaign to enroll 50,000 student nurses into civilian hospitals this year. I can tell you that the need is great, that while more young women are entering the profession than ever before, the patient load in our hospitals has increased faster than the available supply of nurses. I can tell you from my own observation in war and in peace about those things that set a nurse apart from the young woman who is content with just a job. If you have ever watched the capable hands, the courage, and the clear mind of the nurse as she ministers to a child, to a soldier brought from the battlefield, to the man or woman who is helpless, you will know what I mean. So I say to you young women, consider seriously the many spread opportunities in nursing and the opportunity to work with those who are making medical history.
Thank you, General Dennett. And our appreciation to the American Hospital Association and to the Advertising Council for their cooperation.
Tonight's David Harding CounterSpy case was dramatized by Palmer Thompson with music by Jesse Crawford and featured Mandel Kramer and Bryna Rayburn. David Harding CounterSpy is a Phillips H. Lord production originating in New York for the makers of Old Nick and Bitter Honey candy bars. Now, a listening reminder. Predictions and inside Washington stories. That's what Drew Pearson brings you every Sunday night. Hear Pearson tonight over this ABC station. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Hey, I avoid sugar. That makes me feel good about me.
To Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
What do you need? You need lots of dollars during sicknesses. You need lots of dollars for an accident. You need the kind of protection that only Mutual of Omaha sells. What do you need?
You need health insurance that offers you maximum benefits at minimum cost. Mutual of Omaha Income Protection Insurance with the unusual lifetime benefits feature. Add this long-term protection to your group coverage and save up to 54%, depending on your age and type of group coverage.
Here's what you need.
You need to get the most for your health insurance dollar by insuring with Mutual Benefit Health and Accident Association. For maximum benefits at minimum cost, call your local Mutual of Omaha agent in the Yellow Pages or write Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska.
Write for details on the low-cost, practical protection you need. You can save up to 54% when you add Mutual of Omaha protection to your group coverage. Write Mutual of Omaha, Omaha, Nebraska.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon.
Take it easy, Chester.
But there's been a train robbery, Mr. Dillon, about 5 miles east. They held up the baggage clerk and got away with $50,000 in Double Eagle.
Well, when did you hear about it?
Just now, when number 7 pulled into the station. You got to get over there right away.
And I guess they'll wait. Dodge City's the end of the line.
Well, yes, sir, I know
Anybody
that.
say how many were in on it?
3, according to the clerk, all wearing masks. They snuck aboard when the train stopped for water at Cottonwood tanks. Made them cut the rest of the train loose and go on with just the engine and the baggage car. Had horses waiting down the track somewhere. You ought to get over at the depot, Mr. Dillon. The baggage clerk shot pretty bad.
Shot? Now, why didn't you say so?
Yeah, and another thing. They cut the wire so the train crew couldn't telegraph ahead. Same old story, Mr. Dillon. You'd think them bandits would figure out some new way.
Why? This one usually works.
I said to keep that mob out of this baggage car.
They're out, Doc.
Huh? Well, who are you? Oh, I didn't know it was you, Matt.
How is he?
He caught one through the lung. I wouldn't give you a plug nickel for
Yeah.
it.
I want to find out where it happened.
I can tell you exactly, Marshal.
How?
About 100 yards east of milepost 314. It's on the curve where the line swings in toward the river bottom.
You one of the passengers?
Oh, I'm a legal agent for the railroad and for the bank that owns that money. My name is Crocker, J.L. Crocker. And I want immediate action on this matter. I want that money back at once. And I want the guilty parties brought to justice.
Are you getting all this, Chester?
Yes, sir. I'm making mental notes.
Well, now, Marshal, I don't believe you quite understand who I am.
Sure, you're the legal something or other for somebody, and you're bothering me. Now, will you stand back? Doc, is there any chance of talking to him?
Well, you can try.
All right. Mister, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Did you recognize any of them?
No. Wore masks. Only one said anything. Gave all the orders. He's the one who shot me. Man, about 50.
Is that all you can tell me?
I don't feel so good, Marshal. I think I...
That's it, man.
Yeah. Chester, go get our horses saddled up. We'll ride out to milepost 314. With luck, we can get there before dark. Maybe pick up their trail some way.
Aren't you? Oh, no, Marshal, in my opinion, you ought to form a posse and go after these criminals.
Mr. Crocker, I don't care about your opinions.
I think I'll have a little talk with your superiors when I get back to civilization.
Good. Find out what's happened to my checks. I haven't been paid for 2 months.
The following message is brought to you by the Savings and Loan Foundation.
Where you save
Does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference. Save more, have more.
and more.
At Savings and Loan.
Yes, your dollars get good earnings at Insured Savings and Loan Associations. People like you are receiving over $700 million right now. It's money their money has earned. You can do it too.
Where you save does make a difference.
Join the millions of thrifty people who make a profit on their savings at Insured Savings and Loan Association. Now's the time to start an account. Or add to the one you have at your nearby Insured Savings and Loan. Remember,
Where you save
Does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference.
Where you save
Does make a difference. Save more, have more.
and more.
At Savings and Loan.
Chester, pull up a second.
Yes, sir. Reckon they've heard us yet?
And they don't show it. Both of them are still working around the campfire, paying no attention. Fixing supper, I guess. A man and a young boy.
Must be homesteaders on the move. I've never heard of bandits hightailing it in a covered wagon. Besides, there's only 2 of them. 3 men held up the train.
Yeah, I know. Now let's ride on down to the fire.
Well, now, howdy, strangers.
Evening.
Climb down and sit. Have some supper ready here in a spell, such as this. Keep your eye on that coffee, Jerry.
I'm watching it, Pa.
You men pushing cattle?
No, hunting killers.
What?
Had a train robbery this morning. Now, I'm a U.S. Marshal out of Dodge. My name's Dillon.
Proud to know you, Marshal Dillon. I'm Dan Everly. This is my boy, Jerry.
How are you, sir?
Jerry, how are you?
Well, we're heading for Dodge ourselves. How far we got to go yet?
About 9 miles. You planted a homestead?
That's right. Had a place back at Newton, but it didn't do so good. So, somebody robbed a train.
Mm-hmm. 3 of them. Got away with $50,000 in gold. Have you met anybody today?
No, nary a soul.
Now, Marshal, you just rest yourself there now, and we'll have some side meat and hominy in a few minutes.
Oh, fine, thanks.
Yeah, you got enough there, Jeremy.
This is it, Chester. We found them.
These two? How do you figure?
They're horses. Saddle stock, never meant to haul a wagon. And the third one's over to the right in that thicket covering us. Saw a glint on his gun barrel.
What do we do?
Move fast. You roll to the left, draw, and cover the two by the fire, and I'll take the one in the brush. You got it?
Yes, sir.
All right, then. Now.
Don't move, you two. You're covered.
You there in the brush. Come out with your hands up.
Now, wait, Marshal. Don't shoot.
All right, then. Tell him to get out here with his hands up.
They got us. There's no use fighting. Come out, like he says.
Why didn't you let me fight, Pa? I could have shot them both.
Oh, fellas.
It's a girl.
So it is.
My daughter, Janet, I told her to hide out there till we found out what she wanted. I wanted to keep her out of this.
So you and your two kids were the bandits, huh? You're quite a father, Mr. Everly.
You leave him alone. Pa knew what he was doing. He had a right to that money.
I see. How old are you, Janet?
18. It's any of your business.
The young'uns ain't to blame, Marshal. I brought them up to do like I told them. They didn't know.
Somebody ought to have known. Now, where's the money?
Don't tell him.
Be quiet, Janet. Marshal, we buried that money, and I reckon I'm not going to tell you where it is.
It's ours, and we got a right to it.
Yeah, you said that before.
I had a homestead outside of Newton. My wife died there. The young'uns and me fought the prairie for 4 years. Crop failures, hard times. Then last fall, I finally got a good stand of wheat ripe for the harvest. You know what happened?
Now, what happened?
Sparks from a train set fire to the grain field, burned us out, lost everything. I wrote letters to the railroad office in St. Louis. They said I'd have to come back there and prove my claim. Now, they knew I couldn't do that.
Well, did anybody ever tell you things were easy out here in the West, Mr. Everly? Chester, you and the boy hitch up that wagon and start loading it.
All right, sir. Come on, son.
What are you aiming to do with it?
Take him to Dodge City. To jail.
It happened in Death Valley in the blazing desert sun. No others dared to do it, so there could be only one. Just one that passed the killing grind of sun and wind and sand. The test that proved this new car wax the finest in the land. Turtle wax, turtle wax, turtle wax.
Reader's Digest ad tells the story of the amazing Turtle Wax protective power that kept cars' colors shining bright even in fiery Death Valley sun. Just one waxing of Turtle Wax with new Sun Stop gives your car a beautiful hard shell finish guaranteed to last up to 1 full year. It's quick and easy to Turtle Wax your car yourself. Remember, just one waxing of Turtle Wax with Sun Stop lasts up to 1 full year.
Turtle Wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle Wax gives a hard shell finish. Turtle Wax.
All right, pull up, Everly.
Oh, boy.
All of you get on.
I guess my reasons for robbing that train don't count for much, do they, Marshal?
Judging's not part of my job, Everly.
But not the young'uns. It wasn't their fault.
You killed a man, Everly. What do you expect?
Marshal, I didn't aim to kill him. He went for his gun as we was leaving, but I didn't aim to kill him.
Well, Marshal, I see you brought in the culprits.
Yeah, it looks that way, Mr. Crocker.
Oh, where's the money? I want to get it locked up in the bank right away.
They say they buried it.
What?
Matt? Matt, are you all right? I heard of the balloon that you bought in the Bandits.
That's right.
Is she one of them? That girl?
Yeah.
Well, she's just a kid, Matt. You're not going to lock up a girl.
Kitty, I don't like the idea any better than you do.
That jail wasn't built for women.
I know that.
Matt, let me take her.
What?
She won't try to get away with the others in jail. She can stay in my rooms while I'm working. I'll take care of her, Matt.
Janet, you go with Kitty here.
Yes, sir.
Stay with her and do whatever she says.
Thanks, Matt. Thanks a lot. Come on, honey.
Chester, you take these other two inside and lock them up.
Yes, sir. Come on. Let's go.
Now, Marshal, pretty or not, that girl is a criminal. Why aren't you locking her up?
Well, we've got a different attitude toward women out here, Mr. Crocker. We never got around to building jails for them.
Well, what about the money? $50,000 missing.
That's right, it is.
Oh. It's a long ride into town, wasn't it, Marshal? Moonlight, pretty girl in a wagon, chance to talk. Maybe
You there.
Yes, sir.
Drag him over there to the water trough and stick his head under the pump.
Now, here's a lilting little tune sung by a group that really knows how to keep you looking your best-dressed best.
There's a difference, see the difference with Stay New.
Stay New. S-T-A-N-U. The quality finishing. Offered only by quality dry cleaners from coast to coast. Stay New costs nothing extra. Restores the like-new look to all your clothes. Makes them soil and wrinkle resistant. Brings back original store-fresh texture, sparkling color, and cashmere-like feel. Stay New dry cleaners are listed in the yellow pages under the Stay New trademark. Why don't you send your next dry cleaning order to your nearest Stay New dry cleaners? All dry cleaners don't have Stay New, only the best do.
You can see the difference, feel the difference with Stay New, Stay New, Stay New.
How are you and Kitty getting along, Janet?
Oh, just fine. She's been wonderful.
The noise downstairs bother you? Keep you awake at night?
No. No, the only thing that keeps me awake is worrying about Pa and Jerry. What are you going to do with us?
And I got no say about that. There's no proper court here. I'll probably get orders to send you up to Hayes City for trial.
Oh, they won't understand. Maybe Pa was wrong. I guess he was, but he thought he was doing right.
Sure, we all think that.
He was doing it for us, for Jerry and me. And he didn't mean to kill that man, Marshal. Really, he didn't.
Well, I better be going now.
Sure.
Goodbye, Janet.
Well, Mac?
She's quite taken with you, Kitty.
Stories around town say you're a little taken with her, Matt.
That's Mr. Crocker's doing. He's been shooting his mouth off for a week now.
He's offered a $1,000 reward for the return of that money, no questions asked.
Yeah, I know.
But how much do you know?
What do you mean?
Well, people will know you don't pay any attention, Matt, but some of these hangers-on around the saloon wonder if you did make a deal for that money.
Who cares what they think?
But it's bad, Matt. Crocker keeps prodding them. Some of them are beginning to say that Everleigh might remember where the money is if they had ropes around their necks.
Lynch mob, huh? Yeah, they're going to have to move fast. I got orders about an hour ago to send the 3 up to Hayes City in the morning.
Oh, Matt. Does she know about it?
No. I just didn't have the heart to tell her.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon.
What's the matter, Chester?
Miss Kitty sent me to get you.
Oh?
That fella Crocker's over at the Long Branch. He's got a bunch of the boys all liquored up. They're talking about crashing the jail.
Well, usually the best way to stop that kind of trouble is to break it up before it starts.
Well, that girl's just upstairs right over the head, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, I know. They hadn't bothered her, had they, Chester?
Well, I hadn't when I left.
All right, you let me handle it. You stay clear and cover my back.
Yes, sir, I will.
All right, come on.
A man that pulls a deal like that ought to be run out of town. And you're just the boys to do it. Now, it's about time somebody took the star off of that tin horn marshal and shoved it down his throat. And as far as I'm concerned,
Go on, Mr. Crocker. You're doing real fine. There's quite a crew you picked up. All the bums, bar flyers, swindlers, and bushwhackers in Dart City. Well, your friends don't seem to be as talkative as they were a couple of minutes ago, Mr. Crocker.
Dylan, if I had you in St. Louis for 1 hour, you'd be in jail, not running.
All right, boys, the party's over. Now move on.
Now, you got no right to order those men around, Dylan.
I don't hear any of them objecting.
Matt, she's gone.
What?
Janet's not in the room. She's gone.
Well, where would she go?
I can tell you, Matt. You've had a jailbreak. That girl got her dad and brother out, and they just left town on their horses.
Car owners, have you ever heard of K-Site Smooth Seal? Why, no. Why, no. Is it new? What's it do? Well, this is off the record. Just between us boys, your automatic transmission, does it ever make a noise? You mean a little kind of grinding? Does that little chatter matter? I hear a very weird whir sometimes. It doesn't sound good, boys, but let's be sure. When you're sitting at the light and it goes to green, you put your foot down hard. Have you ever felt a sort of a jerk, a kind of a jar, or heaven help you, a real thud bump? Oh, I've felt it. Oh, me too. I've had it, stranger. What do we do? Well, don't buy a horse and don't trade your car. Just get yourself some new K-Site Smooth Seal. New K-Site Smooth Seal? New K-Site Smooth Seal? New K-Site Smooth Seal? How will that help? Why, it's made to soften those shrunken seals, which are apt to leak when there's power on the wheels. It stops those thud bumps, jerks, and jars that are apt to creep into these modern cars. Why, this K-Site Smooth Seal in one application can pack them all off on a long vacation. And it's less than $2 at your service station. A little new K-Site Smooth Seal, boy? Come on, I'll go. And if it doesn't work, you get double your money back.
We're getting pretty close to the place where they camped that night.
It's right ahead of us there, Chester.
Sure do hope that cussed storm holds off. First, you know, they may not have came back here at all.
Well, then we'll backtrack to Cottonwood Tanks. They'll want that gold. It's got to be somewhere between here and the railroad.
Yonder's where the wagon was standing.
Yeah. All right, pull up, Chester. Let's take a look around.
Mr. Dillon, look there.
Huh?
A hole dug in the ground, right where they had their campfire that night.
Yeah. Well, they buried the gold there, Chester, and built their fire right on top of it. Get out! It came from that thicket over there. I'm going to fire and roll away, maybe draw a shot. Now, you keep your eyes open.
Sure, I will. He came from the left of that big tree off there.
Yeah, I saw it.
You got him.
Yeah. Come on, Chester. Everly. Now, you're covered, Everly. One move and you're finished.
I'm finished anyway.
I'm sorry I had to do it.
No matter. Want the young'uns to have a chance.
They rode on with the money, I suppose.
Let them go, Marshal. It's their money. I had a right.
Maybe, but you had no right to kill.
I didn't aim to, Marshal.
The law has to go by acts, Everly, not intentions.
Storm coming up.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Hope the young'uns find shelter. Jerry caught cold there in jail. Used to worry his mother when he coughed. So she's dead now. Died back there. Back.
Guess he paid for it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he paid. Well, let's try to pick up the trail of the other two before that storm.
What is it?
Horses. A couple of horses coming in fast. All right, hold it.
It's all right, Marshal. Wait on. Pa, where is he? We heard the shooting and turned around and rode back.
You better get off your horses, both of you.
Tell me, what happened to...
I'm sorry, Janet.
I knew when he made us right on ahead that we'd never see him again. Alive.
You kids carrying the money?
It's there in my saddlebags.
Get it, will you, Chester?
He thought he was doing the right thing. He thought he was doing it for us.
I know, but he was wrong. And now there's the two of you to decide about.
Here's your money, Mr. Dillon.
Chester, count out $1,000.
Yes, sir.
You know, technically, I guess I ought to take you back to Dodge. But I figure everybody's got certain rights. It's my job to try to keep all those rights sorted out and evened up. All I can do is call them the way I see them. Chester, give him the $1,000.
There you are.
But I don't understand.
Crocker offered $1,000 and no questions asked for the return of his money. Well, you returned it. And there's the reward.
Yes, but
Now, if you ride north and keep bearing west, you'll eventually hit Wyoming. I hear it's fine country, plenty of range land, homesteads. The two of you ought to do all right. And Jerry.
Yes, sir?
You take care of her.
Yes, sir, I will, Mr. Dillon.
I understand what you're doing for us. And
Now, go on, you two. Get out of here before I think it over and change my mind. Now, go on. Ride.
Thank you, Marshal. Thanks.
Go on.
Goodbye, Mr. Dillon. And
Go on. Get out of here.
You better get a move on, Mr. Dillon. It's starting to rain.
I hope they find shelter somewhere.
Mr. Dillon, it's starting to rain, Mr. Dillon. You better get a move on. Mr. Dillon?
Service manager. Tell you about Guardian Maintenance? Well, sure, I'll be glad to. Guardian Maintenance is a kind of specialized service your General Motors car gets at a GM dealers like ours. Yeah. Now, it makes good sense, doesn't it, that our mechanics know your GM car best? You see, they specialize in one make of car. And what's more, they've got the right tools and factory-approved parts, too. Yes, sir. That holds true for every Chevy, Pontiac, Oldsmobile, Buick, Cadillac, and GMC truck. It's the best kind of service for the best kind of cars. And all GM dealers are offering performance service specials right now. Includes engine tune-up, tire rotation, a front-end adjustment, a wheel check, and a complete, and I mean complete, lubrication. Makes for a worry-free vacation, I'll tell you. Huh? Yeah, good. We'll be looking for you. Bye.
Gunsmoke. Produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with editorial supervision by John Meston. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Barbara Eiler, Sam Edwards, and Bart Robinson. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. This is George Walsh inviting you to join us again next week for another story on Gunsmoke.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
What did you do when you discovered that Hershey has covered your favorite?
Next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
The Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. For over 40 years, the favorite. That spells Grape Nuts. Yes, sir, back in the days when Sweet Rosie O'Grady was a favorite at the family harmonium, delicious, malty, rich grape nuts were a favorite at the family breakfast table. And they still are, and there's a reason. Grape nuts have a distinctive sweet-as-a-nut flavor that makes for real eating fun in the morning. A flavor that's a luscious two-grain blend of sun-ripened wheat and malted barley. And today you can enjoy that one delicious flavor in two delicious forms. Grape nuts, crisp, crunchy kernels, and Grape Nuts Flakes, delicate, toasty brown flakes. And both Grape Nuts and Grape Nuts Flakes bring you essential whole grain nourishment, which makes them basic 7 foods, one type of food Uncle Sam wants you to eat more of, because they're nourishing, plentiful, not rationed. So treat your family to malty rich Grape Nuts or Grape Nuts Flakes in the morning, every morning. It's a mighty swell way to start off. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 4 days before Thanksgiving, and this year, as every year, Jack Benny will entertain his friends on the holiday. So yesterday, Jack and Mary went shopping, and we picked them up now in a local market.
Well, folks, what'll it be?
I'm giving a Thanksgiving dinner, and I'd like enough turkey for, let's see, there's me, Mary, Phil, Alice, Dennis, Mr. Billingsley, Mark Hellinger, the Warner brothers, and my laundry man. I'd like enough turkey for 9.
Jack, didn't you invite Don Wilson?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Make that enough for 15. Is that'll do it.
Oh, Jack, Don doesn't eat so much.
He doesn't, eh? Remember last time I threw a big party?
Yeah.
Well, Don ate more than he chipped in for. Don't, tell me. Huh?
Look, folks, there are other people waiting, so let's get on with the transaction.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, here's a nice turkey, all dressed and everything. 55 cents.
Well, I fully expected to pay that much.
A pound.
Yes, a pound?
That's right. And this turkey weighs 21 pounds. And you'll need at least 21 pounds to feed 15 people.
55 cents a pound. That's a pretty big turkey, and I don't want any left over. How about that one over there?
That's a pigeon.
Oh. Oh. Well, then I'll take that other one, that live one right there.
I'm sorry, I'm not selling my canary.
A canary? Well, anyway, that wouldn't be enough for 15 people, would it?
Not unless you just wanted to entertain.
He's got his violin for that.
Yeah. Gee, Mary, look at those turkeys laying there so cold and still. Just think, a few days ago they were happy, carefree, and gay. And now they're 55 cents a pound. I mean, now they're dead. Say, Butcher, how old were these turkeys when they were killed?
Oh, about 8 months.
Didn't even have a chance to know life. I feel terrible.
You'd feel a lot worse if they were 70 cents a pound.
I suppose so. But, Mary, when I see that turkey laying there like that, I can't help but think of its mother. How lonesome she must be.
Don't worry, Bud. That's her right next to him.
Oh.
I wish you'd hurry, mister. I've got all these people waiting.
Pardon me. Oh, Tommy, will you please giving me a little service?
Oh, it's Mrs. Greenberg. What can I do for you, Suzette?
Go ahead, Butcher. You can wait on her. I'm trying to make up my mind between these two turkeys.
I'll lay 8 to 5 on the pigeon.
Never mind.
Tell me, Tommy, how much weighs by you the turkeys?
They weigh from 18 to 22 pounds.
22 pounds. You call this a turkey?
Well, that's the average size.
Listen, Tommy. Last Thanksgiving, I had a turkey that weighed 86 pounds. I weighed them myself.
86 pounds?
Yes. And on the other side of the card, it said, you will meet a tall, dark man.
86 pounds? My, that must have been a humdinger.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, pardon me.
Mrs. Greenberg, how about taking 2 of these turkeys?
How much are they?
55 cents a pound.
I'm not asking you.
Oh, excuse me.
All right, Tommy. Give me this one here, and I'll pick it up later. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mrs. Greenberg.
Goodbye.
All right, goodbye. Social climber.
What's she mad at?
Well, Jack, I guess that'll teach you to mind your own.
I'm not talking to you. Say, Butcher, I've been thinking it over. Instead of taking one of these dressed turkeys, I'll buy a live one. How much is it?
$8. Are you going to take it with you?
Yes.
That'll be 20 cents extra for the leash.
Oh, I often wondered how they got them home. Now, let's see, what else do I want? Oh, yes, for dinner tonight. Say, Butcher, have you got a nice, thick, juicy T-bone steak?
What was that?
I said a nice T-bone steak.
Well, who's next?
Listen, Butcher, you don't have to go into convulsions just because
All right, folks, get your tickets here for the 40-cent tour through the refrigerator. Come one, come all. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
40-cent tour through the refrigerator.
Yes, sir. It used to be 45, but the OPA put a ceiling on it.
Very funny.
Oh, thank you, sir. Now, hurry, hurry, hurry. On this outstanding excursion, you will see rib steaks, rump steaks, hip steaks, T-bone, sirloin, tenderloin, and porterhouse. The 7 wonders of the world!
Come on, Jack, let's take the tour.
Oh, don't be silly, Mary. You've seen steaks before. I showed you some last night when you came over to my house.
Oh, you and your etchings.
They weren't etchings.
All right, folks, all of you going on this tour, please form a line to the left.
Oh, come on, Jack, be a sport. Buy 2 tickets.
All right, all right.
Okay, folks, line up in front of this refrigerator door. Now, quiet, everybody.
Yeah, who is it?
It's okay, Joe. You can open up.
Gosh, it's chilly in this refrigerator.
Yeah, it sure is.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you will look to the right, you will see one of our feature attractions, none other than a 7-rib roast.
Wow. Oh. Gee, Mary, it is beautiful. I wonder if I could just...
Don't linger with your finger.
I just wanted to see if it was tender.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a 7-rib roast. Not 5, not 6, but 7. I'll count them for you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Uh-oh. Hey, Joe, lock the doors.
Okay. Hey, Eddie, bolt the windows.
Okay. Hey, Tom, sound the alarm.
Okay. Hey, Sam!
All right, stop with that. Nobody stole anything. Come on, Mary, let's pick up our turkey and go home. almost home, Mary.
Yeah.
Isn't she cute? Say, Mary, do you think it's all right to take the turkey in the house?
Why not? She's going to be your guest for Thanksgiving.
What?
She can sit between the cranberry sauce and the mashed potatoes.
Oh, stop.
Look, Jack, here comes your crazy boarder, Mr. Billingsley.
Mary, he's not crazy. He's just a little eccentric, that's all. Now be nice to him. His rent's due tomorrow. Hello, Mr. Billingsley.
Hello, folks. Out for a stroll, I see.
Well, we're not exactly taking a stroll.
Why, Mr. Benny, I didn't know you had a little one.
Mr. Benny's little one happens to be a turkey.
You may be surprised, but I'm not.
Look, Mr. Billingsley, I'm trying to tell you that we bought this at a store.
Oh, come now, Mr. Benny. I'm old enough.
Oh, brother.
Look, Mr. Billingsley, we're in a hurry.
So am I. I have to go to the barber shop. Or was I there? Isn't that funny? I don't know whether I'm coming or going.
Well, you can say that again.
Oh, can I? All right. I don't know whether I'm coming or going. Well, I must run along now. Goodbye, Mr. Benny.
Goodbye.
I believe you would, you rascal.
Well, that I know isn't in there. Well, let's go, Mary.
You know, Jack, I don't see how you can stand having a guy like that around the house.
Mr. Billingsley, oh, he's all right. He gets his own meals, makes his own bed, and every morning he gets up at 6 o'clock and takes my dog for a walk.
But, Jack, you haven't got a dog.
Well, for heaven's sake, don't tell Billingsley. It'll break his heart. Well, here we are. Come on, Mary. We'll put the turkey in the kitchen. Oh, hello, Rochester.
Hello, boss. Hello, Miss Livingston. Well, and hello, you.
Now, let's see. Where can we put the turkey? Rochester, what are you doing to that turkey?
I'm only petting her, boss.
Petting her? You got your fingers around her neck.
What are you worried about? I ain't hurting the part you get.
The way some people treat turkeys. Come here, you poor thing. There. See how she looks at me with those trusting eyes? Gee, how can anyone kill it?
Oh, Jack, don't be a hypocrite.
I'm not a hypocrite. I just can't bear the thought of anyone killing a poor, defenseless turkey.
Go on. Last year you killed one yourself.
Mary, I ran over that turkey with my car. It was an accident.
Accident? You turned off the road and chased her halfway up a mountain. If she hadn't stopped to lay an egg, she'd have lived to hatch it.
What are you talking about?
You're right, Miss Livingston. Then he put the car in reverse and got 2 more birds.
What?
I ought to know. I was the tail gunner.
Rochester.
That's the first time I ever had white meat with Firestone written on it.
Now cut that out and let's drop the whole thing. I'll get her, Rochester. There's somebody at the door. You go out and feed the turkey. Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mr. Benny.
What are you doing around this way, kid?
I came to see you about something important.
Oh, yes? What is it?
Well, it's about me.
All right, Dennis. All right, what is it?
Well,
what?
Well, my mother told me to tell you,
Your mother told you to tell me what?
You've been giving me the same salary for 3 years, and every year you promise me a raise, and my mother thinks I ought to get one, and I do too, so there!
Dennis, come back here. Where'd he go?
He thought he ran outside, but he went into the closet.
What a kid. Dennis, come here.
Gee, it's crowded out there.
Those are my suits. Now, Dennis, if you want a raise in salary, don't act so flustered. Just ask me like a man. What are you afraid of? Just come over to me and say, Mr. Benny, I'd like a raise in salary.
Well, Dennis, I'd like to give you a raise, kid, but right now I can't afford it.
Huh?
I'm sorry, things are a little tough now, but buck up, kid. Stick to me and you'll go places.
Dennis! Dennis, where'd you learn that?
Mr. Benny put it on a record and sent it to me for my birthday.
Dennis, we'll talk about your salary right after Thanksgiving.
It wasn't even my birthday.
Never mind. By the way, kid, what are you going to sing on the program tomorrow?
Say a prayer for the boys over there.
Well, let me hear it. See, maybe I ought to give them a raise. It costs money to make those records, you know.
Say a prayer for the boys over there when they play the Star-Spangled Banner. Picture them by the dawn's early light and ask the Lord to watch over them each night. Lift your eyes as you silently rise when they play the Star-Spangled Banner. As the song of freedom fills the air, say a prayer for the boys over there. Over there, over there, say a prayer for the boys over there. Over there, over there, say a prayer for the boys over there. Lift your eyes as you silently rise when they play the Star-Spangled Banner. As the song of freedom fills the air, say a prayer for the boys over
Dennis, that song is swell. Run over it once more before the broadcast tomorrow.
Okay, but what shall I tell my mother about my raise in salary?
Just tell her you asked. She'll know the rest.
Dennis, tell your mother we'll talk about it later.
Okay. Goodbye, Miss Livingston.
Goodbye, Dennis.
Goodbye, kid. Dennis, that's the closet.
Oh.
Here's the front door. There.
Gee, Mr. Benny, no wonder you're the star.
Yes, Dennis. I've been a big hit for years, just opening doors. Goodbye, kid. I wonder when he'll grow up.
Well, Jack, I think I'll go home, too. I have to clean up the house.
Clean up your house? You've got a maid.
I know, but I don't want to lose her.
Oh, yes. Good night, Mary.
Good night.
Oh, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to go upstairs to bed.
I'm tired, boss. Would you mind walking up tonight?
Okay. Okay, but don't let it happen too often. Oh, Rochester, what did you do with the turkey? Did you put her where she won't be cold?
Yes, sir, it was.
Good.
I put her in the oven.
The oven? What'd you put her there for?
I don't want her to get stage fright on Thanksgiving.
Well, take her out of there and put her on the back porch.
Okay.
Bad enough that we have to kill her in a few days.
The least we can do is see that she's comfortable.
Gee, I hate to think of killing that poor old turkey.
Oh, boy, am I tired. I'm so tired I can't even hang up my clothes.
Oh, well. I'm not so fat. It'll feel good to get these shoes off. Oh, darn it.
I always forget. Thanksgiving's here again.
Years roll on for everybody but the turkeys.
Hello. Hello, my fine feathered friend. Say, you're nice and plump, aren't you?
Who, me?
Yes, you. You're going to make somebody happy on Thanksgiving.
What?
And you'll bring me a nice price on the market. 55 cents a pound.
What am I doing here in this coop? I'm not a turkey. I gotta get out of here. Let me out of here. Let me out of this coop. Oh, I'm not in a coop. I'm in my own house. Oh, Rochester. Rochester.
What are you doing in here, Turkey? I thought I put you out on the back porch.
Turkey? Rochester, I'm not a turkey. And stop staring at me like that.
Come here, Turkey. Come over here to me.
Rochester, put down that knife and fork. Is that a napkin you're wearing?
It ain't so wrong.
Rochester, what's the matter with you?
Say, Butcher.
Hello, Suzanne.
How much weighs by you this turkey?
Gobble, 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 gobble.
I'm not talking to you.
Oh, pardon me.
All right, folks, get your tickets here for the 40-cent tour through the Gravy Bowl. Come on, come on, hurry, hurry, hurry.
Come on, Jack, let's go. 2 tickets, please.
You only need one, lady. Turkeys get in free.
Now, wait a minute, this is going far enough. I'm not a turkey. I'll prove I'm not. Mrs. Greenberg.
I'm not talking to you.
Butcher, you know I'm not a turkey, don't you? What's the matter with you people? Mary, tell them I'm not a turkey. Tell them for cranberry sauce. Tell them.
Of course you're not a turkey. What's the matter with you people? Look at his webbed feet.
Well, I've had enough. I'm getting out of here.
You're a turkey, you're a turkey, you're a turkey.
Who's a turkey?
You're a turkey, you're a turkey, you're a turkey.
I'm a turkey?
Broma salsa, broma salsa, broma salsa, broma salsa.
Oh, boy! Train leaving on track
Tunisia, Egypt, Arabia.
Oh, boy, I'm going to get on that train, get away from all of this.
And Turkey.
What? Well, that did it. I'm going to prove once and for all who I am.
Hello, Mr. Benny. You're a little unhappy, I see.
Mr. Billingsley. Mr. Billingsley.
Yes?
Tell me, am I a turkey or Jack Benny?
You haven't left yourself much choice, have you?
This is the end. I'm not taking any more from anybody. The next one that tells me I'm a turkey is going to get a punch in the mouth. That's what I'll do. I'll punch him right in the mouth.
Hello, Jack.
Never mind that Jack stuff. I know what you're thinking, Don Wilson. Go ahead and say it. Just say it.
Of course I'll say it. Grape Nuts Flakes are toasty brown, toasty brown.
Stop
toasty
stalling,
brown,
Wilson.
Sweet as a nut and toasty
You know what
brown,
I mean.
toasty
Come on,
brown,
say it.
Toasty brown, malty rich and
Don't
toasty
play around
brown,
with me,
toasty
Don Wilson.
brown,
You came here to
toasty
tell me
brown.
one
Grape
thing.
Nuts Flakes are thrifty
Now,
buy,
you say
thrifty
it.
buy, thrifty
You
buy.
say it or I'll punch you right in the mouth.
Grape Nuts Flakes.
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 Right in the mouth. Now get out. Get out of here, everybody. Get out. Get out.
Boss, wake up.
Go away. Go away.
Boss, wake up. You've been dreaming.
Huh? Huh? What?
You've been dreaming.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness, what a dream I had. What a terrible nightmare.
It must have been, boss. Your feathers are all over the floor.
My feathers?
You tore your pillow apart.
Oh. I know what you meant for a minute there. Well, I'm all right now, Rochester. Nearly time to get up anyway.
Almost. Say, Mr. Benny, what's all that money doing on the floor?
Oh, that's some change that dropped out of my shoe. So long, Rochester. So long.
So long, boss. What a man. He's got shoes that jingle, jangle, ding, dong.
Well, folks, tonight I'm going to tell you a so-so story. You know how you meet a guy on a nice, shiny morning and sing out, why, hello, Jim, how are you? And he says, oh, so-so. Well, there's usually a reason for that let-down so-so mood, and it goes something like this. So that guy got up that morning on the run. So then he ate breakfast on the sip and run. So no wonder he felt below par lately. You can't do a man-sized job on a bird-sized breakfast, you know. In fact, doctors and dietitians tell us that we need at least 1/4 of our daily nourishment in the morning. So start the day well-nourished. And for a real treat, feature Toasty Brown Grape Nuts Flakes. Because Grape Nuts Flakes are a whole grain cereal crammed full of sustaining, energy-giving whole grain nourishment. So you couldn't ask for anything better, could you, than Grape Nuts Flakes? Crisp, toasty brown with that sweet as a nut flavor. Mmm. Eat a good breakfast, you'll do a better job. And for a rousing breakfast treat, make it delicious, nutritious Grape Nuts Flakes.
Ladies and gentlemen, I only have a second. I'd like to call your attention to a special USO program which will be broadcast Thanksgiving morning. The program is called Soldiers in Grease Paint. Will include all of your favorite radio and motion picture stars. So please listen. Good night, folks.
Ladies, your grocer has something new for you. That's the time-saving, money-saving, big, new, economy-size package of hot grape nut sweet meal. 30 full ounces of this rich, hot brown cereal that's extra delicious, extra nutritious, and it cooks to perfection in just 3 minutes. Ask for the big, new, economy-size package of hot grape nut sweet meal. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Jones announces Cecil B. DeMille hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Flakes, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Walter Houston, Ann Blythe, and Vincent Price in Another Part of the Forest. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeling.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. In tonight's play, Another Part of the Forest, you may have a strange feeling that you've met the principal characters before. If so, it was in The Little Foxes, as both plays were written by Lillian Hellman. They were hits on Broadway and later successful on the screen. In another part of the forest, Miss Hellman begins the story of her famous Hubbard family one generation before the time of the little foxes, and exposes the roots of conflict and hate that resulted in their later savagery. Walter Houston heads our cast tonight as the father of this remarkable family, with Vincent Price as one of his sons and Anne Blythe as his daughter. The same part Anne played in the Universal International Success. The time of the story is 1880, when the surrey with the fringe on top dashed by, graced by ladies wearing the then new look. There were no automobiles, no radios, and no Lux Flakes. How different things are now. The carriage is a museum piece. You're listening to the Lux Radio Theater on the radio, and the now new look looks new longer with Lux Flakes. It's curtain time for another part of the forest, starring Walter Houston as Marcus Hubbard, Anne Blythe as Regina, and Vincent Price as Ben. It's a spring morning in a little southern town some 70 years ago. At the edge of Lionette Plantation, John Bagtree has a visitor.
But you shouldn't have come here, Regina. What if your father should find out?
Papa won't find out. Besides, if I didn't come here, I'd never see you, would I? How were the ceremonies this morning? Did you make a speech?
You know what Confederate Day is like, Regina.
Papa says it's a waste of time. He says the war ended 15 years ago.
Some people don't find it so easy to forget.
Like you, John?
Maybe. Or like old Colonel Asham. His whole speech this morning was about the massacre. Those 27 men from Bowdoin killed in camp while they slept.
You think they'd let them rest in peace instead of fretting about it all these years?
It's not that they were killed. It's how they were killed. Someone right here in Bowdoin betrayed them, took money from the Yankees and led them to the camp.
Seems to me you're trying awful hard to avoid the subject.
What subject?
Or maybe you forgot you were supposed to meet me last night.
I couldn't, Regina. I couldn't leave Aunt Clara and Cousin Bertie. After supper, they wanted to sit out and talk.
Not meeting me because of those two dried-up mummies. Why, it's just insulting.
I've been living off them ever since the war. It's the least I could do.
I got a good mind to tell them that the war's over. The old times are finished, and so are they. Why, my papa could buy and sell Lionette Plantation on the same morning. It's cotton and it's women with it.
I wouldn't like to hear anybody talk that way again.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling. I'm just mad about last night because I had something special to tell you. I've got a wonderful plan for us, John, and I've got Papa almost ready for it. I want you to meet him.
I know your Papa, honey. From the store. And your brother Ben and Oscar.
But Papa's so different at home. Oh, you will come. Say yes, darling. Please. Oh, please.
I always do, don't I? No matter what I want or think, I always do.
Yes, darling. Aren't you going to kiss me, John?
Hello, Papa.
Train was on time, Benjamin?
Yes, on time. Yeah, where are all the customers, Papa? Never seen the store so empty. Oh, yes, but it's Confederate Day, isn't it?
I'll run my store, Benjamin, as I see fit, holiday or no holiday.
Of course, Papa. But I don't think folks will love you for it.
Mm-hmm. How are things in Mobile?
When I was only there for 24 hours, you ordered me back.
Did I? What for, I wonder?
I went to Mobile, Papa, because Horace Giddens said he could get me a few shares of Birmingham coal. I wanted to invest $2,000.
Why?
Because $2,000 will make $50,000 someday.
Mm-hmm. But what if the company can't sell their coal?
What if the people you're lending money to can't sell their cotton?
And I'll have their land. It'd be kind of pleasant living on a plantation. Plantation like Lionette. Would you like to live in a coal mine?
Well, I couldn't raise the money anyway. I suppose you haven't changed your mind about lending it to me?
Lionette was a beautiful house, very gracious, very well conceived. No, Benjamin, I'd rather hold my money for the day the Bagtrees come for a loan on Lionette.
Then you'll hold it a mighty long time, Papa. The Bagtrees would sooner starve.
Why didn't you ask Giddens to lend you the money, Ben? I thought he was so fond of you.
He's fond of the whole family, especially Regina. but unfortunately my dear sister's not very encouraging.
Now, you're getting dull, Ben. I'd hoped you went to Mobile to see a lady. Pick up your bag. Time of getting home for lunch.
I'm so glad you're home, Ben. I miss you when you're gone.
Thank you, Mama.
Oscar, where were you this morning?
Me, Papa? Don't you remember? I was out trying to make collections.
Oscar, boy, when you tell a lie, at least respect my intelligence and lie more convincingly.
Oscar can't help it, Papa. He's just got the kind of face that shows everything.
You mind your own business, Regina.
Please, children.
You're at the memorial grounds, Oscar.
Yes, Papa.
Against my wishes. Lavinia, where's the salt?
You know, Marcus.
No, I don't know. Where's the salt?
It's Confederate Day, Papa. Mama never eats salt on Confederate Day.
Orly,
Yes, Mr. Hubbard?
go and get the salt.
Yes, I reckon I forgot it.
No, you didn't forget it. Mrs. Hubbard told you to keep it off the table. Lavinia, if you insist on acting crazy, that's your privilege. But I want salt on my table today and every day. Thank you, Coralie. Have some salt, Regina?
Thank you, Papa.
Salt, Oscar?
Yes, sir.
Pass it to your brother.
Tastes fine to me as it is, Papa.
Did you hear about the bag trees, Papa? They're getting a loan on Lionette Plantation.
From whom? Who'd loan them money?
Sam Taylor, that's who. A dirty carpetbagger from Boston.
Well, Papa, it looks like the Bagtrees can keep their gracious home without even starving.
Oh, I'm so glad for them, Marcus. They've had such a hard time.
How does that concern you?
Well, it doesn't really, Marcus. I only...
Miss Regina, here's Jake with your boxes.
Bring them here, Jake.
Woo! Pretty boxes. What's in them?
Dresses, silly.
5 boxes of dresses?
Certainly like to know what you're going to look like with them all, honey.
I'm going to wear them for you, darling. Oh, they're charming, Papa. Wait till you see them.
I'll help you try them on right after lunch, dear.
Well, Papa and I are going for a walk after lunch, aren't we, darling?
How much did they cost, Regina?
I don't know. I didn't even ask.
Rich people up north don't act that way. They watch their money and their father's money.
Oh, what do you know about it? Just the other day, those people in Chicago gave their daughter a $50,000 check for a trousseau.
A trousseau? Oh, is that what you've been buying, honey? Well, that reminds me, Regina. I asked Horace Giddens to Papa's music evening tomorrow night.
You didn't?
You're 20 years old, honey. You ought to be settling down. You've been worrying us.
Sashaying around as open as
Oh, shut your mouth.
Oscar's right. Isn't that so, Mama?
Regina, what's this all about?
I'm sure I don't know, Papa. Nothing at all.
Well, if you think it's nothing at all...
I told you once before, Oscar, shut your mouth. Shut.
Oh, why must we always be fighting like this? Why can't we have peace in our home, the way a family should? Today of all days.
Stop crying over your food, Lavinia, if you want it to remain unsalted.
Whee! Look what Coralie's bringing in. It's a cake, a birthday cake.
Birthday cake? Why, yes, Mama. It's your birthday.
Happy birthday, Miss Vinnie.
Oh, thank you, Coralie.
Well,
birthday, Miss Vinnie.
Thank you, Jake.
Congratulations, Lavinia.
Thank you, Marcus.
Happy birthday,
Happy
Mama.
birthday, Mama. Thank you, children.
Well, here's hoping a wedding cake will be next.
What's that?
Huh? Oh, nothing, Papa. Just talking.
Talking nonsense, like always.
Why? You can't have a wedding without a cake, honey. You know that. A cake and a trousseau.
I don't know what all this talk's about. Spoiling Papa's day. Come on, darling. Let's take a nice long walk, just you and me. We haven't done that for a long time.
No, not for a long time. Something amuses you, Ben?
Huh? Oh, no, Papa.
Telegraph Horace Giddens your sister does not wish to see him here tomorrow night. I'll bring my Aristotle, Regina. You'll read in English, and I'll follow you in Greek.
Marcus, but it's my birthday, and you promised...
Promised? I promised what?
The money, Marcus. You promised to give me the money to build the hospital. You promised last year on my birthday, too.
Going out now, Lavinia.
But we've waited too long as it is.
Another day, my dear.
Well, that's what you said last year. And the year before that, you said you were too busy.
I'm still busy.
Never gonna learn, Ben. Been living with Papa for 31 years and never gonna learn.
Learn what, honey?
Ben, you got a few dollars to lend me?
You want some money, Oscar? Just tell Papa Ben don't want you to have it, and you'll get it.
Think so?
Now, don't you know that Papa always does whatever you tell him not to do? Unless, of course, I tell him to do it.
You must give me a nice long lecture on Papa, Regina. Why he's so good to you and how you've managed and so on.
I'm busy now, taking him on a walk. And I'll be busy when I get back. I'm going away, Ben. I'm going to Chicago, and once I get
He's
there...
consented to the trip?
He will, by the time we're back from our walk.
You'll never get out of this house. And you'll never get away from Papa. He's most devoted to you, you know, honey.
I'll make out. I always have.
Not unless you take my advice. Horace Giddens is in love with you.
Want me to marry Money for you, darling?
Of course I want you to marry Money.
Why don't you take it up with Papa? I wouldn't like to be in the house the day you do.
Or the day he hears the gossip about you and John Bagdry.
Shut up, Ben.
Is Bagdry going to be in Chicago, too?
Look, Ben, don't start anything. I'll get you in trouble if you do. Real bad trouble.
I'm going for a walk, Oscar. Well, what do you want? Would you like to borrow a good book?
A book?
I didn't suppose so. You don't favor reading, do you, Oscar boy?
Well, I would, Papa, only Ben keeps me so busy at the store.
There's time outside the store if you weren't the laziest man in town.
Well, Ben don't read neither.
Should I be pleased to have 2 ignorant sons instead of 1?
Well, what I mean, Papa, Ben keeps driving me all the time, never letting me do what I want. Now, all I wanted was $5. 5 measly old dollars.
Maybe Ben didn't have it.
Papa, please, I gotta go out tonight. I gave my word of honor as a gentleman.
Are you a gentleman, Oscar?
Yes, sir. I mean...
Oscar, this news about Sam Taylor, has he already given the money to the Bagdrys?
I don't think so, Papa. I don't know. I kind of overheard them at the ceremonies this morning, but they wouldn't let me stay. They told me to get away.
But they didn't object to Taylor's presence?
Well, that's what I told them, Papa. I said it's...
So you let yourself be disgraced in front of a Yankee?
Oh, I'm not finished with Taylor. Not by a long shot. I got a good mind to pay him a visit, carrying a gun.
Spoken like a true gentleman, Oscar.
When I see an old carpetbagger coming down here, I mean to do something about it.
Go on about your business. And here's $20.
Whee, Papa, thank you.
And should you see Mr. Taylor, try to remember that though ignorance becomes a Southern gentleman, cowardice does not.
Yes, sir, Papa. I'll remember.
Ben? Is that you, Ben? Where you going?
I'm going to the store, Mama.
You made me very happy, dear, coming home from my birthday.
Huh? Oh, yes, Mama.
I'm sorry about the fussing at lunch. About the salt, I mean. But there's got to be one little thing you'll want to do that nobody keeps you from.
Why did you pick this day, Mama? Because it's your birthday or because it's Confederate Day?
I don't like to talk about it, Ben.
Why? Everybody knows Papa made all his money selling salt during the war.
But they don't know it was my fault. Our people were dying for salt, Ben. I thought it'd be a kindness for him to run the blockade. Only I didn't think he'd be charging $8 a bag for it. A tiny little 1-pound bag. Making money out of other people's misery. When I found out, I wanted to leave him. I was so ashamed.
Why didn't you, Mama?
Marriage is a pledge, Ben. A Christian woman has a duty to that promise.
Yeah, a woman has a duty to other things, too.
That's right. To her conscience. That's why he's got to give me the money to build the hospital.
He don't want any of us to have money, Mama. Least of all for a hospital.
Oh, but he does. He knows I have to. Before this day's over, he'll come and give me the money. You'll see.
Yes, Mama. He'll come. He'll come to tell you you're going to Chicago with Regina.
Regina's going to Chicago?
Not if you refuse to go with her. They have good doctors in Chicago, Mama.
Ben, what are you talking about?
Well, if somebody were to tell a doctor that a person was acting funny, was frightened all the time, had crying spells for no reason, strange quirks like not using salt on certain days.
Ben, but I have reasons. Good reasons. And it's not just making money out of salt. I could tell the doctor how...
What, Mama? Because there's plenty Regina can tell him. But if you say no, Mama, they can't make you go. What would you tell the doctor?
Nothing, then. Nothing. Shall we keep reading, Papa?
In the next chapter, Aristotle outlines the nature of happiness and family.
Happiness, family. I haven't been richly blessed with either. Ben's a penny-grubbing trickster. Oscar's a proud illiterate. Strange, Regina. You turned out to be my only son. Someday I'd like to take you to Greece.
Greece, Papa?
Yes, you might even settle down there. Think of it. To read Aristotle in the shadow of the Parthenon. Wouldn't you like to go?
Well, I don't know, Papa. I'm afraid I might get homesick.
Homesick? For a collection of yokels held together by a few strands of cotton and a common defeat?
It's the only place I know. I've never been farther away than Mobile.
You'd rather stay where you can be near Horace Giddens. That's what you mean, isn't it?
You know better than that, Papa. Ben thinks up one of his schemes to annoy you, and Oscar chimes in like he always does. Oh, it was such a nice afternoon, and now you've spoiled it all.
I'm sorry, darling.
Of course, I could try if you want me to.
Try what?
Going on a trip. Maybe I might like it after all.
And where would you like to go?
I didn't say I would like to go. I said I could try.
Mobile?
Papa, you're awful. You started this conversation. Wasn't even thinking about going away.
Where would you want to go? Answer me, Regina.
I don't want to go. I told you I'd much rather stay here.
I want you to go.
All right, Papa. Where to?
That's what you're going to tell me.
Someplace up north?
Oh, of course. You love the North. Philadelphia for music, New York for the theater, Boston for literature. Which shall it be?
Whatever you say, Papa. Of course, they do make beautiful dresses in Chicago. John, darling, I couldn't wait to see you to tell you the wonderful news, so I'm sending this note over with Jake. I've arranged everything. I talked Pop into letting me go to Chicago. You'll come with me and we'll be married there. When Papa finds out, he'll have a fit, of course, but
Here's Act Two of Another Part of the Forest, starring Walter Houston as Marcus, Vincent Price as Ben, and Anne Blythe as Regina. It's the following morning. Marcus Hubbard has just joined his two sons at breakfast when an unexpected visitor enters the dining room.
Come in, Colonel Isham. You're up early just to talk about cotton.
I'm here about your son, Oscar.
Me, Colonel Ashton? But what did I do?
Carly, coffee for Colonel Isham.
No, thank you.
Oh? People like you don't drink coffee with people like me.
I've had my coffee.
Then you'll come again when you haven't had it.
I'm here to talk to you for your own good.
There's one thing I've never liked, Colonel. It's conversations for my own good.
Last night, Sam Taylor was badly beaten up.
Oh, what a pity.
8 people identified Oscar as one of the night riders.
Me? But
There's not a man in these parts who wouldn't enjoy swinging up a Hubbard. Next to the traitor who murdered our boys in the war, you Hubbards are the best hated men in the county.
Oscar, it seems that Colonel Isham wants to save you from a lynching party. Should I thank him?
Yes, sir, Papa. Thank you very much, Colonel Isham. Lynching?
This affair's a disgrace to the entire South.
But, Papa,
Your son also rode down Jed Phillips, who tried to help Mr. Taylor. Phillips won't be able to work for weeks.
But, Papa, I wasn't riding with the Klan boys, honest. I was thinking about it, but
He couldn't have been with them, Colonel.
Come here, Ben. What makes you so sure?
Oscar was here with me all evening. He was reading a book.
You'll go against 8 people who recognized him?
Why, Oscar looks like anybody.
Colonel, I'm giving you $500. Please use the money to help Jed Phillips.
We can take care of Phillips ourselves.
Can you? I doubt it. Learn to be poor, Colonel. It has more dignity. And when you see Taylor...
Mr. Taylor left the county. He's not coming back.
And when you write him, tell him that Marcus Hubbard warned you 15 years ago you were fools to let Klansmen ride around carrying whips.
Were you frightened of their riding on you? Good day, Mr. Hubbard.
It's too bad about Taylor, ain't it, Papa? Of course, now that he's gone, they'll all be coming to you to borrow money. $500, not a bad investment. I wasn't lying to Asham for Oscar's sake. This is a mighty big temptation to a man earning $20 a week.
Is that all I pay you? No, well, you'll be better off when I...
When you, what, Papa?
When and if I die. But I may not die. Didn't you know?
Papa? Are you busy, Papa? Wouldn't you like to talk to me or something?
I never wanted to talk to you, Oscar boy. Now get out of my office and wait on the customers.
Ben's waiting on customers, Papa. The $20 you gave me yesterday, I put it to good use, Papa.
You mean the little salary advance?
We sure ran tail out of town. That's what you wanted, wasn't it, Papa?
Oscar, how much are you drawing here?
$16 a week.
Hereafter, $5 will go to repay me for the $500 I gave Isham, who so graciously saved you from a rope. You'll draw 11.
Papa, you can't. 11 a week.
Well, it could be worse, Oscar. It'll only take you 100 weeks to make it up.
You shut up, Ben. Papa, you told me yourself that...
104, Oscar, including the 20. Good morning, gentlemen.
Papa sure is hard on me. It's unnatural. Why, if a stranger come in, he'd think Papa didn't like me, his own son.
Why did you beat up Taylor? Did Papa tell you to?
He even gave me $20.
And you stand here and let him bully you, you clown.
Man, I can't live on $11 a week. I want to get married.
Oh, yeah, that cooch dancer from the Cairo Gardens Cafe.
She's a very wonderful person. I'm deeply and sincerely in love.
Oscar, you go give yourself a nice cooling sponge bath. It'll make you... Well, Miss Bagtree, Miss Birdie.
Well, I'll just take a few minutes, Miss Benjamin. Why, Mom and Cousin John knew where I was. They just about died.
Well, what can I do for you, Miss Birdie?
Well, I really came to see your father, but I'm glad you're the one. Well, we've tried very hard, and Mr. Taylor finally said he would do it, but, well, he's gone now, and, well, the truth is we can't support our people at Larnett. We just can't. Would you, I mean your father knew, would you lend us money on our land or cotton?
Well, now, that's something to think about.
I just haven't been able to tell Mom about Mr. Taylor. Well, she spent all day yesterday planning how she was going to pay off our people and give Cousin John the car fare.
Car fare?
John wants to go away.
Oh, to Chicago, perhaps?
Oh, no, he wants to go back to war. He's so unhappy here.
Oh, I see. And where will Captain Bagtree find a war?
Oh, there's something going on in Brazil, John says.
How much of a loan were you thinking about, Miss Birdie?
$5,000. I guess I was as foolish about that as I was.
$5,000. You know, tonight is Papa's music evening. He's always in a good humor after his music. Why don't you come? You and Captain John.
Well, I'd be most pleased to come.
And just one thing, Miss Birdie. Leave everything to me. Don't even mention the loan to Papa. Can you remember that?
Oh, yes, Mr. Ben. I'll remember.
Oh, Ben, what is it?
You're practicing, Papa? Well, your musicians have arrived. What time are you planning to start your music?
Well, if they're here, we'll start now.
Papa, I just wanted to tell you I invited Miss Birdie and Captain Bagtree.
The Bagtrees?
I thought you'd enjoy having quality folks here. They've come to beg a favor of you.
You teasing me?
I saw Miss Birdie. Now that Taylor's been persuaded to leave town, she wants us to lend her money on the cotton.
With Lionett as collateral?
Of course, but her mother don't know and she mustn't find out.
Well, what kind of nonsense? The girl don't own the place?
Maybe it's not nonsense. Take a note from her, Papa. When her mother dies, she'll be the one...
You're very concerned with people dying, aren't you?
Oh, forgive me, Papa. I keep forgetting how that word disturbs you. It's the thing you've been waiting for, Papa. The Bagtree's coming for a loan. Oh, Regina, you have been listening, honey?
Of course, I don't know anything about business, Papa, but it would be nice to have a few people here to listen to your music.
Bagtrees in this house, begging? How much does Miss Birdie want?
$7,000.
On Lionett, $7,000? The girl's a fool.
Most girls are, Papa. Oh, no offense, Regina, honey.
Come, Regina.
You're not going to start the concert, Papa, not before they arrive.
Why not?
Now, we don't want them to think we're impolite.
For $7,000, they'll think we're most polite.
Well, I'd better see to the refreshments, Papa. Mama's ailing. Just like her to take sick when company's coming. What do you want, Oscar?
I've got to talk to Papa. Please, Papa, I'm in trouble, Papa.
Hi, Oscar. They still want to hang you?
Papa, I'm in love. Deeply and sincerely in love. But Ben, he keeps talking her down. Ben don't want me to be happy.
Your own brother.
Of course, she is of the lower classes. A ballet dancer at the Cairo Gardens.
A what dancer?
A can. She's a wonderful girl, Papa. Could I go fetch her here? Could I, Papa, now?
What is this, a night at the circus?
Please, Papa, this ain't asking too much after what I done for you.
What have you done?
Nothing, Papa, nothing. But it might amuse you to have a member of the lower classes mixing with the gentry. And it'd make Ben awful mad.
Go and get her.
Oh, sweet Papa, thank you.
You're what, Oscar? What did you say?
I said I'm going to fetch Lorette. I'm bringing her here.
You can't. You wouldn't dare.
Wouldn't I? Will you just ask Papa?
Stop him, Ben.
What do you want me to do, shoot him?
The Bagtrees will think we meant to do it, planned to insult them.
One of these days you're going to learn about Papa, Regina. Maybe tonight when he sees you with John.
If you dare say anything to Papa about John,
Don't threaten me, Regina. I'm sick of threats.
You'll be much sick of them if I... Oh, Ben, don't. I'm in love with him.
But he's not in love with you. Horace Giddens is.
Why don't you marry money yourself?
Nobody ever asked me.
Oh, why, Ben, any rich girl would be only too happy to have a bookkeeper as good as you.
Why, thank you, honey.
You're welcome, honey. Papa won't like this, John. Dragging me out on the porch, darling, and while he's playing, too.
I have to speak with you, Regina. That note that you sent me yesterday.
Oh, I'm so happy, honey. Just think we can...
I can't go to Chicago.
You mean you don't want to marry me?
No, I don't, Regina. I never said I did.
John, come to Chicago with me. I've never pleaded for anything in my life before. I might hold it against you.
But I'm no good for you, Regina. By the time you come back, you'll be in love with somebody else, and I'll be in Brazil.
Brazil?
Bertie's getting some money. I'll be able to leave right away.
Where's Miss Bertie getting this money?
I don't know. She won't tell me, but she says she'll have $5,000.
$5,000? I see. We'll talk about it tomorrow. I love you now. Now go on in.
I don't like this punch, Oscar. It don't mean anything.
Rat, Papa. Here, let me add some brandy, Miss Cincy. That might make it mean a little more.
Thank you.
Papa, my friend's here now. Can you meet her?
All mean.
This is Miss Cincy, Papa.
How do you do?
Finally, thank you.
Lorette just loves music. Don't you, Lorette?
Yes, indeed. I had an uncle who played. He taught me to love music.
Did he play the violin, too, like Papa?
No, Oscar.
What did he play?
He had a little drum.
He loved Mozart. You told me, remember?
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, Miss Cincy pleases me. Oh, allow me, Miss Bagtree and Captain Bagtree. This is Miss Cincy, whose uncle played Mozart on a little drum.
Yes, we've already met.
Captain, I recollect a few years back you went to Europe.
Yes, sir, I did.
Then perhaps you'd advise us. My daughter and I are planning a trip abroad.
I'd like to, sir, but I don't remember Europe very well.
Well, now, what does stay in your memory, Captain Bagtree? Anything at all?
The war, sir.
Oh, you were happy in the war, were you?
Yes, sir. I thought we would win.
I never did. Never. From the first foolish talk to the last foolish day.
Why, John wants to go to war right now. They've been looking for Confederate officers in Brazil, so John will have a chance to fight again for his idea.
Now, why don't you choose the other side? Every man needs, he needs to win once in his life.
I don't like that way of saying it, Mr. Hubbard.
Your people deserve to lose their war and their world. It was a backward world getting in the way of victory. Appalling, you still don't realize it.
Papa, I didn't bring John here to listen to you be insulting.
You brought him here? Show your guest to the dining room, Regina. Maybe he's hungry. I've been waiting for you to join our guests, Regina.
Have you, Papa?
Or do you prefer to stand here on the veranda?
It's fixing up to storm.
Here, Miss Cincy, another glass of punch.
Oh, look who's here. Say your secret, Mr. Hubbard. Oski says he wants to marry little old Lorette.
Indeed, I'm told you work for a living, Miss Cincy. That's fortunate. Oscar is not a rich man.
Rich, how could he be? On that slave salary you pay him. But that's how come you're sure to repent and help us, Oscar says. After all, when you die, you're going to leave it to him anyway. So why not now, Oski says.
She's just talking.
Oski has a tendency to lie. He steals a little, too. But if you want him, Miss Cincy, do have him.
Come on, Lorette, I'll settle this later.
Oh, Papa's talking about his own son. Well, no animal would talk about the son that way.
Honey, please.
I've been hearing tales about since the dad was born, Mr. Hubbard.
Lorette.
How you got rich, bigger than salt, making poor dying people give up everything for you.
Honey.
And right in the middle of the war, men dying for you. And you making their kinfolk give you all their goods and money.
Oscar, take this girl out of here. Come back quickly.
Yes, Papa.
You're a crook, Mr. Hubbard. That's an old crook.
More punch, anyone? Sandwich, Captain Bagtree.
I think we'll be leaving now. Good night. Good night, Regina.
John, I...
Good night, Mr. Hubbard.
Good night, Captain Bagtree. You came to beg a favor, and you stayed to be amused.
Came to beg a favor? From you?
John, stop it. Wait for me in the carriage.
Yes, Bertie.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hubbard. I was so hoping we could all be nice friends.
Your mother hasn't bowed to me in 15 years. Does she wish to be my nice friend now? I've bad news for you, Miss Birdie. I've decided not to make the loan.
What? Why, Papa, you said yourself.
Please come another night, Miss Birdie. Just for the music. Without a motive.
But I'll do anything, Mr. Hubbard. We have a little silver left, couldn't I?
Please spare us both.
Thank you, Mr. Ben. I know you acted as my friend.
Papa.
What is it, honey?
I didn't intend for you to insult the Bagtrees and make enemies of them.
The Bagtrees have been my enemies for years. Why should that suddenly disturb you? You're amused, Ben. Enjoy yourself. For the moment.
Trying to ruin my life, are you, Ben? Pouring liquor down and getting a drunk on purpose. You come on outside and fight it out like a man.
Oh, shut up.
Well, what are you laughing at, Papa? We bring Lorette here to get Ben mad, and then he gets a drunk and you get mad, and that's just what he wanted you to do. The joke's kind of on you.
You're full of tricks these days, Ben. Miss Birdie borrows $7,000 from me, and you keep $2,000 and take your chances on nobody finding out.
Bagtree told you, huh?
Oh, what a night. What a night.
Ben, you're a clerk in my store, but if you anger me once more, there won't be any job there. Is that clear?
Very clear.
Papa, you wouldn't condemn a woman just because she has to earn a living by the sweat of her brow.
No, Oscar boy. So if you want to go away with this can girl, what's detaining you?
Your permission, sir.
Talk sense. Do you mean money?
Well, just a loan, Papa. You see, we go to New Orleans.
How much?
Well, $10,000 would start me off fine, Papa.
There'll be $1,000 for you on the breakfast table. Get on an early train. Send a Christmas message each year to an aging parent who now wishes you to stop talking.
You better start packing, Oscar. You bullied me ever since I was born. But you're going to be on that station platform tomorrow morning and apologize to Miss Cincy.
Goodness, what $1,000 won't do.
And if you're not
Put
there...
that gun away.
Huh?
Get out of this room.
Yes, Papa. And I'll see you at the station.
You've always been frightened of guns, Papa. Any particular reason?
You're wearing me thin, Benjamin.
Why don't you stop it, both of you? You can do all the squabbling you want to after Mama and I leave for Chicago.
I'll be lonely here without you. I don't know. I'm Maybe I'll go along.
Go along?
Don't you want me to?
Of course, Papa, only I didn't...
Only you didn't plan on such a crowded honeymoon. Don't look so surprised, Pop. You guessed about Bagtree an hour ago. Of course, I don't think he wants to marry her, but he's a weak man, and Regina...
Papa, don't you see what Ben is up to? He wants to marry me off to Horace Giddens, and he's mad because I... Papa, what's the matter? You look so bad.
Yeah, you do look bad, Papa. Put your arms around him, Regina, and lie to him like you always do. Tell him... I'll never forget that, Papa, not as long as I live.
Pack your things and go, and be sure you go far. Get yourself a modest job somewhere, anywhere you are, and I'll see to it that you never get anything better.
Yes, Papa. I'm sure you'd try.
Regina, you and Bagtree. How could you?
I'm in love with him, Papa, and I want to marry him. Oh, now, don't take on. So you just let me go away as we planned, and after a while, John and I will come home and we'll live right here.
Are you crazy? You think I'd stay in this house?
Otherwise, I'll go away and you'll never see me again. I don't think you could stand that. You must have known I'd marry someday, Papa. Maybe next year you and I'll make that trip to Greece, just the two of us. Now it's all settled. Kiss me good night, darling.
Marcus!
What is it, Lavinia? Parading up there in your night clothes? What is it?
Marcus, I heard. Oscar and Ben, leave them there. Home.
Go back to bed, Lavinia.
Regina, talk to your father. Don't let him do this, please.
We'll be leaving for Chicago, Mama, sooner than I thought.
No, Regina, I don't want to go.
We'll start getting ready first thing in the morning. Good night, Mama, dear.
The curtain rises on the third act of Another Part of the Forest, starring Walter Houston as Marcus, Anne Blythe as Regina, and Vincent Price as Ben. It's before breakfast the next morning. Ben is getting ready to leave home, while Lavinia pleads with Marcus to change his mind.
But he's your son, Marcus. You can't send Ben away.
Leave me alone, Lavinia. I don't feel well.
If you let Ben stay, I'll do anything. I'll go to Chicago.
Of course you'll go to Chicago. It isn't easy to live with you, Lavinia. It really isn't.
I know. For a long time now, I felt that being here, well, it made me feel like I was sinning. And you have to make good your sins before you die. That's why the hospital...
Stop your crazy talk.
I don't like that word, Marcus. It frightens me, and you know it.
I'm ready to leave, Mama.
No, Ben, no, don't go. Marcus, tell him to stay. It's a sin, Marcus, a terrible sin. The Lord will destroy this place with brimstone and fire.
Yes, he may, Lavinia, but I'm not fretting on it. I've got it heavily insured.
I must get out of this house.
Get out then, Mama, but don't look back or you'll turn into a pillar of salt and he'll sell you $8 a pound.
I never did look back. For 16 years, I forced myself never to look back.
Look back at what, Mama?
Marcus, will you let Ben stay? Marcus. All right. I'll tell you, Ben.
Yeah?
It was my birthday. Your pop had been gone on one of his salt running trips.
Yes, Mama?
He promised to be back for my birthday, and I was afraid something had happened to him. I knew he had no pass through the Yankee line, so that night...
Not the night of the massacre, Mama.
Yes, I walked to the memorial grounds.
Go to your room.
But there were no memorial grounds then, Mama.
No. Just the camp on the hill.
Didn't the sentry stop you?
Lavinia, go to your room.
I saw no sentries. Only the Yankee soldiers sneaking down the hill.
Yankee soldiers? Who was with them, Mama?
Who? I'm standing here listening to this foolishness.
I'll tell you why. Because you're afraid.
Afraid of a bungler who tried to steal $2,000 from me, or a crazy woman who dreamed she saw something one night 16 years ago?
You better get ready, Mama. We'll call on Colonel Isham, whose son was killed that night. And John Bagtree will remember his twin brother and the Mercers who lost their oldest son. And, well, we don't have to go any further, Papa. It'll be the biggest, happiest lynching in the history of Bowdoin County.
Lynching? I don't believe in lynching.
You leave that to me, Mama.
No, Ben, I don't.
You're losing your witness, Benjamin. Now stop this nonsense and get out of here.
No, Marcus. Our son is staying.
You want your hospital built, don't you, Lavinia?
Your hospital, Marcus. To make up for all those poor boys who died that night.
Of course. Let's go to my library, Lavinia, and start making plans.
All right, Mama. You talk to Papa, and I'll talk to Colonel Ashton. He'd be only too glad to ask you if I'm telling the truth.
No, Ben, I won't have anything to do with a lynching.
But would you lie, Mama? Would you tell a lie?
Answer him, Lavinia.
There'll be no lynching, Marcus. I'll plead for your life with all my heart.
Yeah, me too, Papa. Well, I'll plead for you just as hard as I know how. Better than that, I'll come by tomorrow morning and cut you down from the tree.
Hey, you...
No.
How did the Greeks bury fathers who were murdered? Tell me, Papa, and I'll see to it.
Benjamin, don't talk that way.
You gave him the right to talk that way. You did, Lavinia. It's on your soul.
No, Marcus. All I want is for Ben to stay. I'm even ready to go to Chicago and see your doctor.
What doctor?
Why, the doctor Ben said you wanted to examine.
He lied. You're a very ugly man, Benjamin.
Well, are you ready, Pop?
For what?
To write a slip of paper saying you sell me the store for $1. There's a pen on the table. Your store, your bonds, your mortgages.
I leave you your proper share in my will. Might even increase it if you behave.
You're making fun of me again, Papa. I mean what I'm saying, and you know I do, and it's the last time I'll say it.
All right. Take half of everything.
Stop bargaining. I want everything you've got. Is that clear? When you've got it in writing, bring it to me. Well, are you waiting for something, Papa?
Well, to tell you the truth, I'm trying to think of some way out.
A way out? Well, I consider you a very lucky man. You'll die in bed.
You'll give me enough for a clean bed?
Why, of course. You're my father. You'll find me at your desk, Papa, counting cash on hand. Jake, come here. Take this envelope over to Lionette. There's $5,000 in it. Give it to Miss Birdie and tell her to forget about last night.
Yes, sir.
And tell her that I wish Captain Bagtree the best of luck in Brazil.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and tell Coralie to set my breakfast plate at the head of the table.
But Mr. Ben, that's where your papa...
I'll say it again, Jake. At the head of the table.
Papa, where are you?
Papa! My goodness, Oscar, I'm trying to eat breakfast.
Papa isn't here.
Well, if he isn't here, he must be upstairs.
But Lorette's waiting for me at the railroad station. Papa!
Oh, I was hoping you'd be gone by now, Oscar boy.
There's $1,000 on the table. He promised, but it ain't here. I even crawled under the table.
Maybe you better go crawl some more.
Well, good morning, Regina. Oh, good morning, Oscar.
Where do you think you're sitting?
Why, here, honey, at the head of the table.
That's Papa's chair.
We'll be sitting next to each other, and I'll be able to keep my eye on you.
Regina, help me. Papa! Papa, the money's not there. Papa, please answer.
Give it to me, son. Speak up.
Oh, it's getting late. The money, you forgot to leave it.
You're screaming, Oscar, and a voice injured at your age is possibly never recovered. The money isn't there because I didn't put it there. Would you like to give him a little explanation, Ben? Or will I?
I am eating.
Oscar, I assure you that I am most sorry for many reasons. None of them having anything to do with you.
Well, what's all that mean, that you're not giving me the money?
It means exactly that. It means that Papa has found a new way of postponing for a few minutes an unpleasant writing job.
Where would you prefer me to have my breakfast? A tray in my room, or here, or...
Oh, anywhere you like, Papa, after you finish writing. My house is your house.
There isn't any chance I could get on a train without you interfering with me.
Papa, what's the matter with you?
Ask Ben now.
He's changed. Do you think it's age?
Who do you think you are?
A man who believes you've handled yourself very badly. It's a shame, Regina. You're beautiful, smart. You could have made a brilliant life. Instead of 20, you have to start picking up pieces.
I like the pieces, and I'm off to pick them up right now in Chicago.
No, honey. Right here in Bowdoin. Because you're not going to Chicago.
What are you talking about?
Papa hasn't got any money anymore. No money at all. Just giving it all to me.
To you? What makes you think he'd give it to you?
Well, I'm the oldest son. Isn't that the way with ancient kings?
Papa? Papa, where are you?
You're starting to sound like Oscar, honey. But you talk to Papa. Maybe he can quote an appropriate line from Aristotle. Come on in, Mama. Sit down. Coralie just brought in some fresh coffee.
I just come to say goodbye, Ben. I have to go away.
What for?
I can't lie about your father, but I want no part of a lynching.
Oh, that party's been canceled, Mama. Papa's examined his conscience and repented.
Then you can stay?
Mm-hmm. Papa's decided to retire. He's transferring the business to me.
Oh, it's a great trust, Ben. It's sinful money, but if you put it to good use.
Oh, I will, Mama. Don't you worry about that.
Ben, what have you been doing to Papa?
A great deal. Do you believe me now, honey?
You can't stop John and me.
Certainly not. Marry him. People in love should be poor.
Ben, what happened?
Papa didn't tell you?
I'll find out. And the day I do, I'll pay you back so you'll never forget it.
Why, Oscar, what's the matter with you? She didn't wait. Lorette's gone to New Orleans without me. I begged and I pleaded.
Deeply and sincerely.
Oh, you go ahead and laugh. I laughed too, Regina, when I saw your true love looking like a statue of Napoleon off to the wars on the same train.
So you arranged that, too?
That's enough. I'm sick of love. I don't want to hear any more about it.
You don't want.
Oscar, you go follow your can-can sweetheart and get yourself a wharf job loading bananas. And you, early maturing flower, you can go any place you want. See what it's like to be without Papa's money. Oh, of course, you both can stay. You and your great plan, Regina. Why, Papa was the only person didn't know about you and John Bagtree. Papa and Horace Giddens. Oh, Oscar, get me a pen and tape. I have an errand for you.
You don't have to get married, Regina. Just because he tells you to. We can go away and I can start again, just as I started once before.
When you did whatever Ben made you do, did you realize what you were doing to me? Did you care, Papa?
I cared very much.
And what good did that do?
Here's your bill of sale, Ben.
Thank you, Papa. And here's your dollar.
Pen and ink, Ben.
Oscar, I want you to take $2,000 to Horace Giddens with this note I'm going to write. And tell him Regina will be very happy to see him.
Then about the money for the hospital.
Not right now, Mama.
But then you said...
Now, sit down, Mama. You haven't had your coffee.
No, Ben. Thank you, but I'm leaving. I'm going back home, back to Piney Woods.
Oh, you don't mean that, Mama. How can we get along without you?
I don't know. Deep down, I guess maybe I don't care. No, I just want to go where I can get a breath of air.
Oh, you're just upset, Mama. You're tired.
No, I'm not tired. And I'm not afraid.
But, Mama, everything's going to be fine now. We're going to have big money. Oscar, Regina, even Papa. I know what's best for all of them. And for you, too, Mama. Why, someday we might even build you a hospital.
No, Ben. You'll always be busy. You'll have to be busy because you're a lonely man. An empty man. It seems funny to say, but I don't like you, Benjamin. I don't like any of my children. I just feel sorry for them.
Oh, don't take it so hard, Ben, honey. Whenever you're lonely, you can come and have dinner with us. With Horace and me.
Lavinia, wait,
She's gone, Papa.
Yes, I do believe she's gone. Regina, honey, pour me a cup of coffee.
Carly, we need some more coffee.
No, pour what's in the pot, honey.
But, Papa, there's just enough for one. And Ben's cup is empty.
Before our stars return for their curtain calls, here's Libby Collins with some important shopping news for the ladies.
Walter, we don't see much of you around Hollywood these days.
Well, Bill, whenever I finish a picture, I go right up north to my ranch. Got some cattle up there I'd like to keep an eye on.
With the price of meat what it is, you should sit up nights with them.
I imagine raising cattle must be lots of fun, Mr. Houston.
Oh, I don't know, Ann. It's just one big beef after another.
Oh, now, Walter. And what have you been doing to keep busy this summer?
Well, let me see. On the hottest day of the heat wave last week, I was celebrating Christmas.
You mean a Christmas tree and a turkey dinner with all the trimmings?
All of it, Vincent. A magazine wanted some Christmas pictures for the Christmas issue that goes to press right away.
Next December, they'll probably want a picture of you hunting Easter eggs. What's next week's play going to be, Bill?
Well, Vincent, next week's attraction is the kind that can only happen once a year. Because it's the picture that won the Academy Award as the best picture of the year. Darrell F. Zanuck's production, Gentleman's Agreement. And the stars, Gregory Peck and Ann Baxter. This 20th Century Fox picture is one of the most important events of our season, and we've been planning on it for months. So I hope you'll join us next Monday night for Gentleman's Agreement with Gregory Peck in his finest role.
None of us will miss that one, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and many thanks for tonight. Leave our brothers company, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gregory Peck and Ann Baxter in Gentleman's Agreement. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
To life with Broadway is my beat up next. You know, someday I hope to make it on Broadway myself. Ow!
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When the winter moon dips low over Broadway and hides again behind the scudding mists, Broadway is numbed. The year's ending is too swift. There's too much nighttime in December, as if the dimness of the subway had moved one flight up, as if the lights were not quite lights, but yellow things that drain off into shadows. It's a time of the muffler, the hurry up, the time of the wind. The dreams are dying, and it's a long while before April comes again. The place where I was, also one flight up above the street of the tired apartment houses and hotels. The avenue leased to anybody on the premise that home is any place where the rent is cheap. Hotel Savannah. The man who walked beside me and explained it all to me.
After all, Lieutenant, after all.
What?
The Do Not Disturb sign has been hanging on the front of the door all day. And here it is almost midnight.
So?
So, a place like this, rent a room for $350, pull out the old pills, leave the world to its own sorrow. The Savannah's getting quite a reputation for... Oh, this is the room. Now, that's how I found her. Right there on the bed. I could tell right away she wasn't a suicide. That bullet hole, no gun.
Who is she?
Took the room yesterday. Registered as Mary Smith. I keep a straight face as long as the payment is made in advance. Even she didn't have luggage. So what? Quite a few of my friends have not a presentable suitcase to their names.
What about her visitors?
This is her home away from home. That's our philosophy here at the Savannah. Why shouldn't she have visitors?
Asked you, did she have any?
I don't know. People come and go. A regular little world in itself, this Savannah. I remark this to myself often as I stand at the desk. Like I was looking on into a regular little world. That's why I always
Don't say it, Mr. Burgess. I'll take it from here. And consider the place where a girl lies dead, a room of transients, a cubicle, allotted, sold to the passer-through. The mark of their passing, the scars where cigarettes were ground into the desktop, the hotel stationery, the postcards with the scenes of gaiety tinted in, ink-stained, finger-smudged, blank. The sign, please turn out lights when departing, leave key at desk. The bed, where passing sleep is sold at the current rate. And in it, Mary Smith, dead by violence. Phone it in. Check other hotel personnel. Be told for the day she'd been there the girl was quiet, discreet, no trouble at all. Visitors? Maybe, maybe not. Policy not to notice things like that. And take it home with you. Try to sleep against the image, desolate, lonely. Not quite make it. And welcome the coming of day, somewhere to go, someone to talk to.
You have a bad night, Danny. You have the look of someone who has slept with rocks in his bed, head to foot.
That's your morning's greeting to me, Sergeant Tartaglia?
You see, other mornings you refer to me as Gino. But this morning, Danny, why is this morning different from all other mornings?
You got something for me, Gino?
Goes without saying. Sure, I got something. We coded that girl's fingerprints, that Mary Smith, put them on the wire to the chums of the FBI during the night.
Had an answer?
Those chums of the FBI are veritable Johnnies on the spot, Danny.
You had an answer, huh?
On the spot. According to the info lately come to hand and now contained in my breast pocket, Danny, this Mary Smith was not a Mary Smith. Oh, no, not at all.
All right, Gino. Who was she?
A Peg Ramsey, formerly of the Women's Army Corps, which makes her a former wife, which makes it easy for our Washington co-workers to check such things as fingerprints flying through the night. Such things as...
As what?
As the occupation of the deceased prior to sale. This Peg Ramsey, heretofore known as Mary Smith, was a member of the publishing firm, Taggart and Ramsey on Lower Madison. It brightens the morning for you, Danny, this info?
You tried, Gino. You really did. Thanks.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Get around to believing it, Mr. Taggart. Miss Ramsey was murdered in a cheap hotel named the Savannah. We want you to help us.
What was she doing there? Was she registered?
Look, Mr. Taggart.
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
Let's try it this way. What did Miss Ramsey do here at your publishing house?
At our publishing house, Mr. Clover, Peg is as much responsible for the success of Taggart and Ramsey as I am. Of course, I'm directly responsible for a book club's choosing 4 of our novels. Peg only had 3, but then...
Just tell me what she did.
Had final say on what we would publish and what we wouldn't. Along with me, of course. Also the discovery of talent and so forth and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Friends?
Every unpublished author in the world. You must understand, Taggart and Ramsey enjoys an enviable reputation. We publish stuff that others wouldn't even touch. Of course, sometimes we take a loss publishing literature, but we make up for it. Put out a crossword puzzle book. And
yeah, but what about special friends, Mr. Taggart?
Oh, working on the premise that special friends can be special enemies, huh? That happens in our latest mystery, Killed the Murderer Dead. It'll be released for publication in May.
Mr. Taggart.
Peg had a very special friend.
Who?
William Walter.
Who is William Walter?
A writer.
Where do I find him?
Well, I don't know. I have no idea. Peg handled him.
What made him so special?
Well, according to Peg, he was special because he was talent. The once-in-a-lifetime talent. Personally, I've heard that phrase too many times. Last year, after such a talent, we had to publish jumbo crossword puzzle books 5, 6, and 7 in a hurry.
And that was the relationship between Miss Ramsey and this William Walter, publisher and writer.
Oh, I think more. I think Peg had her times to be a publisher and times to be a woman. It's my belief from observing Peg that she mixed the two up for this boy.
What else about this William Walter?
He was brought here from North Carolina.
Brought here? You mean your firm subsidized him?
A writer's dream, but no. He was brought here by a Mrs. Janice Kirk, a self-styled discoverer of talent. Knew Peg slightly, brought him to her with a couple chapters of a novel. Peg believed in this boy and gave him an advance.
Where do I find this Mrs. Kirk?
Oh, I can tell you that easily. At the Ruxton Hotel. I've had cocktails with her there. An attractive woman, the way those women from North Carolina can be. Now, will you pardon me, Mr. Clover?
And at the hotel, ask for Janice Kirk. Be told she's been seen entering the cocktail lounge. Go there. The head waiter raises his eyebrows. with an effort, tilts a patrician head slightly to the left, and that way indicates the woman sitting alone, sipping the colorless drink, sipping the colorless music, weaving its frightened way through potted palms. And on her face, the smile of acceptance for the music, for the furtive cocktail-time laughter, for the glances of men, attached, unattached.
Hello there, and all that.
Mrs. Kirk?
I saw Alec tilt his Roman coin head, and that brought you to me. Whatever the reason, I'm glad. It's been lonely.
I'm from the police, Mrs. Kirk.
You didn't have to tell me that. You could have let me believe you'd walked in here and seen an interesting face sitting alone with her lost thoughts, and you took pity in it. You could have let me believe that.
I've just come from Alfred Taggart of Taggart and Ramsey.
Alfred, you tell him I'm very disappointed in him. He hasn't asked me to cocktails in, it must be hours now. You tell him that.
He said you knew Peg Ramsey.
Miss Ramsey, I've taken notice of her. I've talked to her, I remember. I wouldn't call that knowing a girl. Now, why did he go and tell you I knew her?
She's dead, murdered. She gave her name as Mary Smith and was killed in a hotel room.
Why? Didn't she have a home of her own? I didn't mean to say that. Truly, I didn't mean to be flippant over death. Not a death like that, but an empty way to die.
Taggart told me something else.
I'm sure he did. It was about the boy, wasn't it?
He told me about a boy, a young writer, William Walter.
William, sweet William, sweet, sweet William.
Maybe you can tell me more about him than Taggart did, Mrs. Kirk.
Well, I know I can. I know more about him than I know about myself. Wasn't it I that discovered the burning tree of talent in him? Wasn't it I that beat him, tortured him, soothed him till he put it all on paper? Figuratively, that is. I did that to him, figuratively. Wasn't it I that brought him here, so his poetry could cry out across your metropolitan skies?
Where is he now?
I don't know.
You said that...
I said I don't know. First, William stayed here, right here in this hotel close to me. And he took to living in all kinds of places, dismal places, dirty little furnished rooms, tenements, sordid hotels. Left me just high and dry for months, so as he could taste your city.
Then you haven't seen him
There
in
is a
something...
phone call for you, Mr. Clover. You can take it here.
Thank you. Danny Clover speaking.
You want it, Danny, right away. Savannah Hotel.
Why, Gino?
A boy shot to death in one of the rooms. Savannah Hotel, Danny. The same one.
I hate your telephones. They interrupt just when... Something bad's happened, hasn't it? I know it from your face. Something real bad.
And I'll tell you another thing, Mr. Clover. I should have kept my big mouth shut about the reputation of the Savannah. Right down here.
Same floor, same hallway as the last time I was here.
Not only that. Same room. There he is, Mr. Clover.
You know who?
Yeah. Registered about noon. Gave his name as William Walter. Said he was a writer. First time we ever had a writer.
And in the room of transience, yet another one, sprawled there across the bed, a boy, like a tired puppet, discarded. And the bullet hole in his temple gave him another quality, an attitude suddenly and forever caught in an instant of time, and the gun held in his dangling fist. The end of him, the death of William Walter.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. A titled Englishman wined and dined at a swank Park Avenue address is then mysteriously murdered. It takes no less than Mr. Chameleon, master of disguises, to make a dent in the Hand of Fate murder case. Follow Mr. Chameleon on this engrossing police operation tomorrow. Yes, that's tomorrow on CBS Radio. Mr. Chameleon is now heard at a new time, Sundays, on most of these same CBS radio stations.
On the eve of the merry holidays, Broadway treats itself to a 10-cent sprig of mistletoe, stands under it, watches the women walk by. They hug the warm fur close. Let the December wind riffle it against their mouths, their cheeks. Let the wind breathe them away from you. And for background, the music flowing out of the tinseled metallic throats of loudspeakers. And the kids standing carefully away from the assorted street corner Santa Clauses, eyeing them, studying them, lifting great puzzled eyes to the grown-up who holds their hand. Good, huh, kid? Makes you glow, so find the coin, drop it in the pot, pay off for the year that never was. And in a room, again, the place of the dead. Be alone with it for a little while. Be alone with the boy with a bullet wound in his temple. The boy who'd come to the great city with poetry to offer, and in return had been given this, the end of searching, the end of pain. Be alone with it until Detective Muggavan comes back.
I had a little talk with Burgess, the manager, Danny, like you told me.
Yeah?
Says the boy made a big to-do when he registered.
Burgess tell you why?
Uh-huh. Seems this kid, William Walter, insisted on having exactly the same room where the girl was killed. Manager tried to talk him out of it, offered him other rooms. Kid wouldn't have it any other way.
I think I know why.
Sure. Boy was a writer. That gives him a right to emotions the rest of us aren't privileged with. That's why he has to die in a room
You
where...
through, Muggavan?
Yeah. I guess I've been in it too long, Danny.
Here's why he wanted this room. Found it in his pocket. Marriage license.
I look at it, Danny? Thanks. Issued to William Walter and Margaret Ramsey. That'd be Peg Ramsey, the murdered girl, huh, Danny?
Yeah. A place like this probably going to keep the marriage a secret.
Uh-huh.
Hey, come over here, Muggavan. Found something else. Here on the desk.
Oh, it's written so fine. Wait, I gotta put on my glasses.
Sure, go ahead.
Peg, beloved Peg, all of it is done, finished. For you, now for me. For someone you breathed life into, then dying, took it from him. Done, finished. He wrote this, Dan?
We'll check it at headquarters. I think we'll find he wrote it.
With a gun in his hand like that, this note, how he insisted on the same room. Suicide, huh?
Call it in, Muggavan.
Danny?
Oh, come on in, Muggavan. Been down to technical?
Yeah, for an hour, more or less. Took me that long to get out of Gordon what he knew as soon as I walked in. Guys like Gordon give mothers a bad name.
Gave you a rough time, huh?
Yeah, had me looking through microscopes, gave me a short lecture on the theory of spectrochemical analysis. Then when I didn't applaud, he got angry. Anyhow, the gun that William Walter allegedly killed himself with also fired the bullet that killed Peg Ramsey.
Murder and suicide, huh, Muggavan?
I guess so. What do you think?
Take a look at this suicide note.
Well, I saw it, Danny.
Well, I know you saw it, but look at it again.
It's a suicide note.
Is it?
Hmm?
Show me where he says he's going to kill himself. Show me where it says that he... What is it, Gino?
Lady outside to see you, Danny.
What lady?
Name's Janice Kirk.
Show her in.
This way to see Danny Clover.
Thanks. That'll be all, Sergeant. Well, please sit down, Miss Kirk. This is Detective Muggavan.
How do you do?
Mrs. Kirk?
I'm going to leave town tomorrow, Mr. Clover.
I see.
Yes. This is a lonely city now. I'm afraid of it. I'm afraid of it because so many things, mostly...
William Walter?
Yes.
Oh, I want to say, Mrs. Kirk, how sorry we are.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kirk, one thing I'd like to ask you. Just what interest...
The way you said Mrs., the little glance that just happened between you and this other gentleman. The Mrs. means I was once married. My husband is dead.
I see.
And just what interest I had in William. He was a great writer. I said I was lonely. Now that William's dead, the world's a little bit more lonely, too, though it'll never know it.
Just why did you come here?
I want to ask something of you, may I?
Of course.
I brought William here. I want to take him home. I want to bury him.
We've already sent notification to North Carolina to his next of kin.
But in this case, don't you see, it should be me who should take, well, call it responsibility. Call it whatever.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Kirk. Until we hear from the next of kin, we have no authority.
I loved him. Is that what you wanted to hear me say? Go ahead, exchange glances again. Snicker a little bit behind your hands.
Mrs. Kirk, what the lieutenant said simply
Very
means
well,
that he...
you see, it really makes no difference at all.
For a moment, Consider her fury at being deprived of the dead boy. And understand it. Understand it because of the sudden statement of love for him. Blurt it out, bitter, explosive, no longer to be contained. But let it also open a door onto new questions. The finding out of why a boy's life must be taken. A boy of talent. A boy who was about to be married. A boy who had apparently scrawled a note against the insistent calling of death. Murder? Suicide? Make sure which. Let it take you to a place you'd been before, to a man you'd talked to before.
Can't tell you how glad I am you came back to me, Mr. Clover. I just can't tell you how glad.
Why, Mr. Taggart?
Well, this is perhaps an uncalled-for thought after those dismal doings at the Savannah Hotel. Even tragic, you might say. Peg and that boy.
Just tell me, Mr. Taggart.
Well, I was wondering, just a fleeting thought, mind you, did you happen to find the manuscript of the boy's novel? Did he perchance die with it there in the hotel room?
No, we didn't find it. Why?
Well, you must forgive me for this rather scavenger-like idea I've had, but not that we won't take care of the boy's estate, mind you, but it seems a provocative publishing stunt.
You want to publish the work posthumously. A boy kills himself, leaves a novel. That would make a splash in the literary world, huh?
Yes. I would have tried to put it more tastefully, but that's it, exactly.
Sorry, I can't help you.
Well, then I can't for the life of me imagine what else we have to talk about.
The reason why I came. I'm not sure the boy killed himself. He was going to marry Peg Ramsey. Did you know that?
Marry? No, I didn't. Imagine.
You said you met the boy when he first came here, that you...
Quickly, a quick introduction from Peg. As I said, his work impressed her, so I okayed an advance for him. That's why if you find the manuscript, I feel it rightfully belongs to me.
And that's all you knew of him? The advance, Peg Ramsey's interest in him, sponsoring of him?
That and the money I've already expended on him. For advance publicity on Peg's newfound genius, I even hired Tonto Jones.
Who?
Tonto Jones, ace blurbist, the Guy de Maupassant of book jackets. Told him to stick with Walter, get to his marrow, find out everything about him, and write it in 100 words to fit the back of a book jacket.
I'd like to talk to a man who knew all about William Walter. You have his address?
Greenwich Village, somewhere. The girl will give it to you on your way out, Mr. Clover. You were going, weren't you?
So downtown now, to Greenwich Village. Turn off 11th Street onto Bank, past the bargain basement bars where the floor shows chuckle at the customers, and the local color is prefabricated. And find an address, another basement, where the door is a painted mural of pink and satyrs with a motto in French over the brass knocker. When the door opens, the man puts a finger to his lips.
Shh. It's the last side.
Huh?
Schoenberg bought the records today. Come on. Come on, everybody's inside.
All right.
Grab yourself a hunk of floor and sit.
If you don't mind, I'll stand.
What did you bring?
What?
I told Barbette to tell everybody to bring a record. Didn't she?
I brought a badge.
Hey, who are you? Aren't you one of Barbette's...
Police. I'm looking for Tonto Jones.
Why?
Where is he?
Me? What do you want me for?
A few questions, Tonto. By the way, where'd you get that name?
Oh, I spent a summer in Mexico trying to write. The natives gave me the name affectionately. It stuck.
All right. Now tell me what you can about William Walter.
I was going to do his dust jacket for him.
You mean that stuff on the cover of a book that tells how good it is?
What do you mean, stuff?
Just tell me about William Walter.
I could have done it, too. Have somebody to support me. I could have written a novel.
Did William Walter finish his?
About a week ago. Pretty good, too. Oh, not that I would have approached his subject matter that way.
Then you read it?
Parts of it. Other parts he read to us.
To us?
Mm-hmm. People who drop in from time to time. We had varied opinions as to the novel's significance. Of course, if you're the type who's satisfied with sheer entertainment value...
Where is the novel?
Manuscript?
Uh-huh.
Oh, he left it here for me to look over. A couple of days ago, Janice picked it up.
Janice Kirk?
She said Willie sent her for it. I gave it to her.
Hey, Tonto.
We're disturbing your guest, Tonto. Go back to them. I'm just leaving.
Oh, hello, Mr. Clover.
May I come in, Mrs. Kirk?
Well, you don't want to talk to me now. I've been crying. I look a mess.
It'll only be a few minutes.
You promise?
Yes.
Well, then, come in. You wait right here. I'll go in the next room and do my face. We can talk. Well, go on. Talk to me.
I've just come from Greenwich Village, Mrs. Kirk.
I hate it, don't you?
I spoke to Mr. Jones.
Tonto?
That's right, Tonto Jones.
You know what Tonto means?
No, I don't.
Well, I didn't either till I looked it up. It means crazy, fatuous, stupid. No one pays any attention to what Tonto says.
I do.
How do I look, better? Of course I look better. Can you tell I've been crying?
No.
Well, now we'll talk.
Did you like the novel?
Now, be more explicit, Mr. Clover. I'm always reading. What novel did you mean?
William Walter's novel.
You know something? I told you I loved the boy, and I did. Even after he was so cruel to me.
What about the novel, Mrs. Kirk?
Well, that's what I mean. He didn't even let me read it after all I did for him.
Maybe you didn't understand me, Mrs. Kirk. I said I saw Mr. Jones down in Greenwich Village.
Well, he's a liar.
About what?
About anything, he told you.
He said you picked up Walter's novel a couple of days ago. I don't think he lied. Nobody else has that manuscript.
And I suppose nobody will ever read it.
I suppose not. Mrs. Kirk,
Yes?
you told me how hard you worked to foster the boy's talent, how you brought him here to New York, how everything was wrapped up in that boy and his novel. Doesn't it bother you that the manuscript is missing?
Well,
Do you have it?
No, I don't.
Did you destroy it? Well, did you?
Well, what difference does it make?
I'm just curious to know what the novel is about, that's all.
I burned it before I read it. As soon as I got it here, I tore it up and burned it.
That was the first part of it, wasn't it? Huh?
What?
To destroy everything about the boy.
Destroy somebody you loved? How can you say that?
You loved him, all right. Only he was going to marry Peg Ramsey. Did he show you the marriage
Oh,
license?
he was never going to marry that girl. He just wanted his novel published, that's all.
I don't know. Marriage license usually means marriage. They were going to keep it secret, but they told you because you deserved to know.
Deserved to know. Do you know why they told me? To be cruel to me. To laugh at me. To slap me in the face with it.
So you killed her.
Do you know what she said to me? Do you know what that girl said to me? I'll pay you for the train fare you spent to bring him to New York. Even if I had killed her, could you blame me?
But the boy, you said you loved him.
Him. Sitting there when I came into the room. I was ready to forgive him everything. I walked over to him, put my hands around his back. He shrugged them off. Kept writing. Writing a note to a girl who was dead. Did you ever hear anything as crazy as that? Note to a dead girl.
We thought it was a suicide note.
Then he went over to the bed and he sprawled out and put his hands behind his head, and then he stared at me. He stared hate at me.
Because you'd killed Peg Ramsey?
He knew it and he didn't go to the police. That made me think he still loved me.
Why didn't he go to the police?
Because he knew I'd crawl back to him. He wanted me there so he could tell me how much hate he had for me. How much he despised me.
You didn't give him the chance. You destroyed him. Everything that he touched, you destroyed. The final thing to ride on a train.
And he'd be back there with the baggage, the litter, and the animals.
Let's go, Mrs. Kirk.
No one's going to do that to me. What he did. Not to me. Who did he think he was?
Let's go. Night bursts open like a sudden flame on Broadway. The crowd swarm dances between the silhouettes of 1,000 buildings. Dances its fury away against the time of morning until the night soaks up the sound and pain and color and turns it into dawn. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Betty Lou Gerson was heard as Janice Kirk. Featured in the cast were Stan Waxman, Steve Roberts, and David Wolfe. probably heard the poets sing the praises of running brooks, babbling brooks, and he who brooks no evil. But you'll sing the praises yourself of Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden, Sunday nights on most of these same CBS radio stations. As Connie Brooks, Eve Arden is sometimes running after a man, often babbling about men, and she brooks no evil that interferes with her pursuit of a man. So maybe the poets should sing her praises, too. Our Miss Brooks is fun to hear Sunday nights on CBS Radio. Phil Anders speaking. And remember, Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy open fire on your funny bone Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
All right, it's now time for the Trivia Minute, and here we go. The wild turkey was hunted nearly to extinction by the early 1900s, when the population reached a low of around 30,000 birds. But restoration programs across North America have brought the numbers up to 7 million today, all of whom seem to reside in the woods behind my house. There are 6 subspecies of wild turkey, all native to North America. The Pilgrims hunted and ate the eastern wild turkey. The Aztecs domesticated another subspecies, M. Galapovo, the South Mexican wild turkey. And the Spanish brought those turkeys to Europe. The Pilgrims then brought several of these domestic turkeys back to North America. Talk about the long way round. Male turkeys are called gobblers after the gobble they call to announce themselves to females, which are called hens, and compete with other males. Other turkey sounds include purrs, yelps, and neenies. And that was the Trivia Minute. Now let's get back to the show.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Due to an attack of laryngitis, Gracie Allen is unable to appear in person at this time, so the program you are about to hear is a transcription of this evening's earlier broadcast.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, B. Benaderet, Elliot Lewis, Meredith Wilson and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
On his way home from the office, George has dropped in at the corner cigar store. Pops, the ancient proprietor, is quite interested in the bouquet of yellow roses that George is carrying.
What you going to do with them roses, Mr. Burns?
Take them home to Gracie, Pops.
Women folk dearly love flowers, don't they?
Yes, they do.
I had a date yesterday with a girl was wearing an orchid. College girl.
You dated a college girl?
Yeah. Vassar, 1885. She sure looked pretty with that big orchid on.
Where'd you meet her?
Picked her up outside Tom Brenneman.
Let me have a couple of cigars. Greetings, Pop. Hello,
Oh,
George.
hello, Mr. Banger.
Hi, Joe. What's with the yellow roses, George? Selling them for a sideline? Taking them home to Gracie. Yeah? What's the occasion? No occasion. I saw them in the florist's window and realized it's been a long time since I took her any.
George, you can't take your wife a dozen roses for no reason. She'll think you've got a guilty conscience.
Huh?
There are only 2 times when a husband takes flowers to his wife. When she's got a birthday or he's got a hangover.
But, Joe, I've never done anything wrong.
That's it. You're ignorant about these things. Now listen to the voice of experience. Don't take those roses home.
Gee, I had a card put on them and everything. See, it says, to the sweetest little wife in the whole world. From her Boopsy boy. She used to call me that.
Oh, brother. With that corny card on them, she'll know something's wrong. Take my advice, George. Leave those roses right here on the counter.
On the counter? Well, maybe you're right. Thanks for tipping me off, Joe.
That's okay, George. We husbands have got to stick together.
Let me have a couple of my favorite cigars, Pops.
You mean them 2 for nickel Perfecto Royales?
Yeah?
Now, you'd better buy my whole stock of them things, Mr. Burns. There's another fella been threatening to take them.
Another customer, huh?
No. Fella from the Board of Health.
I'll see you later.
Must you leave, Gracie? Well, I better, Clara. Joe will be home pretty soon, and he'll want to fix him some lunch.
Yes, he's such a wonderful husband. I always wait on him hand and foot.
Really? You know, I wait on George with my hand, but there are so few things I can do with my foot.
But Gracie, let it go.
Would you and Joe like to go to a movie tonight?
I don't think so. Joe went to one last night while we were at Ladies' Aid meeting.
Oh, yes, that's right. So did George. You know, if I hadn't said no, he'd have gone to see that one with all the nudists in it.
Nudists?
Yeah, the Naked City.
But Gracie, naked... Let that one go, too.
I'm home, Angel Pie. Oh, hello, Gracie.
Hello, Joe.
What are you hiding behind your back, Joe?
A little surprise for my precious girl. Close your eyes.
All right. They're closed.
Now open them.
Oh, Joe! Yellow roses. Oh, you sweetheart.
Read the card, honey.
For the sweetest little wife in the whole world from her bookie boy. Oh, Joe, what a cute name.
I thought you'd like it.
Oh, gee, that's what I used to call George.
Well, I'd better go put these in water for you, baby dumpling. Excuse me, Gracie.
Oh, Gracie, what a shame your husband can't be as romantic as mine.
Well, George is improving, Clara. Spring has already made his kisses longer.
Really?
Yes. Since the 1st of April, they've lasted over a minute. Added together, that is.
But he never brings you flowers.
Well, now, give George a chance. Maybe he's waiting right now to surprise me with some flowers. I'll rush right home. I'll see you later. Goodbye, Clara.
Goodbye. That chance she has of getting a surprise, poor child. What a shame she couldn't have married a kind old man.
I'm home, dear.
So I see.
George,
What?
I've got my eyes closed.
You'd better open them. You'll fall over a chair.
Did you bring something home for me?
Yes, I did.
Oh, where are they?
Put them in a tub of water on the service port.
Oh, a whole tub full?
Down here, Paul. Brought home all the dirty shirts I had at the golf club.
Dirty shirts? But, George, on your way home, didn't you buy something for me?
Oh, sure. I almost forgot.
Oh, where are they?
Right here. 2 bars of laundry soap.
Oh, you don't love me.
What's wrong, sweetheart? It's good laundry soap.
Oh, you and your soap. I just came from the Bagley's house, and Joe brought Clara a dozen yellow roses.
Yellow roses?
Yes, and they have the most romantic card on them. It said, to the sweetest little wife in the world from her boopsy boy. George, where are you going?
To see a certain guy. And when I get through with him, he'll have a lily in his hand.
Oh, that's right. Flowers for strangers, but none for your wife.
Go with me, George. You're choking me. Darn right I am. Oh. Those roses cost me $5, and you stole them and gave them to your wife.
George, you don't know what you're saying. I had no intention of touching those roses. But they were lying there on the counter, dying for want of water.
Now, look.
I only wanted to save their lives. Yeah, but they were so young, so lovely. It was like 12 piteous little voices calling out to me. Water. Water. Oh, we die. Well, I didn't give those roses to my wife as a present. She took them to nurse them back to health. Gee, it was swell of you. Wait a minute.
The oily line won't work. Now, listen to me, Bagley. You go right down to that flower shop and have $5 worth of roses sent to Gracie. Understand?
Okay.
And print my name on the card.
Okay.
And don't bother feeling their pulses. If they're sick, we'll nurse them back to health.
Well, I finished washing your shirts, dear. Have you any other delightful little surprises for me?
Now, Gracie.
Perhaps you'd like me to sew your pocket shut.
Sew my pocket shut?
Well, why not? You never reach into them for anything.
Now, look, honey. I know you're upset, but just in a few minutes...
Come in.
Flowers for Mrs. George Burns.
Flowers? For me? Oh, how wonderful. Let's see what the card says. To Gracie, the sweetest rose of all. From George. Oh, darling.
Gracie? Oh, Gracie. You shouldn't kiss me before this boy.
Well, he can kiss you later.
Looks like I got here just in time. Mr. Bagley said to hurry.
Who?
Mr. Joe Bagley. He's the one who sent the flowers.
So, this wasn't your idea, George. It was Joe Bagley's. But he knew you wouldn't think of it, so he tried to cover up for you. To think that my husband needs help from another man. But, oh, I should have suspected this on our wedding day, when you had the bellboy carry me over the threshold.
But, honey...
Oh, don't put Joe's lovely flowers in water.
Darn it, kid, why did you have to stick around? Why didn't you leave the flowers and scram?
I'm waiting for my $5.
$5?
Yeah, those flowers are COD.
Oh, kill that Bagley. Gracie, look at me. I'm going to talk to you.
I haven't time now. I'm making spaghetti sauce for dinner.
But, honey, I don't like spaghetti sauce.
Well, Joe Bagley likes it.
Huh?
If you're not gentleman enough to show your appreciation to him, I am. I've invited Joe and Clara for dinner, and we're having spaghetti sauce.
I won't eat it.
You will, too.
In fact, if Joe Bagley sets foot in this house, I'll eat rat poison.
Well, you put spaghetti sauce on it.
Gracie, if you'd only listen for a...
See who's at the front door.
Okay.
Howdy, little man.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Hey, you look sadder than a Texas steer that strayed into Oklahoma. Are you in distress?
I'll say I am. There's a neighbor of mine who keeps getting me in trouble with Gracie. He ought to be shot.
But shooting's too good for a man like that. You ought to tie him hand and foot and stake him down just outside the Texas border, facing Texas.
What'll that do?
He'll lay there and drool himself to death. Hey, by the way, who is the feller?
Joe Bagley.
Joe Bagley. I don't see how he keeps from getting in trouble with his own wife. You know what he done last night?
What?
He told his wife that he was going to a movie, but he didn't. He went to one of them stag parties where there was a hula dancer.
Are you sure?
He sat right beside me.
Oh, you watched the hula dancer, too?
Well, now, only out of patriotism. Her skirt was made of Texas prairie grass.
So Bagley went to a stag and his wife thinks he went to the movie. Mr. Judson, this is my chance to get revenge. When he and his wife come to dinner tonight, I'll expose them.
Woo-wee! You'll be in hot water.
I'll say he will. And then right... Here comes Gracie.
Who are you talking to so long, dear? Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Howdy, little lady.
Will you stay and have dinner with us?
Oh, well, now, I thank you kindly, but I got to get down to the railroad station. The foreman of my ranch is sending a load of wild horses that he broke.
Well, I hope you'll be able to mend them.
You hope you'll be able to mend? Oh, I like your sense of humor, man.
Blossom time, a mighty cheering thought, Meredith. Can't you almost smell those blossoms, Toby? We had a half a dozen Jonathan trees in the backyard back home in Iowa. My mother babied those trees like one of the family. Well, it's easy to understand, Meredith. All winter, the apple tree stands, its gnarled branches stark against the sky. And then one wonderful day in spring, there's this glorious flood of delicate, fragrant blossoms. Yes, wherever you go in America, from the fertile apple country of Winchester, Virginia, to the Yakima orchards of the far west, the fresh, fragrant blossoms of our apple trees are a beautiful and heartwarming part of our well-loved American scene. Yes, and today, wherever you go in America, you'll find folks enjoying the coffee that's become so much a part of this American scene. That coffee is Maxwell House. Americans love coffee, good coffee, which makes this a fact to remember. Today, more Americans buy and enjoy Maxwell House than any other brand at any price. Now, why do folks who want good coffee prefer Maxwell House? The answer is flavor. That famous, good to the last drop Maxwell House flavor you can credit to the expert blending of these choice coffees. Monosolis for mellowness. Medellin for richness. Other choice coffees for robust vigor. And Bucaramangas for fine, full body. All skillfully combined by experts in the truly great Maxwell House blend. Radiant roasted to flavor perfection. And brought to you vacuum packed and roaster fresh. Tomorrow, discover the extra flavor, extra satisfaction of America's favorite brand of coffee. Enjoy the very best in coffee drinking pleasure for only a fraction of a penny more per cup than the lowest priced coffee sold. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop. Well, at last, George has a chance to get even with Joe Bagley. Joe told his wife he went to a movie last night, but George knows he didn't. Both couples are seated at dinner now, and George is ready to spring the trap.
George, you're not eating. You just sit there and smirk at me like the cat that swallowed the canary.
George Burns, did you spoil your appetite by eating a canary?
No. By the way, Joe, seen any good movies lately?
Movies?
Yes, Joe went to one last night.
What'd you see, Joe?
Well, The Treasure of Sierra Madre. Yeah, that's it.
What a coincidence. That's the picture I saw last night. But I didn't see you at the theater.
Have another meatball, George.
I couldn't eat one.
Just hold it in your mouth.
I want to talk about the treasure of Sierra Madre. Swell plot, wasn't it?
Yes, well.
Why don't you tell it to Clara?
Yeah, tell me the plot,
Yeah,
Joe.
it was a good plot.
Quick, George.
Something.
Take me to the kitchen. Something's caught in my throat. George, I'm in a spot. I didn't see that picture last night. I went to a stag party.
No.
Yeah. You saw the picture. Tell me the plot so I can tell Clara.
Well, sure, pal. I'll be glad to.
What are you laughing about?
Well, the picture is a comedy. I laugh when I think of it. It's all about this girl named Sierra Madre.
I thought Sierra Madre was a mountain range.
Oh, no. In the picture, it was a girl, played by Shirley Temple. And Humphrey Bogart plays a minister.
Bogart, a minister?
Yeah. He married Shirley Temple to Walter Houston.
What do you know? Hollywood finally came up with a new plot, huh? Well, that's enough to tell Clara. Come on.
Oh, you stopped coughing, sweetheart. Did George fix you up?
Yeah. I fixed him up good.
And now I can tell you the plot of the picture. It's all about this girl named Sierra Madre, played by Shirley Temple, and a minister played by Humphrey Bogart. He marries her to Walter Houston.
That's the plot?
Yeah.
George Burns, where were you last night?
Huh?
You weren't at the movies. That's not the plot you told me.
But, sweetheart...
3 men looking for gold. Of all the ridiculous things. I should have known you made it up.
But, honey...
Where did you go last night, you fiend in husband's form?
Come, Clara. Let us leave this unpleasant scene.
Yes, lover.
I'm sorry you had to learn that there are husbands who lie to their wives.
Oh, no. Look, honey, it's almost midnight. For the millionth time, the treasure of Sierra Madre was about 3 men looking for gold.
Don't lie to me, George.
But I'm not. Walter Houston was an old desert rat.
That's a fine way to talk about Shirley Temple's husband.
She wasn't married to Houston.
That's a fine way to talk about Shirley Temple.
But she wasn't even in the picture. Can't you see the plot Joe told was a phony? Shirley Temple marrying Walter Houston. It would be ridiculous for a girl that young to marry a man that old.
How dare you call our marriage ridiculous?
Gracie, it's too late to take you to the movie tonight. But the plot I told you is the right one. It's 3 men panning gold.
A likely plot. Men love gold. Why should they pan it?
I know someone who'll be up this time of the night, Bill Goodwin. And he sees every picture that's made. I'll go get him.
Oh, and tip him off to what to say. Oh, no, I'll go with you.
And so a few minutes later, George and Gracie rushed up to the desk at Bill Goodwin's apartment hotel.
Whom did you wish to see?
Bill Goodwin, and hurry.
Yes, it's very urgent.
One moment, I will see if he is in.
Bill, there's a cute girl here with an old gent. They're asking for you. It looks like trouble. Okay.
I am sorry. Mr. Goodwin has gone to join the French Foreign Legion.
What?
So
So you can't force him to marry your daughter.
She's not my daughter. I'm George Burns, and this is Mrs. Burns.
Oh, my mistake. Hello, Bill. It's George and Gracie. Yeah, that couple that works on your radio program.
Yeah, that's us.
Okay, Bill. He's just leaving. He says, wait here at the desk. He'll be right down. Oh, look, George. Here comes Professor Korkendorfer, the man you heard lecture on antediluvian fossils. He lives here. Oh?
Hello. Give me once Professor Korkendorfer's key, please.
Hello, Professor.
Someone spoke?
Yes, remember me?
Of course I remember you. You think I'm blind? I got eyes like a house.
I know.
You wish to see me?
No, I'm waiting for Bill Goodwin.
Oh, yeah. He likes pretty young girls like you.
I'm not a girl. By the way, Professor, have you seen the treasure of Sierra Madre?
No. Did she lose it? I help her look. I got eyes like a house.
Maybe I find a hoe who saw the picture.
Well, good night now. I get on the elevator.
He walked into the coffee shop. Yeah, he always gets them mixed up.
Hi, Burns. You want to see me?
Yeah. Bill, you can save my life. Did you see the treasure of Sierra Madre?
Yeah, George. I went last night.
Oh, wonderful. Tell Gracie all about it.
Okay. Let's step into the coffee shop and sit down.
What floor is this?
This is the first floor.
Slow elevator, but they... Slow elevator, but they serve nice coffee.
Well, you're wrong about the elevator, Professor, but you are right about the coffee. It's the best. It's Maxwell House.
Bill, don't get sidetracked. Tell Gracie about the picture.
Okay, George, but here's the waiter. Give him your order first.
What'll you have?
Bring 3 cups of Maxwell House coffee.
Yeah, 3 cups of Maxwell House coffee.
I believe I'll have 3 cups, too. You know, Maxwell House is so delicious, 1 cup is just a teaser.
Now, Bill, let's get to the movie. Tell Gracie just what happened.
Okay, now I'll start with the sensational love scene. Now, this gorgeous redhead
Wait a minute. What love scene? Where was there a redhead in that movie?
Sitting beside me in the balcony.
Bill, we're only interested in the picture. Tell Gracie the plot.
Well, George, I don't know the plot.
Why not?
When you're sitting in the balcony with a gorgeous redhead, who watches the picture?
Bill, you must have looked at the screen once or twice. Don't you remember? Those 3 men struggled across the desert, almost died of thirst.
They did? Why?
To get the greatest treasure in the world.
Well, that's silly. They could get Maxwell House in any market. What a treasure. No wonder more people buy Maxwell House than any other brand of coffee in the world.
I'm talking about gold.
Gold schmold. Who'd look for that? Can you pour gold in a percolator and get a steaming, fragrant drink that'll start your day out right? No. For that, you need Maxwell House.
Oh, now, you see, George, even Bill doesn't believe that ridiculous plot about looking for gold.
Well, I certainly don't.
Now, listen, you two.
Somebody's at 2? That's my floor. I get out here.
I wonder who... Is that the buzzer? Mm-hmm. Who's at the door this time of the night?
Oh, that's Meredith. I called him to drive me home to Mother.
What?
I won't live with a man I can't trust. Come in.
Good evening, all. You sounded distraught on the phone, Gracie. Is something amiss?
Yes, Meredith. I'm leaving, George, and I want you to take me home to Mother.
Very well, although Mama may not approve of my bringing home a married woman.
I mean my mother.
Oh, well, that's a horse of a different color. That's merely a saying and intends no reflection on your mother's figure.
Oh.
Why don't you run along, Meredith? Gracie isn't leaving here.
I am, too. If you weren't where you said you were last night, how do I know where you were all the other nights? Where were you the night before last?
I was with you all evening. The only time I left your side is when I went into the kitchen to get you a glass of milk.
And who did you have a date with in the kitchen?
Gracie.
Where were you 2 years ago last night?
I don't know.
Where were you on our wedding night?
I was with you.
Any witnesses?
Certainly. You.
Oh, no. You're not dragging me into your sordid past.
Now, look, honey.
Let's go, Meredith. I won't live with a man I can't trust.
Tracy, honestly, I went to the movies last night.
Oh, George, it's bad enough to lie, but it's even worse not to admit it when you're caught.
Okay, if that's what you want, I'll say it. I didn't go to the movies last night. I never saw The Treasure of Sierra Madre.
Oh, it's too bad you missed it, George. It was an excellent picture, all about three men who went hunting for gold.
Oh, then you did see the picture, George.
Sure.
You lied to me.
Huh?
You just told me you didn't see it. Let's go, Meredith. I won't live with a man I can't trust.
Oh, I'll see you.
And now here is an important announcement. Daylight saving time will be in effect in many communities next week. But this will not change the regular time of broadcast for Maxwell House Coffee Time, except in Portland, Oregon, California, and Nevada, where it will be heard 1 hour earlier. Remember, Portland, California, and Nevada listeners, beginning next Thursday, tune in George and Gracie 1 hour earlier.
Good things. The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother.
The preceding was transcribed. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Waiting. Biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Cato coming up next.
A Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies that even the G-men cannot reach. The Green Hornet. Adventure, not 1 cent for tribute. The events and characters depicted in this drama are fictitious. Any similarity to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Is that the gas station on the next corner, Kruger?
That's that one, Zoe. Can't you see how much he's charging for gas? That was okay. The one we want is on the next corner.
Which way?
Turn left.
There's the place.
Here it goes!
Well, boys, I guess we won't have no more trouble with that guy.
Not now, Slagle.
Drink up, boys. You sure the bomb did a good job?
I was watching through the rearview mirror, Slagle. Kruger tossed that pineapple right into the middle of the gas pumps.
Don't worry, boss. You can pick up what's left of the place with an eyedropper.
That's fine. From now on, he'll pay protection dough along with the rest.
You got a sweet racket, Slagle.
Sure.
Every gas station in the city is kicking in.
They're paying for protection, Sally. I make sure nothing happens to them.
And if they don't pay?
They run into trouble like tonight. You were careful enough to let anyone see you?
We went by too fast, boss. Yeah, we used a stolen car. Ditched it a couple of blocks further on. The only guy that has an idea of us is the guy we bombed. Catch him talking.
Besides, he don't know for sure. All he's got is suspicion.
Right. A guy who's scared don't make a good witness. You need more than suspicions for proof.
You said it, boss.
As for the police, they can't prove a thing when they ain't got witnesses.
Miss Case got the district attorney on the phone for me. Have Lowry here when I'm through talking.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Have it up.
Well, it looks like a 3-alarm fire the way he's burning up. Sally, get the district attorney on the wire. And tell Lowry to stop cutting out paper dolls and come in here on the double. Mr. Reed's in a hurry. And I do mean hurry. Oh, I wonder what it is this time. Last week he was turning out scorching editorials on dangerous drivers and how they were a menace on the city streets. Yes, Mr. Reed?
Get me all the information we have on the recent gas station accident. Bring it to me as soon as you get it. Oh, is that the district attorney?
Mr. Reed's office? Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Reed, it's the district attorney. I'll switch him on your wire.
I have it. Get busy on that list.
Hello. Hello, let me have the morgue.
Don't tell me, Casey. The boss is going to make me the love-born editor.
You'd do better at a racetrack, Lowry. Hello, morgue?
Morgue? Did somebody die?
Not that morgue, silly. The place where we keep all the back copies of the Sentinel.
Oh, no, Casey, you're kidding me. If there's any information he wants, I have it at my fingertips.
Listen, Miss Case. Mr. Reed wants all the information you have about recent gas station accidents.
That's it, huh?
I don't care how you get them. Well, check with the police. Go through your back copies.
Casey, that last gas station that was blown up was a shambles. Wrecked pumps, gasoline. I never saw such a mess.
It doesn't take a reporter to see that.
Do I detect a note of sarcasm in that last crack?
You do. Honestly, Lowry, it's an open secret who's back of all these bombings and fires.
Really?
Legal, that's who.
Tell me something I don't know, Casey.
Then why don't your stories say so?
Listen, Casey. Sure, Slagle controls the gas stations in this town. He's got a protection racket that brings in a cent on every gallon.
Then why don't
But the Sentinel can't print that. There's no proof. He'd be sued from here to Christmas.
My idea of heaven would be someplace where a newspaper can print what everybody knows is true, even though it can't be proved.
Yeah, but this place isn't heaven.
Not while Slagle is here.
Well, maybe the district attorney can do something.
I've been talking to him, Lowry. Just finished.
Did he have anything, Mr. Reed?
A lot of things, Case.
How about that last bombing, boss?
Yeah, it's the same story all over again, Lowry. Suspicions, but no proof. Even the owner of that gas station refuses to talk.
And meanwhile, that snake Slagle keeps raking in all the cash he can get his grabbing hands on.
There's one consolation, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, Casey?
None that I know of, Miss Case.
What I mean is, Slagle's only taking money from gas stations.
Well?
1 cent difference in the price of gasoline isn't going to affect people so much.
Miss Case, you're making the same mistake that others do. The price of gasoline is as important as any other.
But suppose Slagle's racket were meat and vegetable market. Well, people wouldn't be able to get the right kind or amount of food. Now, you can't compare...
It's practically the same thing.
Keep your ears open, Casey. Here's where you get a lesson in simple economics.
Meat and vegetable markets use trucks in their business.
Yes.
They have to pay the same higher price for gasoline that Slagle forces from everyone else.
But a cent a gallon...
Well, that adds up. If they spend more for gasoline, they have to make it up somewhere else. In other words, if their expenses go up, they have to charge the public more for the food they're selling.
You'll hit it, boss, and the same goes for every family that uses a car.
Exactly. Every cent they have to spend for gas means 1 cent less to buy milk and eggs and fresh vegetables for the family table.
Of course. I didn't stop to think.
More people did think, Miss Case. Racketeers like Slagle would never get started.
Too late for that now. Slagle's got the gas stations tied up tighter than Houdini.
That's why I called you. We're going after every one of those gasoline dealers.
Why, boss?
If we can find one man who'll act as witness against Slagle, that's all the district attorney will need.
They're sending the names up from the morgue, Mr. Reed.
Go after them, Lowry. Take Clicker Benny with you.
Okay. We ought to be able to convince somebody that he's smart to act as a witness.
Lowry and Clicker Benny made the rounds of the gas stations which had recently had accidents, but their search was fruitless. They could find no one who would consent to appear against Bat Slagle. As they approached the gas station run by a man named Jennings, Lowry said,
We're not having much luck, Clicker. Everybody gives us the same story.
I can't blame them exactly, Lowry. How would you like it if something happened to your family?
I haven't got a family.
Yeah, but most of these gas station operators have. Besides, they can't help much.
They say they can't, but I know
It may be true. Apparently, Bat Slagle is pretty careful about making sure there's no actual evidence against him.
Denny, all these accidents can't have just happened.
Slagle's responsible, all right. There's no doubt about that. Only all the victims claim they saw nobody, heard nothing, and know nothing.
I still say they're scared. How about this guy here? What's his name?
Jennings.
Okay, watch me work.
It'd be about time. Nothing's worked so far.
He isn't out here. Must be inside the station.
Yes, sir. You want some gas?
Mr. Jennings?
That's right. Guess I didn't hear you. I was busy checking over the business I've been doing.
How is business?
Could be better. Who wants to know?
Paying 1 cent tribute and every gallon to Slagle cuts into the profits, doesn't it?
Listen, mister, you here to buy gasoline or what?
Hold on, Mr. Jennings. We don't mean to be rude.
If you want gas, I'll sell it. If you don't, clear out.
You don't understand. We're from the Daily Sentinel.
Sure. He does the reporting and I take the pictures.
How'd you like your picture in the papers, Mr. Jennings?
My picture?
Yeah, the Sentinel's running a series on gas station operators. We want to tell our readers...
Don't kid me.
About some of our leading... Huh?
You heard what I said. You ain't fooling me with that serious stuff. You hear about Bat Slagle, ain't you?
Nice work, Lowry.
Okay, Jennings. I won't stall. How about it? You know plenty about the way Slagle works.
Me? Not a thing.
I suppose Slagle didn't wreck your place last month.
Where'd you get that idea? It was an accident. The gas tank exploded.
Oh, Mr. Jennings, don't hold out on us.
Come on, Jennings. You know it was Slagle. Pin it on him and you'll be a hero.
Yeah, I'd rather be alive.
But
Besides, it wouldn't do any good anyway. I didn't see nothing.
You were here when it happened, weren't you?
Sure, but I didn't see anybody. I tell you, it was an accident. See, an accident.
Just like the rest of them. Afraid to talk.
Listen, you. Take a tip and get out of here before I get mad.
Looks to me as if all of you are yellow.
I'm warning you to get out.
Letting Slagle make monkeys of you. Yellow as a chrysanthemum.
Why, you...
Uh-oh.
Now get out and stay out. Don't come around again looking for a store. You'll get another poke in the jaw.
Don't tell me, Laura. The only result of sending you and Miss Binny out is that bruise on your chin.
Oh, the big jellyfish smacked me when I wasn't looking.
Doesn't sound much like a jellyfish to me.
Not this fellow, Mr. Reed. He was mad.
I mean about Slagle, Mr. Reed. They were all jellyfish. Even the guy who socked me wouldn't open his mouth about Slagle. Compared to them, the plan could talk your ear off.
Lowry, I don't quite approve of your tactics in questioning this man Jennings.
I couldn't help it, boss. By the time I got around to him, I was fit to be tied.
Reporters are supposed to go out for facts, not fights.
On the level, boss. I tried being polite.
Yeah?
You know Lowry, Mr. Reed. If he can't get facts one way, he uses another.
Whether any of them has something on Slagle or not, I don't know. All I know is they won't talk.
Miss Benny, you've been trying to conceal a grin ever since Lowry, you came in here.
Me?
Did you snap a picture of Jennings hitting Lowry?
Huh?
Well, my camera was handy, and I just took it.
Liquor, you double-dealing little... Give me that camera.
Hey, can't a girl take a few shots for a private collection? Let go, you bastard!
Hold on, both of you. It'll ruin me, boss. Liquor, show that print all around the city room.
You said it. I'll have it enlarged, too.
Liquor, I'll buy that picture from you. How much?
Hey, never mind that. Rush the film to the darkroom, Miss Benny. That shot is going on page 1.
As long as she doesn't... What? You're going to publish it? Why, boss? Why?
With a caption under it reading, "This man is not afraid of hitting a reporter. Why is he afraid to talk about Slagle?"
Wow. I've been waiting for a chance like this all my
Oh, why don't that newspaper mind its own business? Putting my picture on the front page.
Now, Jim.
But, Alice, they know very well why I won't talk.
Perhaps you should tell what you know about Slagle.
And have his mob do another job on my gas station? Or come over here after you and Timmy? Not a chance.
Slagle wouldn't do that.
Sure he would. Besides, I can't prove it was Slagle had my place bombed. He's too slick for that.
So we go on paying.
Yeah. That reminds me, Slagle collector's due here pretty soon. Is the money ready?
Yes, in the envelope.
If you didn't see this picture in the Sentinel, I'd better have it for him on the line.
The doorbell. Is that him?
It's a little early, but... You stay here, Alice. I'll see him in the hallway.
Be careful, Jim.
Don't worry, honey. Gosh, I wish there was something I could do without making things bad for Alice and the kid.
Inside, Jennings.
Hey, what? Man!
Get back.
A gun! I know you. You're the Green Hornet.
That's exactly right.
Wherever you come for, Hornet, you're not getting it, see?
Jim, you forgot the money.
Bring it here.
Why, you dirt!
I could give you a shot of gas and take it anyway, Jennings.
Please, Jim, do what he says. Here it is.
Yes, better.
That goes for Slagle, Hornet.
It was for Slagle, but not anymore.
But that's all we have. The Slagle collector's due any minute.
That's too bad. The Green Hornet got here first.
You can't. What do we tell him?
Tell him anything. This cash goes with me.
No, Jim.
Alice, let me go. Get up. Green Hornet, huh?
No, Jim, I won't let you.
It's too late. There he goes.
The
Jennings was wrong. The Green Hornet had no intention of leaving. As the car pulled away, Reed spoke to Cato, the only living man to know him as the Green Hornet.
Cato, double back around the block. I want to be there when Slagle's collector arrives.
Yes, Mr. Ed.
I'll be there when he does. You wait for me in the car.
A short time later, Slagle's collector arrived at Jennings' home. He refused to believe Jennings' story.
Stop stalling, Jennings. Where's that gold?
I tell you, the Green Hornet took it.
Don't make me laugh. The Hornet wouldn't bother with $20.
The truth. My husband left the money in the other room when he came to the door before. I thought it was you calling, so I brought the money out to him.
And the Hornet grabbed it.
Expect me to believe that? You got that dough hid someplace. The other room, I'll bet.
Go ahead. Search if you want it.
You won't find it in there?
Oh, I won't, huh? Oh, you call this, you dumbhead. Right in the table and see it with my name on it. Well, I'd bluff so easy I wouldn't even look in here,
I swear it wasn't there.
You're getting too big for your hat, Jennings, since that picture got in the papers. When I tell Slagle about this, he'll whittle you down plenty.
Outside the window, a tall, masked figure listened to Kruger's outburst and then moved away silently.
Step number one in my plan to uncover Slagle's racket. Now, if only everything moves along as smoothly as it's been going so far, the Green Hornet is going to have a busy night. And that means a busy night for Bat Slagle as well. Slagle and his whole crooked outfit.
Reed found that Bat Slagle, a racketeer, had every gas station in the city paying him a cent a gallon on gasoline as tribute. By intimidation, violence, and every force at his command, Slagle was making his victims keep silent. Assuming the role of the Green Hornet in an attempt to smash Slagle's racket, Reed made it appear that the most courageous of Slagle's victims had attempted to withhold his weekly payment of protection money from Slagle's henchmen. Following Reed's instructions, Cato had the Black Beauty waiting in an alley near Jennings' house.
Slide over, Cato. I'll take the wheel.
Stay left, Smith. Did the plan work, Mr. Dick?
So far, the plan is going fine, Cato. I doubled back and tossed a collection envelope in through the open window. Slagle's collector thinks Jennings was trying to pull a bluff. He's on his way to Slagle now.
We'll go there?
The Black Beauty will get us to Slagle's place twice as fast as he can make it. Cato, the Green Hornet is going to be in that office when Slagle's collector arrives.
It's about time you showed up, Kruger.
Got the dough from Jennings?
Yeah, there it is. Imagine that guy, Bat. He tried to stall.
Jennings?
Yeah, Jennings.
What do you mean? Here's the dough.
He said he didn't have it. Tried to tell me the Green Hornet had swiped this dough.
The Green Hornet? That's a laugh.
And all the time is right in the next room. Wasn't even hid.
Tried to bluff you, huh?
Didn't work. You ought to take him down a peg anyhow, Bat.
If any one of them guys gives us trouble, it'll be him, all right.
Not if you show him who's boss, it won't.
Yeah. Kruger, from now on, Jennings is going to have to pay 2 cents on every gallon instead of 1.
Twice as much?
That'll teach him to try and act up with me. Now, let's count this dough just to make sure.
Okay, Bat.
It's getting late.
Feels like more than 20. Hey, Slagle, look at this.
What?
Jennings tricked us. Instead of real gold, this envelope is chock full of plain paper.
What? Why that? Let me see.
He even used heavy paper so it would sound like the real thing when I felt the envelope. Well, the envelope was sealed, Bat. I didn't think he would try a stunt like this.
He won't no more. Jennings thinks he can fool around with me, huh?
Let me handle him, Bat.
Nick, you might come back like you did this time. Besides, this job's more down Zelly's alley. Zelly? Yeah, that's right. Slagle on this end. You're going to do a job tonight, Zelly. I got it all figured. Now, here's what you're going to do.
Hidden in the shadows where he had been since before Kruger's arrival, the Green Hornet listened to Slagle's conversation. Then as Slagle finished talking...
That's the idea, Zelly. And make sure nothing goes wrong. I want Jennings to know he can't play around with my outfit.
Well, that's your scheme.
Huh? Who the devil's that?
What, Slagle?
You're masked.
It's the Green Hornet.
Move over next to each other.
Got a rod, eh?
I heard about that gun, boss. It ain't got bullets, only gas.
Oh, gas, huh? And only one gun.
I get it.
Knock the table over. That won't help.
Get him from behind, Kruger. He can't shoot both ways.
Okay, Bat. Take it, gas.
Get him, Kruger.
All right, got you. More. Who else? Gas me from behind.
I was waiting. They didn't see me.
Good work. One from each side at the same time is a little hard to handle. They almost had me.
What do we do now?
Well, first, we make sure these two rats are unconscious. They're completely out. Can you fix them up so they'll stay that way until 4 in the morning?
4 in the morning?
That's the time when Slagle told Zelly to do that job. If we're going to trap these rats, we'll need every minute in between.
Jim, we ought to be going to bed. It's after 12.
Well, you go ahead, honey. I ain't sleepy.
All right. Don't be long. Good night, Jim.
Night, honey. It's taking plenty out of me to be paying off to Slagle. If he's going to make it any tougher one, and I might as well quit. And that reporter. Why did I sock him in the first place? I certainly must have looked yellow to him. Gosh, if I did have any dope on Slagle's racket, I would call that reporter.
That's a good idea, Jennings.
Oh, it's you again. What do you want now?
I'm your friend.
You put me on a spot with Slagle.
For one purpose. To take care of Slagle.
It don't make sense. First you swipe that dough, then you bring it back so Slagle's collector can find it.
Exactly.
If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be worried about what Slagle's going to do.
Plenty.
I don't need a guy in a mask to tell me that.
Jennings, I'm going to help you stop him.
You?
You don't believe me?
I've heard plenty about you, Hornet, and none of it good.
Perhaps this will convince you.
That's money. Dollar bills.
Look at them.
Where's it? The money I get to Slagle's collector.
What he took was nothing but strips of paper. I had this money with me from the first.
I can't figure you, Hornet.
Don't try to.
But the whole thing's screwy. The money, Slagle.
Jennings, I want to get Slagle as much as you do.
Yeah, I guess this proves it. But how can you get Slagle when nobody's got the goods on him?
Be at your gas station at 4 this morning.
But it's closed. I closed it up at 12 when my helper leaves.
Never mind that. Call the cops, too. Call this reporter if you want to. Be there and watch what happens.
Jennings followed the suggestion given him by the Green Hornet. He called the office of the Daily Sentinel and asked for Lowry.
I want to talk to a reporter named Lowry.
Yeah, this is Lowry speaking. Who wants me?
This is Jennings.
Jennings?
Yeah, I'm the guy that runs that gas station.
Oh, you. Well, listen, Jennings. If you want to take another poke at me for getting that picture in the Sentinel, you can forget it. I didn't want that picture released either.
Well, you don't get it, Lowry. I'm calling about something else. Here's a tip for you. Be at my gas station around 4 o'clock.
What for?
The police are going to nab Slagle. I got the dope from the Green Hornet.
The Green Hornet? You mean he's in on this?
Will you be there?
Will I be there? Try and keep me away. Wow, talk about a scoop. So a Slagle mob are up to something. Hello, hello. Listen, get me Clicker Benny. Show her on the phone. How else? I don't know where she is. Try every place. Try her home. Try the movie around the corner. Try any place but get her. No, it isn't personal. It's business. I got inside information that the Green Hornet's going to bust Slagle's gang wide open.
Here we are, Cato. Jennings gas station. Yeah, it's deserted, all right. And the problem now is how to get in.
I look down, Slade.
See if the window's open. I'll try the door. The door's locked. It's not very strong. It'd be easy to force it open, but I'd rather not. No need to damage property.
I found the window, Slade. It's locked, but there's a hole in the window pane.
Good, Cato. If there's a hole in the window pane, we'll be able to unlock it and get inside without any trouble.
Here it is.
If I can reach the catch. Probably this window was broken the last time Slagle had Jennings' place bombed. And Jennings didn't have enough money to repair it. Yeah, there. I can feel the window catch now. You have Slagle and Kruger, Cato?
Yes, sir.
I'll go in through this window and open the door. Then we'll bring the two of them in and put them right where Zelly will find them.
Yes, sir. They're still unconscious.
Working carefully and hurriedly, Britt Reed opened the door. Together, he and Cato carried the unconscious racketeers into Jennings' gas station. They moved in almost total darkness.
I never think to look at Slagle that he weighs so much, Cato. Hey, be careful of that chair. All right, put him down here next to Kruger. That's it. The two of them side by side where Zelly can find them.
Yes, sir.
We'll leave the door unlocked so that Zelly can get in without any delay. forced to leave.
We're not staying?
No, we can't afford to stay here. It's too risky. But we'll be near enough to check if anything goes wrong. Will Slagle and Kruger recover soon?
Positive. They'll wake up in a little while now.
Fine. I may be wrong, but Slagle's apt to be overconfident. He'll try to play out his hand in spite of everything. And that will mean his finish. Come on, Cato.
A short while after Brittreed and Cato left, the two racketeers stirred. Slagle sat up.
What happened? Where? Oh, dark.
Hornet. Yes.
Who's that? Kruger. That you?
Yes. Hornet did it. Couldn't get him.
Kruger, wake up.
Huh? Oh, Slagle. Well, where are we?
Kruger, it was that blasted Green Hornet. I remember now. He gassed us in my office. Snap out of it.
Yeah, your office. That's where we must be now. He snapped off the lights and left us.
Sure, that's it. Got scared and took a powder. Now we'll find the light switch and then...
Slagle, this ain't your office.
No, it ain't. Then where the devil are
Look out the window. Look at them gas pumps.
Hey, this is Jennings' place. I recognize it plain.
Yeah, just lights up to see things outside.
So the Green Hornet brought us here. Guess he figured we'd still be unconscious when Deli came around to do a job on the place.
We'd have been done for.
Yeah, and we figured wrong. That gas he used wasn't as strong as he thought. We'll just walk off when Deli shows up, and nobody the wiser.
Hey, there's somebody coming now. See him? Through the window.
Huh? Well, that's Deli. Come on. We're going outside and meet him.
What the... What's that?
Take it easy, Deli. It's me and Kruger.
I didn't expect you down here, boss. What's the matter? Checking up on me? We know you can handle it, Deli.
With the Green Hornet, he brought us
the
here.
Hornet?
He tried a little scheme to take care of me and Kruger. Only he slipped up, see? Now let's get busy. You got the bomb?
Right here, boss.
Okay. We'll set it down right here next to the gas tank. Now give me a match for this fuse. We'll take care of it.
Never mind the match. What the devil? Slagle.
Okay, get in there. Grab him. You gotta get out of here.
Hands up. You don't get me.
No, you don't. What's Slagle?
It's Slagle to me, Sergeant.
Wait, Jennings, don't.
Bomb my gas station, will you, Slagle? Hey, Slagle, snap this one. Jennings is going to poke Slagle.
Make us pay you tribute, huh? Well, the cop's got the goods on you now. All right, you got me. What else now?
Honey, did you get it, Clicker?
And how?
Thanks, Jennings. You saved us the trouble. Put the cuffs on him.
Okay, Doyle. Listen, officer, it's a mistake. I wasn't supposed to be here.
Tell it to the judge, Kruger.
Don't listen to him. He's in as deep as me. I tell you, the Green Hornet brought me and Slagle here.
Sure he did, and a good job, too.
The Green Hornet. Is that why you got the tip, Jennings?
Yeah, and it worked smooth as clockwork.
Trust the Green Hornet for that.
So the Green Hornet's responsible for this, eh? Well, that's the first good thing he ever did.
Listen, Sergeant, the Green Hornet's okay, see? No matter what people say, he's one guy I'm going to believe in from now on. Hornet smashes gasoline racket. Slagle under arrest. Stutlow, Pepper. Gasoline operators free from racket roll. Green Hornet still alive.
Yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo silver, the Lone Ranger. Travel was a dangerous business in the early days of the western United States. Not even the railroads were safe from the outlaw gangs that roamed the frontier. And when the masked rider of the plains started his great fight for law and order, it was this type of criminal he drove out of the country first. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're on the trail of outlaws! Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
It was after dark when Emma Bailey, tight-lipped and pale, let herself in the rear door of her ranch home, closed it softly behind her, then walked into the parlor where her mother and father were sitting.
Oh, there you are. My, we thought you must have been lost.
I didn't mean to be so long.
Where you been, daughter?
Just to the well.
I didn't hear you fetch the bucket.
I didn't go for water.
Huh? Went to the well, but didn't go for water? Now, what in tarnation would you go for, then?
Huh? Please, Father.
But you said you
now,
didn't...
Paul, can't you quit pestering Emmy? Can't you see she's tired? My sake, she thinks she never growed up the way you keep at her.
I didn't mean nothing by it.
That's all right, Father.
Where's that no-account husband of yours? In town guzzling liquor again?
He's back.
Ain't seen him.
He's outside, talking with someone.
Oh.
Emmy, don't you think you better sit down? You've been on your feet all day. I declare I don't see how you do it.
I'll rest soon, Mother.
She wouldn't have to work so hard if that polecat she married was worth the powder it'd take to blow him up. Emmy, why don't you give that fella a good talking to?
I've tried, Father. It's just no use.
And then I will.
No, Father, please, you mustn't.
But, Emmy, I'm not...
No. Every time you talk to him, you get in an argument. When you argue, you get ill. Please don't say anything.
No, don't, Nate.
When I think of how 30 years ago I could have took a whippersnapper like him and broke him... I don't care.
Well, evening, folks. What's the matter? I ain't good enough to talk to, eh?
Why, you low down...
Father, wait. Is that man gone?
Eh?
I mean that man you were talking to in front. The man you rode here with.
How'd you know he was with me?
I saw you.
Oh, spying on me again, eh? Well, I'll...
Let's not quarrel here, Tom. I want to speak to you alone.
What about?
I'll tell you that later.
But I want to know...
Come on, Nate. We'll go and leave him be.
No, Mother, don't get up. It ain't necessary. Tom and I can discuss this in the kitchen. Can't we, Tom?
Now, you look here, Emma.
I said, can't we?
Well, I suppose so.
Come on. We'll be back in a few minutes.
While you're about it, tell him what I think of him.
Close the door, Tom.
Now then. What are you getting so high and mighty about, I'd like to know?
That was Abe you were with.
Out front, you mean?
Yes.
Well, what if it was? That any business of yours?
I think it's my business when my husband starts associating with crooks.
Hey, you better be careful.
Of what I call him?
Yeah, and what you're hinting at. I don't like it, see?
You wouldn't claim he isn't a crook, would you?
That's just talk.
You're sure?
Of course I'm sure. What in blazes you take me for, anyway? Bet I know Abe better than anyone else around here. Why, if he was crooked, I'd have found it out long ago. Or have you got some fool notion that wouldn't have made any difference to me?
Tom, let's stop this beating about the bush.
Eh?
I told you months ago that it didn't matter to me anymore what you did. Any respect I might have had for you was destroyed when I learned you'd married me just to get your hands on my father's ranch.
Why,
Wait. Oh, I'm not complaining. That's past and done with. If I married you, it wasn't because no one had warned me. I was told, but I wouldn't listen. I I was even so blind I persuaded Father to put the ranch in your name. You took our money and spent it at drink and cards. You let the ranch run down. You haven't done a day's work in months. Well, I've no idea how our affairs stand. I suspect they're pretty bad.
Oh, you do,
I don't see how they could be otherwise. As I said, though, I'll accept my share of the responsibility for all that, but I won't stand by and see you turn crooked.
What you mean by that?
Just what I said.
What right have you got to say a thing like that, huh? What right have you got?
You were talking to Abe.
That don't prove a thing.
Please, Tom. There's no use shouting at me. You see...
Huh?
You see, I did spy on you. I heard what you said.
What's that?
Take your hand away.
Why, you rotten sneak. What'd you hear, huh? What'd you hear? Come on, talk up.
I intend to.
Out with it.
I heard you planning a train robbery.
Why, you...
I heard Abe tell you that one of his crooked friends was coming to help you with the robbery. And I heard you tell Abe that you'd give his friend a hideout.
Why, I'd like to
But you
take
won't,
you.
Tom. And you won't take part in any holdup. I won't let you.
Why, you're talking loco.
Don't lie to me, Tom. Your lies aren't convincing anymore, and I did hear you. There's nothing you can say to get around that.
All right, you heard me then.
Yes.
But now you keep that mouth of yours shut while I tell you something.
Well?
Maybe you heard a lot. Maybe you think you can do a lot. But you ain't going to even try to stop me.
You think you can frighten me by threats. Don't. You can't.
No? Well, how much of your pa's cash do you think is left in the bank?
None of it, probably.
You're doggone right. There ain't none left. But that's just the half of it. How many cows you think we got left?
No, you've been selling to pay your gambling debts. You've probably sold half of them.
Half? Why, you little fool, we ain't got title to one single critter out there in that range.
You sold everything?
Everything.
Tom, how could you?
I had to.
But
You wait till I finish. I suppose you was figuring that if I didn't promise to go straight, you'd tell the law what you heard, huh?
I will.
Well, then think this over. Tell the law, get me jailed. And what's going to happen to your folks? Think folks their age could get out and work?
But...
Think you could find work to support them?
I don't...
Oh, no. Why, the three of you would starve in a month. You'd be throwed off this place inside of a week of my going to jail. I've give Abe a note with the buildings for security. Yeah. I've got his promise to wait before putting in his claim. But if you talk out of turn, I'll tell him to go ahead and foreclose.
You rotten thief.
But you kind of see things different now.
I wouldn't be afraid of starving.
No, most likely not. But you wouldn't want to see your folks starve, would you?
You.
Well, would you?
Tom, I think you're the most detestable man who ever lived.
Yeah?
But I won't talk.
You...
3 days later, in the middle of the afternoon, the Lone Ranger and his faithful Indian companion, Tonto, rode toward the Bailey Ranch.
There, place. Looks rather run down, Kimosabe. Well, it'll do no harm to ask, Cantor. They can't sell us supplies. You can always get them in town.
That's right.
Ride around to the back. This way, old fellow. Here we are. Rein up.
Scout.
Silver.
Oh, fella.
Now, wait here.
Raise your hands.
What is
Raise
it?
them, I said. If I pull this trigger, I can't miss.
Not so fast.
You-
Don't let this mask mislead you. I'm not an outlaw.
Please don't bother to deny it. If you think I don't know my husband's expecting you, you're mistaken.
Your husband's expecting me?
You know he is.
But I just
If I had my way, I'd turn the three over to the law. I can't. But I can refuse to let my home be turned into an outlaw's hideout.
Hideout, huh?
You did plan to stay at the house, didn't you?
This sounds interesting.
I thought...
I'll take that gun.
Oh.
There. That's better.
I wish I'd never waited. I wish I'd shot you the minute you came to this door.
One moment.
Why?
You believe I'm an outlaw. Evidently you believe I'm someone your husband is expected.
You mean it?
I'm not.
Well, then I...
Said either too much or too little.
But
Too much, perhaps, for your husband's good, but too little for my information.
You You're really not the man Tom said was coming? You'll swear you're not?
I'm not.
But that mask, I was sure you...
If I were the man you thought me, I'd have no reason to deny it.
Oh, then I've spoiled everything.
Go inside.
But I don't...
What trouble here?
It's all right, Tonto. Just stay with the horses. I'll be out in a moment. This woman and I are going to have a talk.
Not long afterwards, the Lone Ranger left the house and rejoined Tonto. As they headed for their secret camp, the masked man rode in silence. It was not until he and Tonto were sitting beside their campfire that night that he finally told the Indian what had happened.
I should have explained earlier, Tonto, but I've been trying to make up my mind to something.
What that?
I'll ask you a question. Allowing for her excitement when she thought me an outlaw, what did you think of that woman back at the ranch?
Well, me like her.
Yes?
All right.
I see. Well, I just about come to that same conclusion myself.
What you mean?
I had to make up my mind about her. You see, Tonto, when I spoke to her inside the ranch house, she refused to say anything to explain what she'd said earlier.
Oh.
When I pointed out she'd as much as admitted her husband and 2 other men were planning something crooked, she kept silent.
Not bad.
I might have questioned her until she broke down, but I didn't want to. It was plain to see that she was frightened and nervous. She would have suffered too much if I'd kept on. I decided to wait.
Her not say anything?
And just one thing. She said it over and over again. That's why I had to make my mind up whether she was honest and terrified or dishonest and frightened, simply because she was afraid of exposure.
Me savvy.
She said she couldn't talk, that if she did, her parents would suffer for it.
Who, them?
I didn't see them, but I gathered they were well along in years.
Oh.
Now, no matter whether she's honest or not, if she's in possession of facts that the law should have, she must tell what she knows.
That's right.
If she's dishonest, she must expect to pay for what she's done. Though I doubt that the law would be too hard on a woman. But, on the other hand...
What do you think?
If she's honest, if she told me the truth and her parents will suffer if she talks, then it's up to us to make sure they're not forced to pay because she does her duty.
What we do?
You're riding to town. And you're going to bring me every scrap of information concerning her husband that you can find.
Me go now.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. It was in the morning, 2 days later, that Emma's father hobbled from the window where he had been watching and sat down beside his wife. He shook his head doubtfully.
Hetty, I'd have took oath the fellow on that white horse was wearing a mask.
Oh, Nate, I think you just imagined it.
Well, my eyes ain't so good no more.
Oh, of course you imagined it. Which way did you go?
Round back, Summers.
Then that's why Emmy must have left the house.
And that's why it had me worried. If that gent was an outlaw...
Oh, sure, Nate. Most likely he's just a cowhand looking for work. Emmy wouldn't go outside and talk to a masked man.
I wonder.
Why, Nate, what a thing to say.
Well, she's been acting mighty funny of late.
Well, she's been worried.
She's been that ever since she got hitched to that skunk she married. No, I mean, this is something more unusual. This is something that happened just lately.
Well, what makes you think so?
Because for the last 2 days she's been as skittish as a horse with a burr under his saddle. Can't hardly look at her without she jumps.
Oh, all the trouble she's had with Tom, it's a wonder she ain't worse.
But if it's just the usual trouble, why ain't she told us about it?
Huh?
Ain't you noticed? She ain't even mentioned Tom lately.
What? Well, no, I can't say you did notice.
Well, it's so. So what's she keeping from us? We know about Tom's drinking and gambling. Wouldn't be no point in her trying to keep that a secret.
But I don't know what to say. I thought that they was just... Nate, what on earth?
There he goes. And he is masked, doggone it. He's masked just like I told you he was.
Why?
I don't know what and I don't know why. But Emmy can tell us, and when she comes in, I'm going to see that she does. I won't let... Oh, there you are.
What is it, Father?
Daughter, that was a masked man just rode away.
Yes.
You admit it?
Why not?
Nate, do stop pestering her. Haven't I told you 1,000 times?
Hetty, you keep quiet. Daughter?
Yes, Father.
You willing to answer a question?
What is the question?
What business is a masked man with you?
He wanted information, Father.
Huh?
And I gave it to him. I had to. I just had to.
What information?
You'll hate me.
Daughter, what on earth are you...
It's information that if he acts on it will cost us our home.
The Lone Ranger left the ranch house and raced across country until he arrived at camp where Tonto was waiting for him. Oh, there, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, Tonto.
What happened?
She talked, Tonto.
Not good.
Call Scout. We're riding.
Here, Scout.
She's a brave woman. I didn't have to persuade her to talk. She decided to do that herself. What's more, I told her nothing of our plans. I wanted her to do what was right without feeling she'd be rewarded for it.
You see Lawman now?
Not yet.
Why, wait.
There's no hurry on that score yet. Her husband and this fellow Abe are waiting for a third man to arrive. She said they spoke of him as if he were a wanted criminal.
Oh.
So we'll make sure he's caught with his partners.
Not good.
And they don't plan to strike yet. I have an idea they're waiting for the train that carries the bullion shipment from the stamp mill. If they are, that gives us over a week.
And that plenty time.
No more than we need, Kemosabe. They can wait. But between now and then, we have to call on every rancher in the district. Into the saddle, Tonto. Let's go.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver. Hurry, old fellow. First stop, Tonto. Oh,
fella. Oh, Scout. Oh.
Jackson?
It's me, but, hey, you're man.
Forget the mask. Listen to what I have to say.
Stranger, you say Jackson promised to go in on this?
He did.
I can check on that, you know.
I expect you to. But if you find I've told you the truth...
Mister, I'll get in with the rest of the boys 100%.
Good. We'll do this job right. I can count on you?
You didn't have to call around, stranger. I've talked to Baylor and Jackson and Clemens and a dozen others. I'm for this as strong as air.
Call out your men at once.
You bet. And, stranger...
Yes?
Let me tell you, you're doing a mighty fine thing.
Ready, Tonto? I'll
get him up, Scout.
Away! 2 days later, a great roundup was in progress on the open range, and the Lone Ranger and Tonto watched from a nearby hill.
Tonto, there hasn't been a roundup like this in years.
Not right.
Those ranchers will comb cattle out of the brush and the hills. Cattle that never saw a rope or felt a branding iron. It wouldn't surprise me if they gathered as many mavericks as there are cattle in any single herd.
And them find plenty, all right.
But the best thing of all is something like this that proves Westerners can be the finest neighbors of all.
The roundup continued, and although it was out of season, the ranchers refused to offer any explanation. Bailey and Abe were only mildly curious. The plans for the robbery took all their time, and on the day after the roundup was completed, they were sitting in the parlor of the Bailey ranch house. Emma Bailey was with them, and...
Abe, I found out what train's going to carry that gold.
Day after tomorrow, ain't it?
Oh, you heard too, eh?
Yeah. They think 'cause that doggone train ain't never been held up, it's never gonna be. They don't make no more secret of it than they would of the weather.
Tom.
Eh? What do you want?
Tom, please, listen to me. Give this up. Tell Abe you won't have anything to do with it.
Eh? Bad as I need cash? You crazy? You hear that, Abe? She wants me to say I won't go in on this with you.
Yeah, I heard it. Look here, ma'am.
Yes?
Tom's told me why you ain't gonna do no talking to the law. But I reckon it wouldn't hurt none if I was to add my say to that. One word out of you, just one word, and you and your folks will be out of this house just as fast as I can have you put out. I'm not fooling. Being in jail wouldn't stop me from foreclosing on that note of Tom.
Tom, won't you listen? Won't you?
Shut up, can't you? Where's Nate and your ma? Why don't you go look after them? Maybe it'd pay you to see they ain't doing no snooping.
They're in the kitchen.
Then go join them.
I'd rather stay here.
You heard me.
Let her stay. She ain't doing no harm. Now, about Dirk. He'll stay hid out in that camp you showed him till it's time for us to go into action. Then he'll...
Where'd you say he was?
What's it to you?
Oh, I just wondered.
Well, I had him hide out over where the creek runs through the breaks, if you have to know. Now, leave us be. We got things to figure out.
Near the creek, you say?
Can't you hear? Yeah, that's what I said. Now, doggone it, beat it.
Yes, Tom.
Hey, not that way, not outside. Go back to the kitchen with your folks. Hey, come back here.
Come in, Sheriff.
Howdy, man.
What? The sheriff? What the...
Careful there, Tom. I wouldn't reach for that iron if I was you. Abe, keep your hand away from that holster.
What in thunder's the meaning of this?
The way you started for that gun, I'd have said you had a pretty good idea.
You can't come...
Now behave yourself. Well, ma'am, did you get out of them where their partner's hiding out?
Yes, in the breaks near the creek. They just told me.
Tom, I thought you said she wouldn't talk.
You went to the law. Why you squealing, little...
Easy there.
I'll show you.
You'll do nothing but behave yourself like you've been told to get drilled. And your wife didn't go to the law. I was sent out here by a masked man. I talked to your wife before you fellas got here. She owned up when I told her what I knew. And I've been hiding outside just to see what you two skunks would be scheming.
You'll pay for this.
I had to do it, Tom. Didn't you realize that even if we had to suffer for it, I couldn't stand by while you turned crooked?
If I could just get my hands on you,
The more you threaten now, the worse it'll be for you later.
You ain't got nothing on us.
I heard aplenty.
I'll testify if it's necessary.
But I tell you...
I don't reckon you gents are so well liked around here that anybody's going to bother about you not actually doing anything. I figure when it's told what you schemed to do, that'll be plenty.
That won't stop me from keeping my promise.
Yeah?
I want her thrown out of this house, and her folks along with her. It's mine. Tom signed it over to me when he borrowed cash, and you get them out.
Is that a fact, ma'am? Did this polecat of a husband of yours even get cash on the place you live?
He did, Sheriff.
But you turned him in spite of what they could do to you?
I had no choice.
Ma'am, my hat's off to you. I don't know if I'd have been in your boots if I'd had the gumption to go through with it or not.
Hey, what's that?
Hey, well, doggone, look out the window there. Look at them critters coming over the hill.
That's a roundup.
What are they doing here?
Gosh, that's a funny thing. Ain't no cattle trail, and I don't suppose that they're... What's it?
The masked man.
Mrs. Bailey.
Yes?
That herd is yours.
Man, no, there must be some mistake.
Every one of those steers bears your brand.
Huh? How's that?
Didn't you wonder about the roundup the ranchers were carrying out?
Huh?
They knew what Mrs. Bailey was facing because she dared to do her duty to the law. And they saw to it she wouldn't suffer.
I I don't savvy.
That herd didn't cost them a penny beyond the labor to round it up, and yet it's worth thousands of dollars. Whatever may be owed to Abe here can easily be paid from it. There'll still be a herd large enough to give this ranch another start.
You mean that herd's really mine?
Every animal in it.
But how could all them steers be handed over without it costing nobody nothing?
They were mavericks.
Oh.
Each year, hundreds of animals have escaped branding, and cattle have been so plentiful, the ranchers never took the trouble to comb the country thoroughly. And this is the result. Those mavericks belong to anyone who put his brand on them. The ranchers mark them with a brand of this ranch.
Well, I'll be...
Then I won't lose my home.
Doggone, I don't think you will.
It ain't right. I won't...
Shut up. Ma'am?
Yes?
Something tells me it wasn't the ranchers that thought of this stunt all by themselves. I'll be willing to bet my bottom dollar that they got some help at it from the masked man.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Range. Story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Range. Story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Range. Story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the...
Crime doesn't stand a chance against Dick Tracy. Up next.
Calling all adventure fans. Calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by. Dick Tracy is on the air.
The makers of Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, those specially digestible, delicious cereals that are shot from guns, now bring you another gripping Dick Tracy adventure. And now listen. Today, Dick Tracy tells you how to get a genuine Dick Tracy secret ring, free. Think of it. A beautiful gold-plated ring with a special secret compartment, just like the one Humi Batik gave Junior. Remember? Well, now you can wear one, too. And it doesn't cost you a cent. So be sure you're listening in at the end of the program to hear how to get your secret Dick Tracy ring free. Dick's a great fellow, isn't he? Have you noticed how fast his mind works? Like lightning. And what a great athlete he is, just full of trigger-fast energy. And I don't know of a better, more enjoyable way to get lots of the same kind of food energy than to have a big bowl of delicious Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice for breakfast, the way thousands of active, athletic boys and girls and grown-ups do every day. Those two nourishing, delicious cereals are shot from guns. Each grain is actually exploded to 8 times its normal size. That makes Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice specially easy to digest, so that you get their trigger-fast food energy much more quickly and easily. So for a real quick energy breakfast that tastes extra good, ask Mother to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's. With the capture of the Mogul and head of a society of art treasure thieves, it seemed that Dick Tracy had brought to a close another interesting case. The Mogul was behind bars, and Tracy still had in his possession the Black Pearl of Osiris, sacred gem of an Egyptian cult dedicated to the worship of Osiris. But then the Mogul died in his cell. At least an examination showed that he was dead. But while he was being taken to the office of the medical examiner, a strange thing happened.
Hey, Joe, did you hear something move behind us? Nah, I was sure I did. You mean back there? Yeah. Relax, brother. There's no one back there except a dead man.
Gentlemen, don't be alarmed.
Joe! Joe! It's the guy what's dead. I mean...
You mean the man you thought was dead. I'm very much alive, and so is this gun in my hand.
Hey, what are you going to do to us?
You'll follow orders, nothing. Now keep driving until we get out into the country.
Anything you say, buddy. He was dead, and now he's alive.
I have never been dead, my friends. I was merely in a cataleptic trance.
A
cataleptic trance. You see, I am able to hypnotize myself as well as others. It is a known fact that expert hypnotists can cut a person or themselves into a trance which very much resembles death. The yogis and swamis of India make quite a practice of it.
But the whole prison was sure you was dead. There's something funny about all this.
You don't believe me? Perhaps you'd like me to try it on you?
Oh, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. I believe you, all right? I sure do, brother. I sure do.
Escaped. And after you all were sure he was dead.
Yep.
Dick, this Mogul fellow must be a wizard to be able to fake an act like that.
Well, there's nothing so very unusual about auto-hypnotism. Unfortunately, I didn't think of it in connection with the Mogul. He's clever and well-informed, which should put us on our guard. Every man on the force has instructions to keep his eyes open for the Mogul.
Have you heard anything yet, Dick, from the Board of Inquiry?
You mean about Huey Batik?
Yeah.
Yes, Pat. I've been kept posted. They're still going over the evidence in the case. I had a report this morning indicating that the board, from the evidence available, is coming to the conclusion that Dryden Small was definitely in the wrong. He was guilty of several criminal offenses.
Small is recovering from his wound, too, isn't he?
Yep. All of which seems to indicate that Batik will be released shortly.
Well, I'm glad of that. I'm glad they feel the same way as we do about Dryden Small. Gosh, Dick, when we consented to escort that fellow home from England, we never thought we'd get all mixed up in a thing like this. The Black Pearl of Osiris, Egyptian high priest like Huey Batik, art treasures, thieves like the Mogul and his gang, the secret ring of Osiris.
Say, that reminds me. Did I show you mine, Pat?
Hey, quite a number of times, Junior. But I must admit it's worth showing, especially with that swell likeness of Dick on it. Hey, that'd make a swell ring for any boy or girl to have.
Say, I can't wait to hear what the members of the Secret Service Patrol who got rings like this will say about it. And the special compartment. Gee, I know they're going to think it's a beauty, Pat.
Oh, incidentally, Dick, you still have that black pearl safely hidden in that ring you're wearing, haven't you?
I certainly have, Pat. It's going to stay there until I can give it into the safekeeping of Huey Batik or one of his agents. You know, Pat, this case of the Black Pearl of Osiris and the gang that's after it has opened up an entirely new field for investigation.
You mean the fake art treasures?
Yes, the papers have been full of it. The manufacture of fake and imitation works of art, which are sold as the genuine articles, has become a problem. The moment we're finished with this Black Pearl business, we'll have another job on our hands, cleaning up this other racket.
Oh, it's a vicious racket, too, no question about it. These racketeers imitate pictures by the old masters and sell them for terrific amounts. The price you'd pay for an original.
Yeah. Tracy speaking. Yes? Nothing yet, huh? All right, Brooks, but keep on it. Scatter your men and see that every inch of the ground is gone over thoroughly. Right. Sergeant Brooks. Still nothing. Looks like the Mogul has really escaped us, Pat.
Yeah, he's taking it on the lam, all right.
What did you say, Junior?
I said he's taking it on the lam.
Now, where did you pick that up?
What?
The phrase, take it on the lam.
Oh, I don't know, Dick. Oh, yes, I do. I heard Blackie Moran say it once.
I see. Well, I don't want you to say it again, Junior.
Why not, Dick?
Because it's slang, Junior. Slang of a kind that shouldn't be used by anyone, especially a boy like yourself.
Whoa, Dick, I don't see anything wrong with slang. I don't do anybody harm when I say it. Take it on the lam.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do, Junior. You do a great deal of harm to yourself.
I don't understand, Dick.
Well, I'll try to explain, Junior. Now, I'm not going to go into the technical definition of slang, but for our purposes, we might say that slang, the kind of slang you just used, is the language of the gutter. It's the language used by people who have no education, no background, just like Blackie Moran and his gang. After all, until people get to know you well, they judge you by what you say and how you say it.
Oh, gee, I never thought of it that way, Dick.
Well, I wish you would, Junior, because it's very important. You see, slang is the mark of a lazy brain.
Oh, Gee, Dick, I've heard other kids use slang words and things.
I know you have. And that's because they don't listen to their parents and their teachers. Parents and teachers object to slang because they know how great a handicap it is in life. Because it's not only unpleasant to hear, but gives people the idea that a boy is a hoodlum, a roughneck. And that may not be true at all. Boys like you may have picked up a slang expression and failed to realize how wrong it was to use it.
I see. Well, I'm sorry, Dick.
Don't be sorry, Junior. Just make a firm resolve not to use slang again. Whenever you're tempted to use slang, always stop and try to think of another way of expressing yourself. The truth of the matter is, you know, that as a member in good standing of the Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol, you have to know how to express yourself clearly, concisely, and forcefully. There's only one way to do that, by precise English, never by the use of slang. Excuse me a moment.
Sure.
Tracy speaking. Board of Inquiry? Yeah, I see. Well, that's splendid. I'm glad they reached that decision. Thank you very much for calling.
Board of Inquiry, Dick?
Yes, Pat. I'm happy to say they've exonerated Humi Batik and have issued an order for the arrest of Dryden Small. Small is to be removed from the hospital into a prison cell the moment it can be done safely.
That's fine.
Batik will be anxious to know about their decision. I think I'll call at the prison now and let him know.
Mr. Tracy, this is most wonderful news. Most wonderful. I don't know how to thank you, how to tell you how deeply grateful I am.
Well, there's no reason for you to thank me, Batik. I had nothing to do with it. The law took its course. Since you weren't guilty of any willful wrongdoing, you're not found guilty. The law has decided that you don't deserve punishment.
And you have the pearl, Mr. Tracy?
Yes, I have it with me. Safely concealed in the secret compartment of the ring you gave me. And I'd suggest that you let me keep it until you're free and ready to sail. At the moment, my chief concern is to get you and the Black Pearl out of this country safely.
And after that, what then?
After that, my problem will be to capture the Mogul and put him where he belongs.
Hello. Oh, hello, Tess. No, Dick went down to the prison about an hour ago to see Humi Batik. Uh-huh. Oh, I'm just writing a few letters. No, not love letters. All right, Tess, I'll tell him you called. Let's see. What was that address again?
Do not worry yourself unduly about the address, Mr. Patton. You'll have no need for it.
What? The Mogul?
Yes, the Mogul. Don't look so surprised, my friend.
What are you doing here?
I want the Black Pearl of Osiris. No doubt you've heard of the Black Pearl of Osiris.
I haven't got it.
I know you haven't. But you will get it for me.
Me? How can I get it for you?
I know where the Black Pearl is, Mr. Patton. And I'm not so sure you don't. It is concealed in the ring which Tracy wears on his middle finger. The ring given to him by Humi Batik. I must have that pearl, Mr. Patton. And you will get it for me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will, because I will explain to you very carefully. But, pardon me. Don't you feel just a trifle sleepy, Mr. Patton?
Boy,
Of course you do. Sleep, Mr. Patton. Sleep. 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 And now, Patton, you are completely under my influence. You understand that?
I understand.
I will now give you certain commands, and you will carry them out. You will be unable to help yourself. You will find that you are forced to do what I command you to do while you are in this hypnotic trance. You understand?
I will not be able to help myself. I must do as you command.
Mm-hmm. You will go about as if you were not hypnotized. But all the while you will be under my influence. And now, Patton, this is what I command you to do. So that I may be able to get my hands on the Black Pearl of Osiris.
What devilish scheme has the Mogul thought of now? He has hypnotized Pat. Will he succeed in getting the Black Pearl of Osiris? Or will the great detective Dick Tracy outwit him again? We'll soon know. But now it's time for your Dick Tracy Secret Service Patrol meeting, brought to you by the makers of delicious, nourishing Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. And here comes Dick Tracy himself with Junior to tell you how to get your secret Dick Tracy ring free.
Hello there, boys and girls. Last Friday, we told you we were trying to get secret Dick Tracy rings for all of you, just like the one Homie Batik gave to Junior. Well, we've succeeded.
Gosh, 3 cheers, Dick.
And we've arranged with the jeweler to make the rings for you.
Say, will they be gold-plated just like mine with your picture on them, Dick? And all those lucky signs?
Of course, Junior. Yeah, but you can see for yourself. Here's one of the rings now.
Boy, it's exactly like mine. Here, you see, Mr. Quaker Man?
Say, isn't that a beauty? And look here, it's adjustable. You can make it fit any sized finger.
Gee, that's a great idea. Because this is one ring you'll always want to wear.
Well, mine's got a secret compartment just like yours, too, Junior. Listen, boys and girls, here's the best news of all. To get one of these beautiful gold-plated Dick Tracy secret rings free, you just mail 5 Quaker Puffed Wheat or 5 Quaker Puffed Rice box tops, or some of each, with your name and address printed on a plain piece of paper to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago.
And you get your Dick Tracy secret ring free. Isn't that great?
And that's not all. Tess Trueheart went to the jeweler's with us, and she fell in love with a very good-looking gold-plated bangle bracelet.
The charms show Dick Tracy, Junior, and Lucky Four-Leaf Clover. Listen, girls, be the first in your crowd to wear a smart, gold-plated Dick Tracy bracelet, as well as a beautiful Dick Tracy secret ring. It's free, too. You just send 5 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops for your Dick Tracy bracelet to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. Be sure to write whether you want the Dick Tracy secret ring or the Dick Tracy bangle bracelet, or both. And remember, send 5 Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice box tops for each one to Dick Tracy, Box L, Chicago. Now, don't wait, because those secret rings will go like hotcakes. As soon as a package of Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice is empty, tear off the top and save it. And be sure to ask Mother to get you some Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice at the grocer's, so you can get your Dick Tracy secret ring soon.
Calling all adventure fans, calling all Dick Tracy fans. Stand by for another exciting Dick Tracy adventure tomorrow at this same time. That is all.